So, hello everybody and welcome to Brands Hatch and welcome to the Mini Festival 2024, proudly supported by Mini Spares all weekend long. And if you're just joining us today, we saw brilliant racing yesterday and all of the qualifying that we need for a fabulous day's worth of racing today. We're joined here by the Mini 7s and the Mini Melias from the Mini Racing Club. We've also got the Sandler Trophy with the P66 Minis, and aside from the on-track action, there's so much more to do off-track. We've got car displays, we've got the show and shine with awards available, of course, we've got a mini stunt show, and of course the free grid walk at lunch, which allows everybody to get nice, close and personal with the drivers, the cars, and ask all the questions in which you may want to know. So, aside from what we saw yesterday, today we can rewrite the story. It was incredibly close yesterday, start to finish of all of the races, and today we're going to be treated to much more of the same. Jack Werrell talking to you now, but Matt Suckling, he's up in the commentary box, and he will help me guide you through all of the action here at the Mini Festival.
Thanks, Jack. Yep, good morning, everyone. Welcome along to Brands Hatch for this Mini Festival for 2024. It's going to be an action-packed day, as we said, on circuit and also off the circuit as well. And we're going to cram in as much entertainment as we possibly can for you here at the Indy circuit. So very shortly, we'll be looking forward to our first race, which comes from the Mini Melias. They'll be looking forward to their second track action in terms of a race this weekend. They've got 3 races in total, so it gives us plenty of entertainment out there. So the Mini Melias are going to be the first ones to kick us off. Those cars already assembling down there in the assembly area. After that, we'll be looking forward to the highlight of today, which is going to be the fastest Mini in the world. I know everyone likes to see this. Very different Minis indeed, with lots of those being prepared by the owners and wanting to bring them out here to give everyone a great look at them and see if they can be the fastest Mini in the world here today at Brands Hatch. We'll have that to look forward to. And also this year we are celebrating 65 years of the Mini, so we'll have a very special demonstration for those cars coming up in around about an hour's time, just over 11:40 is when they'll be working their way around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We'll then look back to yesteryear effectively with the Pre-66 Minis. That's going to be the Sandler Trophy, which returns to this festival for this year. It's been a few years since we last had it, so that'll be on track for what's going to be 2 races for them today, and then we'll be working our way through for more Minis this afternoon with the Mini 7s. Repeat of the fastest Mini in the world later on this afternoon, just after 3 o'clock, so make sure you're with us for that one. Mini Melias go again at just after 3:30, and then we look forward to the Sandler Trophy and also the Dunlop Mini 7s, their final of 3 races to come at 5:20 this afternoon. So that's what we have lined up for you all. We'll also have a very special grid walk to look forward to as well, so when it goes quiet during lunch here at the circuit today, we will have that grid walk coming your way, where we'll be mingling with some of the drivers down there on the grid, catching up with them and finding out their thoughts at the end of what's going to hopefully be a brilliant event for the Mini Festival. So lots of people have crammed into the circuit today. We've had lots of Minis arrive. They're all lined up along Colin Chapman Way, and there's every single variant you could pretty much ask for. They've all come along and delivered some wonderful showpieces, which all the people who have attended in terms of today are going to be looking around, and they're going to be kind of looked after in terms of those cars, because there's lots going on off the circuit, lots on circuit. There's almost not enough time in the day to try and get all of this built in, Jack.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy day for us up here, all of the marshals, because they've got a lot of action to try and cram in and deal with down there, and even you spectating, because there's going to be so much to watch and so much to do. You'll wonder where today goes. It will go so quickly, and there's more people still coming in the front gates here at Brands Hatch. And as you say, yeah, referring to all of the cars that we do have here, there's a car from pretty much every single year of Mini production, and it's nice to see they've effectively got their own personalities, because not one car looks identical to another, really, which might sound silly, but they've all got their own various different modifications and customizations, which makes them so unique. And I mean, I never thought I'd see a Mini with gull-wing doors. I've seen one. I've seen one today, but it just shows that, yeah, the vast array of cars that we've got here, and all of the proud owners. Even this morning at the circuit, whilst I was walking around before the sun was effectively up, people were already here and polishing their cars, making sure they look good, because of course we do have that show and shine here this weekend. And whilst we've got car displays, the show and shine is its own sort of separate thing. So it's the collection of classic and modern Minis, so it doesn't need to be from a specific year or decade, But as I mentioned in the intro, the awards are available. So you've got the one for the best in show. That's the big one, the best in show. You've got the most modified, factory fresh. So that will be for, you might see a Mini Cooper E, a brand new one that was only sort of registered on the roads a month ago. That could be the factory fresh one. You've got the best modern, the best classic, and the people's choice as well. So if you might be trying to pick your favourite car that's out there on circuit, but if you're walking around the paddock and you go, that's nice, I really like that one, you can vote for your favourite Mini. You can vote by going into the GP paddock, so that's the open paddock which we've mentioned, where all of the cars are there. There will be a stand down there in which you can vote for your favourite Mini. And that will be awarded, potentially. We're still waiting to confirm exactly where. We'd like to do it on the podium, but we'll wait and see. But of course, we've got all of the trade stands and that free grid walk you mentioned. I'm looking forward to it. So if you're here at Brands Hatch for the first time or the 50th time, you will always be excited about a grid walk. There's so much to do today. We simply cannot sort of express it enough. It's going to be a fabulous day's worth of racing, but as an event as a whole, it's going to be brilliant.
Yeah, young or old, everyone enjoys this meeting, and as we said, with the grid walk, it gives you the chance to get onto the race circuit, which is always well enjoyed by everyone. So there's plenty of chance for that to happen today. The grid walk is planned between 1:30 and 2:10. You need to be lined up at the top of Paddock Hill Bend for that, around about 1 o'clock. So make sure you're nice and early, make sure you don't miss your chance and get on that grid. As we said, mingle with the cars and the drivers as well. So temperature rises across the course of the day. Let's run you through how the grid lines up then for this first Dunlop Mini Challenge race, supported by Mini Spares for the Melias. It goes off the results of what's going to be yesterday with a little bit of a reversal as well. So we'll see number 23 on pole position, which is Rupert Death, alongside number 12, which is Endarth Owen. The second row then has number 56, which is Nick Padmore, joined by number 46, which is Jeff Smith. The third row then sees number 1, which is the reigning champion Aaron Smith, with number 9 Ian Curley alongside. The fourth row lines up with number 11, which is Kane Astin. Made progress yesterday, so it's nice to see him a little bit higher up when he qualified in the session yesterday. 49 Martin Wager is then on the outside. The fifth row will have number 5 Phil Bullen Brown, joined by number 78, which is Scott Kendall. The sixth row will be headed by number 8, which is Colin Peacock, and number 64 Alex Osborne. The seventh row, number 29, is Damien Harrington, and 86, which is Nick Paddy. The eighth row, 89 Sean King, and 84 Ryan Taylor. The ninth row, number 76 Joe Polly, with 24 Steve Yule. The 10th row, number 37 will be James Cuthbertson, and 99 Mark Cowan. The 11th row, number 44 is Elliot Stafford, and number 20 Mark Sims. And the final row of what's going to be the Melias will be that number 53 and Jodie Leeds, and 91 Thorpe and Astin. Then we have the other class, which is the Libras. There are 6 of those towards the rear, and they are headed by number 474, which is Josh Evans, 126 Peter Hills alongside. The second row of that grid is 595 Julian Proctor, and 133, which is Les Stanton. And the final row of the grid is going to be number 113, Phil Harvey, and 969, which is Steve Trent. So a really good entry as expected for this meeting. It's been a great year in terms of this season in the championship and also the racing. And I think, Jack, this one is going to be no different whatsoever.
Yeah, it's forever a question that will remain unanswered in mini racing in all walks of life. Who's going to win? You simply cannot guess because there's so many names that you could throw in the mix that you simply don't really have a solid answer. I mean, Kane Astin, it's nice to see, as you say, him climbing up through the order yesterday, starting 7th today on the inside of the 4th row of the grid in the grey and day-glow yellow machine. But also don't rule out the Smiths, because I think Jeff and Aaron Smith started to compromise each other a little bit yesterday whilst they were fighting away. Rupert Death, he had a fabulous race as well. It's anyone's guess who's going to win this race.
It is, yep. So choose your favourites, see if they can come out on top at the end of this 20 minutes of racing. The sevens, which we have now, of course, in this current era, hark back to the late 1960s and the early 1970s, where we had the slightly more powerful mini Melias. These days, we have the original 998cc machines with what's going to be a 1.3 litre engine within the cars. So they do pack a very mean punch with these very small cars, but they do give us some great speeds across the course of these races. They go to 0 to 60 in about 4.5 seconds. Top speed might just reach them here at Brands Hatch, 125 miles per hour. So they are quick little things. And we mentioned the Libras as well. They'll be off the back of the grid. They are the Mini Libra semi-invitational category. For the other mini race saloons, they are with varying interpretations of the A-series tuning. So they are slightly slower, but it does give a chance for those to get out on circuit as well. But the majority of the field are those of the Melias. So that's how things shape up. Just to very quickly give you as well how the championship looked. It's very close actually between the top 3 or so. That might have just changed after yesterday's result because Jeff Smith didn't quite feature at the top of the podium, but he came to Brands Hatch on 151 points, 3 wins for him so far this year. Aaron Smith sits second in the championship on 140 points, so just 11 separate those two before the weekend started. And Kane Astin is the one who needs to do better really, especially coming here third in the championship. He's had just the 1 win so far this year, 124 points, but really needs something to kind of work his way in, especially this second race of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be looking for something here, and what he can do about just clawing back of yesterday's shortfall. Rupert Deep, he's putting himself on the back foot, really, because on this green flag warming up lap, he effectively dictates the pace. There is a sort of a minimum and a maximum pace recommended. But what he's doing, he's come round so quickly. The final of the Libras is just leaving Graham Hill Bend. Rupert Deep is almost in position, on pole position. So all of that temperature that he's worked so hard to get into the tyres and into the brakes is all going to be dissipating whilst he's sat there stationary on the grid. So give it a minute and Rupert Deep might be there or thereabouts. But I think on the first lap, that car might be slightly recalcitrant to do exactly what he wants it to do. And it's clearly quite hot out there because Nick Padmore, he's got his door already open before he's effectively stationary on the grid. That's how warm it is in some of the cars. So it's going to be a close, hard-fought race, and we don't just get to do it once today, we get to do it twice with the Mini Melias. We've still got 2 more races to come from the Mini 7s as well. What a way to kick off today's racing.
Certainly is, yep. So yesterday's winner, Nick Padmore, starts there on the second row of the grid. He is in that white, blue and a slight hint of green. He sits with the Swift Tune big logo on the front of his grille. Alongside him on that second row is Jeff Smith, who went well yesterday to get to the podium. But it was Endarth Owens, the man who ran Nick Padmore very close to the line, who sits on that front row in the very bright coloured car. You won't miss Endarth, the Welshman in the fluorescent yellow with the blue stripe down the middle. But it is going to be the all-black car, Rupert Deeth, on pole position as we get our first race of the day underway. Red lights come on, 20 minutes of mini action gets underway now as they blast away from the line, and it's an even start from both of the front row men as Rupert Deeth takes Endarth Owens down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Jeff's on, there's contact between the two of them. Rupert Deeth straight off into the barrier. There was contact between him and Endarth Owens. These cars are quite small and they do have enough room to work their way down towards Paddock Hill Bend, but unfortunately Rupert Deeth has gone heavily in towards the Armco at the top of Paddock Hill Bend. You can see the tyre marks which have led to where his car has ended up, and Endarth Owens has found himself down in the pack as well after that incident.
Yeah, Rupert Deeth out of the car and walking away unaided, so that's the best news that we've got out of that one. So it's good to see Rupert Deeth out of the car. Jeff Smith in turn has taken the lead of this race. Ian Curley is sat there in second place and giving chase. However, he's separating the two Smiths because he's got Aaron Smith all over his tail, really starting to close in on those cars up the road. Nick Padmore there, Kane Astin there, and we said pack racing is mini racing at the moment. Those top 5 are in their own little pack and desperately trying to work away from everybody else that's giving chase. But first time over the line and through, the yellow flag's being seen by everybody, so it'll be very much line astern on the run in towards turn 1. But Jeff Smith, he's absolutely nailed that start. So too has Kane Astin, up a couple of places. He's right in the mix, isn't he?
He certainly is, yeah. So Jeff Smith, of course, benefited from that incident between Endarth and Rupert. Rupert's car quite heavily damaged on the right front there, so that's not a good start to the day, unfortunately. Safety car a little bit late out, so it does mean they have to come back round again and sort themselves out. And we've had another car off actually over there on the run from Druids, the 44 machine of Elliot Stafford, who was in the wars yesterday. He retired, I think, from the first race on the run down towards Surtees, and it looks like he's gone possibly off with someone else into the barrier there. So it does mean we are going to have the red flag, unfortunately. Yeah,
so we missed, or at least I missed Elliot Stafford's incident. Rupert Deeth, as we saw quite hard into the wall. You can tell by the tyre tracks the car was so unbalanced on the way into the wall. You can see where the sort of black lines really start to move around where the car was bouncing its way towards its final resting place. but with Elliot Stafford out of the car, Rupert Death out of the car, that's very good to see indeed. And the marshals being put through their paces nice and early this weekend, and nice and early here on Sunday. Obviously a massive thank you to the marshals. We wouldn't be able to have the mini festival without them. So everybody will work their way towards the grid, and now's the key question. Because they've already gone through and completed a lap before the red flag was shown, will they remain in the order in which they were? Or will it be shuffled back to effectively the starting order, less who we've lost? Because Jeff Smith will want to remain exactly where he is.
Yeah, I think it will go back to the original start, but of course bear in mind, Endalf Owens would be able to then benefit, wouldn't he, to get back onto the front row. That incident on the exit of Druids in fact involves 3 cars, so Elliot Stafford, Mark Sims and also Thorburn Aston are all in there. Those 3 cars are quite low. They can't be seen from us from the commentary box, so the only view we do get is from the stream and the CCTV cameras, so apologies for missing that, but we now can see those 3 cars over there with, again, how that has happened, probably 3 into 1 hasn't really worked, and there's probably been contact between all 3 of them, with someone maybe being on the outside and just being squeezed. So it does happen. It kind of gets to a pinch point on the exit of Druids as well, where the barrier starts to bring itself back to the circuit, and it looks like we are going to go for an original start here. So the car's already been lined up, and I think that's just for the easiness for the marshals, isn't it? Because for them to get a new grid would take time, so it's best to go back to the original start, and it will mean that Endalf Owens will be the big beneficiary here, because he had that contact with Rupert Death towards Paddock Hill Bend. He will now benefit by going back on to the front row. Yeah,
down to 15th place on that first lap, so he'll be shuffled right the way up back towards what will effectively be pole position, I would imagine, although he's being shuffled, yes, right the way along the pit wall. He's having to carve his way through the order as best as possible, which he's doing with surgical precision, gets his way towards that front row. But don't be alarmed by the medical staff being on the scene of the 3-car accident on the exit of Druids. It is always out as a precaution. It doesn't mean anything's wrong, it's just there as a precaution, with what I can see, all 3 drivers out of the car, helmets off, chatting away, probably trying to figure out exactly how much this may cost. And Endalf Owens, that's a unique take to, I mean, there's building your own car and repairing your own car, but doing it on the grid. Endalf Owens, man of all trades, clearly.
He certainly is, isn't he? He's always one who gets right stuck into his car and just checking to see what's under the bonnet. That we know there's an engine, but just wondering if there's something else that's possibly wrong with that car. But Endalf Owens very quickly out of that car to check under the bonnet. He'll now pin it all back down under the Owens Motorsport livery and just check and see if there's possibly any damage. Just pulls the arch off of the right front wheel, and it's one of those things as well, between the 2 of them as they headed in towards Paddock Hill Bend, there might have just been one that moved across slightly, and of course with these cars having quite big wheel arches and also the wheels that stick out from the car, it does just mean that sometimes they do just get into contact with each other. So Endalf now just possibly go into the mechanics to try and see if he can get something. Also having a quick word with Nick Padmore, who sits behind him, maybe getting his thoughts on what happened down towards Paddock Hill Bend. But for now, Endalf Owens, as we said, is the man who benefits back onto the front row of the grid. Just looking at Elliot Stafford's car as well, the one that was off over there at Druids, that was quite smoky inside the car. So I'm just wondering if maybe the extinguisher has gone off, or possibly there was the use of the extinguisher needed there, but it was quite smoky when the door did come open on Elliot's car. But as we said, all of the drivers out okay, and as a precaution they will be just taken away to the medical centre just to see if there was a heavy impact there. They might just need to be checked over, but the thing for this is they will not be able to take the restart, and it seems like there's a bit of a moment to try and move these cars. They are light, they are quite nimble, but they are just struggling to be moved at the minute, especially Mark Sims and also Thorburn Aston's car, who is heavily up against the tyre barrier.
Yeah, Peter Hill's getting a bit of attention from the marshals and the scrutineers as well, so potentially he was involved with something there on the opening lap. You can see down on the grid he's on the penultimate row, and the 126 machine, he's just chatting away with the marshals. He jumped out. Nick Padmore's jumped out of his car as well on the 2nd row of the grid, and he's chatting away to his team. So too is Endalf Owens. Yeah, he's chatting away to the scrutineer as well. And of course, that is the main thing, making sure that if you have been involved in it in a little knock, no matter how small, when you have the opportunity, chat to a scrutineer, chat to a marshal, to a mechanic, or have a look yourself. Make sure that there's no bits of bodywork that might come astray or anything like that. So fairly sportsmanlike, I would have to say, from both of those two, getting out and having a proper look at their cars and making sure they are safe and well to go racing. And Endaf Owens and Nick Padmore back in the depths of conversation before we get this race restarted. So a little bit of work to be done out on circuit, as we've got 4 cars to be retrieved. I can see Rupert Deeth's car is already on the back of a low loader, and dependent on the sort of severity of potentially any damage on the cars on the exit of Druids, they may all need low loading, and you can't just do sort of a straight tow back, which may be an issue because we can be limited by numbers of flatbeds.
Yeah, that's right, especially with 4 cars. We probably only have maybe 3 flatbeds available, if that, by the looks of it. So we're just waiting to see what needs to be done. And again, these cars being quite low to the ground, they're not the easiest in terms of to get onto a flatbed. We did say they're quite light and nimble, but it does just take a work to get them up onto that flatbed. And I think we're going to have the telehandler also come into effect from Druid, and Endaf Owens has been ushered off the grid. Now, whether that is due to a problem or whether due to that contact with Rupert Deeth, not too sure, but the car has been pulled into the little gap we have at the kind of end of the gantry. So Endaf Owens is now not going to be on the front row of the grid by the looks of it. So it opens up completely for the 2 behind. So Nick Padmore and Jeff Smith effectively on the front row, although they will start from the second row of the grid.
Yeah, so Endaf Owens chatting away to the marshal and his mechanic. Rupert Deeth's car being sort of pulled onto the back of the low loader. He's wandering around and probably wondering how quickly they can get the car off the back of the trackside recovery unit and brought to the paddock, and making use of his proudly supported championship with mini spares. If you can chat to mini spares, I'm sure they have a few parts for him to get that car back out and running later on today. Yeah,
so Endaf Owens just debating with the officials on what...
Animated.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? So whether they can't repair the car on the circuit and he's coming to the pit lane, or, as I said, whether it's due to the contact that he's being pulled out of the race, which would be unusual because they normally do those sorts of things during the race or after it. So there might be an issue with Endaf's car that needs to be sorted off the race circuit under this red flag. So that is now just being pushed back into the pit lane. Although it's a cooler day compared to what we have recently had here in the UK, still drivers don't want to be stuck in a car which is not moving with race suit and race helmet on, so they just have the chance to open the doors now. So Nick Padmore just getting a slight breeze through the car, and I think the wind has dropped compared to yesterday as well, so there's not really a breeze out there, so it's quite tricky for Nick just to be sitting there for the time being. But Nick, of course, a very experienced racer. When he gets the chance to race, he does love to come and do these festivals in this Mini, and he's a very experienced ex-F1 historic racer as well. But for now, Nick just jumps out in the car. We can see down on the grid, and Endaf Owens, we're still looking at still the animation that he's shown throughout this kind of last couple of minutes continues, as now Nick Padmore goes to speak to his team member on the pit wall.
Yeah, very proud Welsh driver is Endaf Owens. Absolutely loves his motorsport, which I think is why he's so passionate about voicing his opinions. Nick Padmore, we thought he would be elsewhere in the MSV archives this weekend, potentially at Donington Park. Can also see down on the grid Aaron Smith wandering over to have a quick chat to the 98 of Ian Curley, who was looking good in that first part of the race. But in this situation, do we shuffle everybody forward, or do we have a front row that isn't a front row, but it is the front row on the second row?
Yeah, I think we leave them where they are, don't we? We'll leave them there. They do effectively, as we said, become the front row, which is, again, probably not a bad place to start on the second row, being the front row, because we know here at Brands Hatch quite uniquely that the pole position spot is not the best place to be, because it does run slightly uphill. So the second row might be beneficial for both Nick Padmore and also for Jeff Smith as well. Just currently looking at Ian Curley, who returns to the championship after a couple of seasons away. He is a champion from 25 years ago now. He won this championship back-to-back in 1998 and also 1999, but great to have Ian Curley with us once again. He did briefly head off to the British Touring Car Championship in the early noughties. You might have remembered that, the very bright green Lexus that used to race back then. And Ian Curley returning pretty much to his roots, and nice to have him, as we said, on what's now going to be the second row of the grid for the restart of this second Mini Emilia race.
I have to say, the Mini 7 Racing Club and Minis generally are very good at attracting ex-touring car drivers, whether it be British touring cars, world touring cars, wherever they may have been, racing touring cars or tin tops. They always seem to find their way back to Minis. We've already seen throughout this year in the Mini 7s, Andrew Jordan making his return with Minis. He's always quite a regular appearance. But obviously we've got Jeff Smith and, as you mentioned, Ian Curley, among many others, I'm sure, throughout a full season. In regards to the clean-up operation, turn 1, the entry into Paddock Hill Bend, where Rupert Deeth's car went astray, that has all been cleared away. His car is being returned to what I think is effectively the Parc Ferme area. And the circuit staff have already been out there, inspected the barrier, and are comfortable that they're happy to go on. Elliot Stafford's car is currently on the back of the low loader and being returned to the pit lane area. We have also lost Mark Sims, of course, but that car, I think, has just been shuffled behind the barrier on the very, very inside of Graham Hill Bend in such a way just to get it out of the way. But of course there is still, I think, one more car that we are yet to retrieve.
Yeah, just waiting for what's going to be, I think it's Thorben Aston's car, isn't it, that is still up there, the pink machine. So Thorben is going to hopefully have his car recovered as well. But as we mentioned, probably not enough of the flatbeds that we need to get those cars recovered. So in between the end of this race and the next one, we should hopefully have that back to the paddock. But of course, the teams and the drivers will want to get them back to the paddock as quick as possible, just to try and have a chance to try and repair them and get them out for the last race of that weekend, which will be later on this afternoon. So 3:30, so they've got a good 5 hours or so to try and get that repaired and back out for later on. But it's not going to be the work of a moment for some of them, unfortunately. Still words being had between Ian Curley and the man he's chatting to down there, which is Aaron Smith. So he'll hopefully get back in his car for too much longer, because the clear-up operation is happening quite quickly now, with just the one, as we said, to be recovered from the exit of Druids. While we have this moment pause, just to let you know that we do have here at the circuit today the mini stunt show, which does return. The world record-setting Stunt Drive UK team are back here at Brands Hatch with 2 spectacular shows across the course of today. They'll feature expert stunts, incomprehensible precision driving, and 2-wheel action. Yep, they have got 4 wheels, but they'll be on 2 wheels at quite a few of those times during the stunt shows. They'll be taking place at what's going to be 11:30 this morning and 3:30 this afternoon. So in just over half an hour's time, the mini stunt show will be happening. It's located at the back of Colin Chapman Way, so over towards, if you've been to like truck events here or American Speedfest, where normally we have the monster trucks. I can already see the minis starting to warm up in our stunt show. So behind all the mini car displays we have here, look for some old unique minis, and that's where the stunt show will be taking place. All free to see, as I said, 11:30 and 3:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, plenty to do off circuits throughout pretty much all of today. And the good thing is as well, if you are here with your minis and you're here with the Mini Car Club, you get parade laps at the very end of today as well. So there's plenty to do, plenty to look at, plenty to enjoy. Down on the grid there is the number 78 machine. That's Scott Kendall, the sort of predominantly white, then day-glow pink and sort of dark blue machine, currently sat on what is now the 4th row. It was the 5th row. Alongside him is Phil Bullen Brown. That car is commonly referred to as commentator friendly, and I can exactly see why. You can't miss it in a hurry. Very, very bright. And that's one thing I noticed whilst walking around the paddock yesterday evening. Every single mini beautifully prepared, not a single scratch or scrape on them, even after effectively a day's racing yesterday. They are all beautifully prepared and showroom condition. And it's not just making sure that all the panels are straight, it's polishing them within an inch of their life. They all look fabulous. Yeah, such an iconic car, isn't it? The Mini dating back, well back now, over 60 years, and whichever decade you go through, they just get more and more inventive, and you can't really deny that Minis are a lovely car, and that's why we have these sorts of festivals to remember them and of course honour them as well.
But yeah, some brilliantly turned out cars this weekend. Endarth Owens, I think they've been working hard. He's now on the telephone to someone just to point his view out, I'm sure. But Endarth is just about to get his race helmet back on and hopefully jump into that car to get him out onto the track. But what it might mean for Endarth is that he comes from the rear of the field from the pit lane when the race gets underway, which is going to be a very charged up Endarth Owens to look out for. So that's going to be interesting. Just looking at Thorburn Aston's car being dragged very slowly by the telehandler down to the same place as we have the number 20 machine of Mark Sims. So both of those will be left there, as we said, for the time being. Maybe a little bit of furniture around the track to be put back into place as well. Some of those tyres might just have been nudged as those 3 cars went in on the exit of Druids. But as I say, it won't be hopefully too long until we get the race back underway. To see the course car working its way down through Graham Hill Bend as well. So that's just doing the checks of the circuit to make sure everything is good. That will now vacate on the Cooper Straight, and it looks like we're going to have the Mark Sims car towed a little bit further either along or back to another place of safety, because we have another telehandler. Plenty of vehicles here today other than minis that are helping out to clear the track, but both of those wanting to get the cars effectively off the circuit. And as I said, it's probably more for the driver to get back to the paddock and try and have a chance of getting these cars repaired, because of course another 20 minutes that is left out on the circuit is another 20 minutes that the team could have to try and repair it for later on.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just going to be relying on themselves to repair it, and not just their team. It's a fabulous family, the Mini 7 Racing Club. So of course they will have the support of even their competitors, and their closest rivals will want to get their cars repaired, because everybody comes here for one reason, and that's to enjoy motorsport and enjoy racing. I'd imagine they will have been on the phone to potentially Justin Jeffrey, the MD of Mini Spares, and Endarth Owens just trying to figure out exactly what parts he needs and when he can get everything repaired for the race later on. So rumbling down the pit lane is one of the low loaders. That is with Elliot Stafford's car on the back. Keep an eye on Kane Aston, car number 11. Once we get this race back underway, that's the grey and Dayglow yellow machine. He's currently sat on what is the 3rd row, effectively the 4th row, but it is the 3rd row. Keep an eye on him coming through the order. So too alongside him, Martin Wager. He had a cracking race yesterday, seemed to fall off a little bit at points throughout the race, and I think Martin Wager was that just trying to get the car home, but it always seemed like there was still a bit more to come from Martin, and he just ran out of time.
Yeah, so there's a few that did have the issues yesterday, but as we said, overnight they might have just kind of fine-fettled those cars or got themselves into a form where they can push a little bit more today, or maybe just saving the cars to put on a bigger show for the actual mini festival today. But yeah, there's a few that we would expect to see closer to the front. One of those, as you mentioned, was Kane Aston, who didn't qualify that well yesterday, has gradually made his way further up the order. So Kane now in what's going to be effectively 5th on the grid, so he gains 2 more positions with Endarth Owens and Rupert Death being missing from that front row. So Kane Aston is going to be one to watch out for in that number 11 machine. He had a pretty poor start to the season back at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit, where he scored 3 points from the 2 races they had there, but things have slightly improved for Kane. He has had 1 win so far this season. That came at Snetterton back in May. But the good thing about this championship is if you do have bad rounds, you are able to drop them up to 3. Maximum of 3 scores can be dropped. All the drivers will have to do that at the end of the season. So for Kane Aston, yeah, it might seem like he's had a bad start to the year, but they are 2 scores he can drop from the championship. Whereas Jeff Smith, who leads the championship, he has to score just take away just 1 bad round. The other 2 will be at the minute high scoring events. So effectively, it might put Kane Aston right back up there at the head of the championship. But of course, all this will play out in the final few rounds of the season, because we are now heading towards the end of the year for the Mini Miglia Championship, with just rounds to come after this one at Castle Combe, which is another fantastic circuit, but like Brands Hatch, fast and furious. Little time to rest around that circuit down in Wiltshire, and then the final rounds come on the national circuit at Silverstone in October. So still quite a wait until the final round, but that's what the Mini Miglia Championship are looking forward to in coming months.
Yeah, if you were watching along on the live stream there as well, you will have seen just how uphill it is on the run in towards turn 1. We had a fabulous camera shot just sat behind Ian Curley, Aaron Smith, Jeff Smith and Nick Padmore, and there's a bit of reorganising to be done, because Jeff Smith just rolling backwards very slightly, I think just trying to get himself into his grid slot and get a visual reference point to which he can use in a few moments time once we get the race back underway. So Yeah, it is very much an uphill struggle, quite literally, on the running towards turn 1. So with the grid being changed and a couple of drivers missing, the grid should look like this on the front row, but I'd imagine it will line up on the second row. It'll be Jeff Smith, or it will be Nick Padmore effectively on pole position with Jeff Smith alongside, then Aaron Smith and Ian Curley on row 2. Row 3 would be Martin Wager and Kane Astin. Then it will be Phil Bullen-Brown and Scott Kendall. It will then be Colin Peacock and Alex Osborne, followed then by Damien Harrington and Nick Paddy. Sean King lines up alongside Ryan Taylor before we get to Joe Polly and Steve Yule. Then it will be Max Cuthbertson and Mark Cohen. Elliot Stafford, unfortunately, no longer on row 11. Neither is Mark Sims. And then on row 12, all on her own, will be Jodie Lee. She would have lined up next to Thorborn Astin. The Mini Libras remain as they are, with Josh Evans and Peter Hills on the front row for them. Then it's Julian Proctor and Les Stanton. And on the 16th and final row of the grid, it will be Philip Harvey and Steve Trench. So a slightly swapped around grid by way of what we saw at the first attempt. But for me, yeah, it's all eyes on Jeff and Aaron Smith, because those two yesterday were really going at it, but they started to work together and caught those cars up the road. So Nick Padmore, he will want to try and back those two into Ian Curley, but he can't do too much of that because Kane Astin will be on a mission as well.
Yeah, they're all going to be quick, aren't they, towards the front of the field, so we'll see how it all plays out. Just looking down at Thorburn Astin's car, which has now been brought into the exit of the pit lane. That's taken a very heavy impact in the rear. It's kind of dented the boot lid and also knocked the glass out as well, so that was a very heavy hit for Thorburn, but he's down there okay with Mark Sims, who are waiting for those cars to be taken to the paddock. I can see Mark Sims has got a puncher on the front left, so that is a little bit more better to be prepared rather than Thorburn Astin's car. So we'll see if they can make it out for the later race. Also now we have two telehandlers missing from Paddock Hill Bend and Druids, which means we're not going to have any live snatches, which could be a problem if we do get safety cars and any incidents at those parts of the circuit. But hopefully we can get through the 20-minute race unscathed. It's been a little bit of a delay, but we have got time to play with, especially this morning, because we have quite a lengthy lunch break of 90 minutes effectively. So we have got that in hand, but then of course we don't want to start eating into the grid walk for all of you who have attended here at Brands Hatch today. So hopefully we'll get through without any further dramas, as up onto what effectively will be pole position, but on the second row is Nick Padmore. Door still open, by the way, on Nick's car, so he's going to leave it till the last possible minute to shut that door, with Jeff Smith now coming into position alongside. I did also notice, didn't catch this at the start of the initial race, but Phil Harvey and Steve Trench are both missing from the back of the Libras, so we only have the four there for this race, so I'm not too sure what the issue is for Phil Harvey and Steve Trent, but they are both missing. So we have four towards the rear. They are now hopefully into their correct positions, which they find now, and then the green flag will wave from the marshal towards the rear. So we're good to go. It's going to be the full complement of 20 minutes. We're not going to cut this race short whatsoever. Red light's on. It'll be a short hold. They go out now, and Nick Padmore a little bit wiggly away from the line, doesn't get the traction he needs, so already down to third, maybe fourth place, as what's going to be Aaron Smith tries to come to the outside of him, but it will be Jeff Smith that leads the pack down towards Paddock Hill Bend in this restart. But trying to cut back to the inside is going to be Ian Curley, the 98 and 99 champion, and towards the outside goes last year's champion Aaron Smith to make it three wide into Druid's corner, and Ian Curley does just about squeeze his way through as Nick Padmore, with that slow start, gets himself back up into third place. It won't quite be second on the outside down towards Graham Hill Bend, but it will be Ian Curley that leads for the first half of the lap, but Jeff Smith will have something to say about that. Yeah, Jeff Smith immediately looked to the inside by the time he arrived at Surtees. Will he be into the lead? Ian Curley is shown the long way around. Jeff Smith into the lead of the race. Ian Curley is still sat there in second place, but he's got Nick Padmore and Aaron Smith, and Jeff Smith packed up, or Aaron Smith and Kane Astin packed up behind him. Also trying to get involved is Martin Wager, so Martin has had a much better start to today compared to yesterday. Nick Padmore still trying to work his way through and past Ian Curley. We have seen Endaf Owens return to the circuit as well from the pit lane, so it's all go in the Mini Migs and the Mini Libras. The leader of the Mini Libras at the moment, Josh Evans, he's desperately trying to carve his way through the order, but Jeff Smith, having got to the lead, he's started to run away from the sparring duo of Nick Padmore and Ian Curley. Yeah, needs to make sure they don't battle too hard here, as round the outside, tries to go Ian Curley on Nick Padmore. He'll have the inside line for the next corner, so that's going to be beneficial for him, but he won't have then the acceleration out the corner, which could bring Nick Padmore back into the mix to get up into second place. We've still got Aaron Smith and Kane Astin lurking behind in what's going to be fourth and fifth position as they turn away through Surtees. Curley holds on, and Aaron Smith thinks about the outside line in towards McLaren, but then leaves the door wide open for Kane Astin to come through. So much better run for Kane today. He might be on the fringes of the podium, but can he get there before the end of the race? Well, there's still 18 minutes to go, so plenty of time, but he is a little bit slow on his own there as Aaron Smith goes for a wider line. Then he falters down towards Paddock Hill Bend, and Kane Astin in that grey and fluorescent yellow machine does hold on to fourth place.
He does indeed, right the way up onto two wheels there was Martin Wager. He's under big pressure from Phil Bull and Brown as they head up towards Druids Corner, but it's all 2x2 at the top end of the order. Ian Curley still under big pressure from Ian Padmore. They're side by side, or from Nick Padmore, pardon me. On the running towards Graham Hill Bend. Nick Padmore then cuts back to the inside. He will draw himself level with Ian Curley. There's a bit of contact between the pair of them, but I think they just about get away with that. They'll be side by side by the time they arrive up at Surtees. And Nick Padmore on the inside. It will evolve to the outside. Ian Curley fights back, two wheels off the road. Can he get the car slowed down and turned in for clearways? Yes, he can. What about Clark Curve? Nick Padmore gets the better initial exit in a straight line. However, Ian Curley will have the shorter distance to go as he hugs the pit wall along the Brabham Straight towards turn one. So Ian Curley and Nick Padmore absolutely side by side. Kane Astin has got the best seats in the house. He will try and follow Ian Curley through the same gap. Just about gets the car slowed down. So no contact between the pair of them, and back at them comes Aaron Smith.
Yeah, for the inside, he'll try and go on Kane Astin to take fourth place away on the run in towards Druids, but it's going to be Kane a lot later on the brakes and holds that position in the number 11 machine. 56 Nick Padmore, who sits there in third place, had a tremendous battle yesterday for the lead with Endarth Owens. Today he's having a tremendous battle for second place with Ian Curley, which is fantastic to watch for the time being. And speaking of Endarth Owens, he's made about 5 places from the pit lane, so he is working his way through the order. I think he'll be probably into the top 15 by the end of this lap, and maybe, you never know, Endarth Owens for the podium. Well, he has got the speed. That car seems to be working well as he sides through another car on the exit of Clearways and on towards Clark Curve. And for second place, Nick Padmore now might have the job done, because it's to the inside of Ian Curley across the line. He will have that line in towards Paddock Hill Bend. He doesn't have to brake late. He has a good turn into the corner, and now Nick Padmore is going to try and be as best as he can to close this gap down on Jeff Smith, which already at the end of lap 4 sits at well over 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, he's doing absolutely everything he can, isn't he, Ian Curley, to make it as hard work for Nick Padmore as possible. Kane Astin, as you said, has had a cracking start to today's affairs. Jeff Smith in the lead of the race. He timed that to perfection. He got in front and ran away, and now we're seeing Endarth Owens so late on the brakes, diving his way up the inside of Alex Osborne. That will promote him up yet a further position. He's still fighting for that, having just worked his way through and past Damien Harrington. But Endarth Owens on an absolute mission. He was up to 15th last time through. That will be the best part of the top 10 come the end of this lap. But Jeff Smith towards the line to tick lap number 5 in the book and go on to lap number 6. So with 15 minutes to go, it's Jeff Smith leading Nick Padmore. Then it's Ian Curley just about from Kane Astin, followed by Aaron Smith, Martin Wager and Phil Bull and Brown before we get to sort of the meat of that mid-pack, and they're fighting so hard, tooth and nail, for every little position. And the thing is, they can fight for that position now, but come the end of the race, they may be fighting over a completely different one. So there's so much going on in that mid-pack. Jeff Smith still continues to lead the way. However, Nick Padmore, having got through and past Ian Curley, Kane Astin has done the same. So Kane Astin up into third place, but for my money, Nick Padmore is closing in on Jeff Smith, and that's not just for my money, it's on the timing as well. 54.332, the fastest lap of the race, set by Nick Padmore in second place last time through.
Yeah, quickest man on the circuit. So Nick Padmore now on a charge. He's trying to hunt his man down ahead of him, and he's still got plenty of time within this race. 14.5 minutes to go. Just to mention, the man from Coventry, Ryan Taylor, is out of this race, unfortunately. He was a bit slow down the Cooper Straight into the back entrance, so he is now no longer, unfortunately. But for the lead, it is once again going to be a gap that comes down 2.1 seconds between the top two. But for third place, it now gets interesting once again, because Kane Astin has got himself up into the podium places. Ian Curley has been knocked down one position, and then all of a sudden Aaron Smith is on his tail. So we have 3 for 3rd place. There's another 4 which are now joined behind as they turn away towards Graham Hill Bend, and Aaron Smith gets a great run on towards the Cooper Straight. So he looks towards the inside of Ian Curley. All of a sudden Ian is starting to drop himself down the order now, so he was up in podium places. He's now down to 5th place, and as I said, there's the likes of Martin Wager, Phil Brown, we've got Scott Kendall and also Colin Peacock on the tail of this train in the number 8 red machine, who is just about able to hang on down there in 9th place at the minute.
Yeah, but who's in 10th? It's Endalf Owens, and he's not far away. If that little battle, I say little battle, there's what, 7 cars all fighting over the final couple of spots inside that top 5, and effectively the podium now, because Kane Aston, the gap between him and Ian Curley is being bridged by Aaron Smith, so he's through no fault of his own being drawn into this battle, and that is the battle for the final step on the podium. So Jeff Smith still leading the way from Nick Padmore, who is closing down last time through another fastest lap of the race from Nick Padmore, 54.312, but we're starting to see the driving get a little bit more optimistic by way of moves made. Martin Wager under big pressure from Phil Brown. He's still on the inside, dives his way up the inside at Surtees and potentially through the same gap. He's going to be Scott Kendall, but they come together. Scott Kendall goes off the road all the way through the grass and rejoins by the time they arrive up at Clearways, just as Endalf Owens gets there. So Endalf Owens now well and truly inside that top 10, just with a small mistake from Scott Kendall, and like we said yesterday, one small mistake, you can find yourself, what, 3 or 4 places down?
You can, and just looking at the stream we have as well, that car was bouncing across the grass, and it just shows how light they are, because it was off on 4 wheels there. So as he tried to rejoin, Scott Kendall had a bit of a roller coaster ride, but he does get back onto the circuit. A few places lost for him. Endalf Owens is again a man who benefits from that and continues to carve into the gap up the road. So Endalf Owens, he'll love seeing all those cars ahead of him fight and battle and hold each other up, because it makes the task a little bit easier for that number 12 machine. So Endalf Owens is definitely on his way. He's there at the minute in what's going to be 9th position now. He's only about 7 seconds off the race lead. So again, if Jeff Smith and Nick Padmore bring themselves together, start fighting, hold each other up, it won't be as big a gap for Endalf Owens to close down. And all of a sudden, Nick Padmore is now with the race leader Jeff Smith. 1.2 seconds last time through, just over half a second on this occasion, and Ian Curley further back is now fighting his way ahead of Aaron Smith once again. So back for now into 4th place, but Aaron Smith, I'm sure again, will retaliate on the run through Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend. Yeah,
Aaron Smith desperate to work his way back in front of Ian Curley now those two have swapped around. Don't rule out the battle for the Mini Libra class lead as well. The purely sort of lime green machine of Josh Evans, car 474 down in 17th overall. He is under pressure now from Peter Hills for the lead in the Mini Libra class. Peter Hills is in effectively the sort of bluey green car number 126, who isn't that far away, well within fighting distance, and we've still got over half of the race distance still to go, 10 minutes just over until we will see the checkered flag. Over the line go the top 2, and they're absolutely together. Another big margin cut down by Nick Padmore. He'll be on the outside on the run towards turn 1. Jeff Smith forced to go the slightly tighter line. Will that compromise his exit? Will we see Nick Padmore come back at him? Absolutely, yes, we will. Jeff Smith goes defensive once again on the run up towards Druids. Nick Padmore is shown the outside line. He will try and look for that cut back and push the door open, which has worked on the exit, but it will be the outside for Graham Hill Bend. It'll be last of the late breakers, or will it? Because Nick Padmore's so sort of optimistic that he can get the car back across Jeff Smith. That is a brilliant battle for the race lead. Ian Curley has got back in front of Kane Aston. Do we think it was maybe tyres? Because Ian Curley seemed to drop back, and all of a sudden this second wind, it's doing him all right, isn't it? Yeah, he's got back into his stride, hasn't he, which is good to see. Jeff Smith, however, as we said, very much under attack now. Had his feet up on the footstool for the first half of this race, but they're now off, and he's having to defend really hard from Nick, who is on his tail on this occasion once more. 1/10 of a second last time through. It might even be closer on this occasion. It's almost a dead heat as they cross the line. 61 thousandths of a second, but of course it's one thing to catch, another thing to pass here, and Nick Padmore is now starting to find that as he looks to the inside briefly on the run towards Druids. But Jeff Smith, the wily racer, as we said, a former touring car star as well, so he knows exactly where to place that car to make sure that Nick Padmore has to work twice as hard. So he's not going to make it easy whatsoever. We'll turn away now down towards Graham Hill Bend. Those two still fighting for the race lead. 3rd place Ian Curley, 4th place Kane Aston, and 5th place at the minute the number 5 machine, which is making progress now. So Phil Brown and
another man who's starting to work his way towards the front.
Yeah, Baldwin has controlled this race perfectly. If anything, what we saw happen to Jeff Smith is now happening to Aaron Smith as he's starting, or what we saw happen to Ian Curley, apologies, is happening to Aaron Smith. He's slowly starting to drop down. Over the line, Nick Padmore in the lead of the race. So those two have swapped around. Jeff Smith still starting to give chase. He can't really decide where to go for it because, of course, he's been out in front and doesn't know where he could go for that move on Nick Padmore. Is there going to be a specific part where Nick Padmore will be slightly weaker? We have seen a change further down the order as well. Martin Wager has picked his way through and passed Aaron Smith. So Aaron Smith really starting to fall away now, and he's dangerously close to falling into the clutches of Endaf Owens. What a comeback driving speed from him.
Yeah, Aaron Smith second in the championship, not really having the second half of the race he would have wanted. Next one possibly to make his way through will be Colin Peacock, and then guess what? Endaf Owens is going to be right on his tail as well. So Endaf has made his way through nicely, hasn't made too much progress in terms of places over the last few laps, but now that he's caught this group ahead of him, he'll be looking to make a move on Colin Peacock, which he does in towards the right-hander of McLaren, and that will be job done for Endaf Owens. So up another place at the end of what's going to be lap number 13, but for what's going to be third place, there's a still good battle going on between Ian Curley and Kane Aston, but Endaf Owens now with a little bit of help from the car behind Colin Peacock might be able to make the move on Aaron Smith, which he does very late on the brakes in towards Paddock Hill Bend. That seemed very easy indeed for Endaf Owens, but we know he's revved up. We know he might have the red mist in front of him as well after being kind of ushered off the grid after that red flag. But as we said, Endaf Owens, I think, could be one for the podium here.
Yeah, he was going through regardless there, wasn't he? When you think about it, he's not got too much work to do because just up the road is the number 49 machine of Martin Wager before we will then get to Phil Bullen Brown, Kane Aston and Ian Curley, and they are all fairly congested together, so as soon as he catches one, he should more or less catch them all. Nick Padmore having taken the lead of the race away from Jeff Smith. What we were expecting to happen is Jeff Smith immediately try and fight back and apply that pressure. He's still got 7 minutes in which to do so, but Jeff Smith, he's not exactly in the best position to try and mount a challenge as of yet. Kane Aston and Ian Curley still fighting away. Kane Aston looks to the outside and the inside of Ian Curley on the run in towards turn 1. Colin Peacock so late on the brakes up the inside of Aaron Smith and parks the car on the apex, which leaves Aaron Smith very little by way of a cutback. And now we're seeing Endaf Owens desperately try and pick his way through and past Martin Wager, which he just about might do on the run through Druids, down the hill on the run towards Graham Hill Bend. Can Endaf Owens be later on the brakes? No, but looks for the cutback and then tries to dive his way back up the inside. He'll draw himself level as they go across the bottom of Graham Hill Bend and along the Cooper Straight in towards Surtees. Another position gain for Endaf Owens. He's now up inside that top 6. He's pushing on, isn't he?
Certainly is, yeah, and he is now just one place away from getting himself onto the back of what's going to be Ian Curley and Kane Aston. For Aaron Smith, he is really starting to falter in this race now. He's going to be on equal to his worst finish performance of the season. He has had a non-finish this year, but this will be the worst equal performance of his worst result. So this is not too good for Aaron, unfortunately, as the leaders work their way up towards Druids. Might be a little bit of traffic for them to deal with as well before too much longer. So we'll see if that affects the likes of Nick Padmore and also the man in second place, which is Jeff Smith. Those two now turn their way through on towards the Cooper Straight. I'm just wondering if Jeff Smith just wants to sit here for the rest of the 5 minutes and then on that last lap try and spring a surprise on Nick Padmore, because as we said, he hasn't kind of fought back on the race leader, but he is managing to keep with him as they turn their way on towards the right-hander of Clark Curve. Endaf Owens looking for a move. He's going to get the job done down the inside of Phil Bullen Brown. He's now up inside the top 5, so that's going to be another one ticked off. 5 minutes to go. He might just get there, especially if Ian Curley and Kane Aston start to hold themselves up, which they might well do now because they're side by side across the line. Kane Aston looking for the inside in towards Paddock Hill Bend. That will be him back onto the podium briefly, but Ian Curley gets a good run and gets to the inside, so that sees him back ahead as they work their way in towards Druids, and Endaf Owens gets bigger and bigger and bigger in the rearview mirror.
He does indeed, so battles continue to get closer. Kane Aston will be wondering exactly where Endaf Owens has come from. Obviously lights and blaze they have been for a number of laps now, and that is racing driver language for I'm on my way and I'm doing it quickly, and he's very much living up to that because Kane Aston has been in the depths of battle with Ian Curley, and all of a sudden he has Endaf Owens, a very sideways Endaf Owens, all over his tail, and he's really going to start to close in, whilst the sideways moment on the way in towards Clearways will have compromised him very slightly. It may have just about given him the better run in a straight line, because Kane Aston will now see Endaf Owens right tucked up behind him on the run towards turn 1. What can he do? Endaf Owens flicks the car in sideways all the way around the outside of Kane Aston. So committed, it compromises his exit, and he won't manage to make the move stick, at least on the way in towards Druids. But for me, that was going to be move of the race. Endaf Owens so committed to making that work.
That was very leery, very sideways, but have to give it to Endaf. Great control of that car. Just shows why he's a very experienced mini racer. He holds on to that 5th place then. Could have almost been 4th ahead of Kane Aston, but of course with that sideways moment in towards Paddock Bend, he just lost the momentum he needed, but he's not done. As we said, 3.5 minutes to go. Now tries the outside line for a good flick through Clearways and on towards the completion of this next lap. But of course, all this fighting for these 3 has now put them a good 5, 6, maybe 7 seconds back from the race leaders, who are well on their way in towards Paddock Bend. Here comes Endaf Owens again. This time it'll be for the inside on Kane Aston, who almost shuts the door in his face there, but it was too late. Endaf was already alongside and was going through whatever the occasion, so he now gets himself up into 4th place. As we said, this is a very determined Endaf Owens, now just 1 step away from the podium, and that man he needs to get past is going to be Ian Curley.
Yeah, Jeff Smith back on a charge, however. He started to close that gap back to Nick Padmore in the lead of the race, but Endaf Owens, yeah, he was coming through regardless there. Kane Aston, he tried to respond, but he was far too deep into the braking area, and the car was already loaded up for him to try and close that door on Endaf Owens. Ian Curley will start to feel big pressure now from Endaf Owens. Of course, he started in the pit lane in the second phase of this race, so Jeff Smith already starting to close in on Nick Padmore as they cross the line. 3/4 of a second is probably about half a second now. No, not even that, 1/4 of a second, because a personal best fastest lap of the race from Jeff Smith. And here comes Endaf Owens closing on Ian Curley as they cross the line, absolutely together as they break the beam. Endaf Owens looks to the outside, then the inside, later on the brakes, dives his way to the inside on the run through Graham Hill Bend, or Paddock Hill Bend. They're absolutely together as they climb the hill up towards Druids Corner, but Endaf Owens, on paper he's in front. Can he secure it on the brakes? Yes, he can. So from the pit lane in the very back of the field to a podium place. What a drive from Endaf Owens.
Yeah, that's the move he's done on multiple occasions now down towards Paddock Bend, and Ian Curley maybe should have seen that one coming, but again, Endaf does it at the very last minute, throws the car to the inside line very cleanly and manages to get his way through. There's a bit of traffic to deal with through Surtees, so Endaf's a bit unsure of where to go, but finally finds himself through on the inside. I don't think Ian Curley's quite done here, although that little bit of a moment does now drop him into the clutches of Kane Aston, unfortunately, so that does mean that he has to just be wary on the run down towards Paddock Bend as they fly their way across the line for what's going to be, I think, 2 laps to go with 90 seconds left within this race. They go down towards Paddock Bend, and Ian Curley tries to fight back. They're pushing Endaf into the corner, but that doesn't quite work for him because Kane Aston sends one to the inside in towards Paddock Bend, and they've all got to be wary now because Phil Brown is not too far back in that number 5 machine as the leaders work their way now down the Cooper Straight, separated again by about 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, very little between the pair of them. Jeff Smith is really starting to turn up the whip on this penultimate lap of the race. Nick Padmore will see that in his rear view mirror. Since Endaf Owens has got past Ian Curley, he's being helped but hindered all at the same time. Kane Aston is still on a mission to try and work his way back onto the podium. So too is Phil Brown, as you mentioned. Don't rule out Martin Wager. He's just hanging on to the coattails of that little battle. So on to the final lap of the race goes Nick Padmore with Jeff Smith as close as he was on the lap prior. On the running towards turn 1, they're absolutely together. We may just about see a change here because Jeff Smith, he's got the better run as they head up the hill and towards Druids, but all the way around the outside Ian Curley tries to make a move on Endaf Owens. It doesn't work for him, but the top 2 absolutely together. Can Jeff Smith get the better run on the way back down the hill in towards Graham Hill Bend? No, he can't. Nick Padmore, he's really going to have to fight on what is the final half a lap of the second race of the weekend for the Mini Amelia.
Yeah, Jeff Smith has kept himself in contention now. He's going to try one last gasp down the inside line in towards Surtees, then he'll have to try and do something on the run to the line here. But Nick Padmore has been pretty faultless so far this weekend. He hasn't led this race through the entirety, but it looks like he will come through to take the checkered flag because he's on his way through with a couple of car lengths in hand over Jeff Smith, and I don't think it's going to be quick enough to get to the line first. So Nick Padmore already with his hand out the window. 2 out of 2 at the Mini Festival for 2024 for Nick Padmore. He takes the spoils by just under 0.3 of a second from Jeff Smith, and for third place is going to be Ian Curley back ahead. So Endaf Owens does lose out to Ian Curley and by the looks of it, to Kane Aston on the line as well, because Endaf Owens was 9 thousandths of a second back at the end there, and he comes through in 5th place, which is still a fantastic drive from the pit lane for the number 12 machine. But Endaf would have liked to kind of stamp his authority on the podium for the second time this weekend, but it's not quite good enough. Phil Bullen-Brown goes for 6th place, 7th place for Martin Wager. Colin Peacock comes through in the number 8 machine in 8th position, 9th place for Scott Kendall, and 10th place for the number 37 machine of James Cuthbertson. Unfortunately for Aaron Smith, his race got worse and worse, so in fact now he's had his worst finishing position of the season, down in 12th place. So Aaron Smith, not too sure what was wrong with the car there, but last year's champion, well down the order, and that's not going to put him in a too good position for the third and final race of the weekend for the Mini Medias. Just confirmation of Nick Padmore doing the quickest lap on a 54.164, and confirmation of the results as well. Nick Padmore, your winner by just under 3/10 from Jeff Smith. Ian Curley third, Endaf Owens was 4th. That has now been changed around after the photo finish has been evaluated. Kane Aston goes for 5th, Phil Bullen-Brown for 6th, Martin Wager, Colin Peacock, Scott Kendall and James Cuthbertson, Damien Harrington, and then behind that Aaron Smith, with Joe Polly, Sean King, Alex Osborne, your top 15, Nick Paddy, Josh Evans, the winner of the Libras, with Peter Hills and Mark Cohen, the final ones on the lead lap, with Les Stanton and Julian Proctor dropping a lap down towards the end of the race. So thrilling stuff, as predicted, from the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares for the Melias. We'll have them out a little bit later on for the third and final race of the weekend. But for now, all the cars making their way into the pit lane, ready to celebrate, I'm sure, in style, because all the drivers out there had a fantastic race. Unfortunately for those that didn't get any further than that first lap, but the initial first lap we had before the red flag, those cars will now, as I said, be out there in the paddock somewhere, looking to get those cars repaired for the later race. I think some of them have sustained significant damage, not to be back out later on, but for those with just some punctures and some bodywork damage, we look forward to seeing them out there for their last race just after 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's when the Mini Melias will be back with us. We'll have one more race to come before a quick demo from the 65th anniversary of the Mini. They'll have a little bit of a whirl around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and we can tell you a bit of brief history about the 65 years of the Mini as well. But next up, one of the biggest races of the weekend, the fastest Mini in the world. They'll go twice today for what's going to be 2 15-minute races. They had their qualifying session yesterday, which has set the grid, and we'll talk you through all of that very shortly indeed. But I think Jack has made his way down the stairs into the pit lane, and very shortly we'll be speaking to some of our drivers after that Mini Media race. I'm sure there's going to be some hot and sweaty drivers. Nick Padmore did the business though, just managing to hold off Jeff Smith, who tried to retaliate right towards the end, but I think he just left a bit too big a gap as they work their way towards the checker flag there. But of course, as we said, Jeff Smith will have a chance to try and get to the top step of the podium in that final race a little bit later on. And I'm sure Ian Curley will be very delighted with his 3rd place. As I said, he's been away from mini racing for quite a few years now, but good to have the 1998 and 1999 champion back with us, returned to the category this season after a couple of decades away in other series, as we said, but most noticeably in the British Touring Car Championship with that Lexus in the early noughties. Didn't decide to do too many more seasons, and just, as I said, been doing a few other things just to keep his toe in the water. It doesn't look like he's lost it whatsoever though, does it, Ian Curley, in that number 98 machine, who has made it to the podium for what's going to be the first time this weekend. And the championship might look a little bit different after this weekend as well. 3 races, of course, which is not the norm for the Mini Melias, just normally 2 at most of the meetings, but they're going to squeeze in 3 this weekend, so it's a busy weekend for them nonetheless. But Jeff Smith, after the results he's had so far, will be definitely towards the top of the order. Aaron Smith now has to carry one of those bad results as a drop score, so he will be able to drop this 12th place, but it does mean now, after a poor result at the opening meeting at Donington Park and also a non-finish at Snetterton, that is now pretty much it for Aaron Smith in terms of the drop rounds he's allowed to get rid of at the end of the year. So he cannot afford any more bad results, can Aaron Smith. Jeff Smith has a little bit in hand. He's only got the 1 bad round to currently drop, so he's got those in his back pocket if anything does awry between now and the end of the year. And Kane Aston, after a hardy drive from what was 10th yesterday in qualifying. He made his way up to 7th yesterday, 5th place today. So the weekend is slightly improving for him. But again, for Kane Ashton, he can't really afford too many bad results, because the opening weekend at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit was one to forget, unfortunately. So it needs to kind of be up there, consistently scoring some points to make sure that things don't drop away from him, to try and get himself back to the top spot and be crowned champion for 2024. So as we said, fastest mini on the world very shortly. That will be something to look forward to, because all these wonderful cars with their owners who have brought them out to display for all of you here this weekend are very shortly going to tell us if they can actually be the fastest mini in the world today. We are expecting potentially the fastest lap to go, the lap record that we have for this category, that might just disappear. They went quick yesterday, 50. They were down to 50-second lap times, and the lap record here for this category is in the 51. So you never know, something might indeed appear, and the car's now working their way on to the circuit. So we'll get ready for this. We'll give you a grid in due course as well. As I said, Jack's probably down there somewhere waiting to speak to some drivers, which we'll hopefully hear from in due course.
Yeah, what we're going to do is try and get drivers onto the podium as quickly as possible, as we've got the fastest mini in the world grid forming up onto the start-finish straight as we speak. So we'll go through the Mini Melia podium, as those are the drivers that we've got here. So in reverse order, in third place, car number 98, it's Ian Curley. Congratulations, Ian, on to the podium he will go. Second place in the second race of the weekend for the Mini Melia, car number 46 is Jeff Smith. Congratulations, Jeff, onto the second step of the podium and onto the top step. It was hard work, he made it work. Car number 56, Nick Padmore. So Nick Padmore onto the top step of the podium, and making it 2 podiums from 2 so far for him this weekend. So too is Jeff Smith. So the pair of those two onto the top step of the podium. Alan Jackson from the Mini 7 Racing Club joining them on the podium as well. The trophy is very unique indeed, by way of there being a lump of marble and then a corgi model on top of the cars as well. So as the Mini Melia drivers will jump their way off the podium in a few seconds' time, we will get the podium redressed, and we will be able to get the second podium underway in just a few seconds' time. It will be the Mini Libras that we will get onto the podium. So just as the media get their photos, we should be able to just get the podium redressed in time. So as the Mini Melia drivers jump their way off the podium, we can redress the podium ready for the Mini Libras, which they will do now. We'll bring them on in reverse order. In third place in the Mini Libras, car number 133 is Les Stanton. So Les Stanton onto the podium for the third place in the Mini Libras. In second place in Mini Libras, car number 126 is Peter Hills. Congratulations, Peter, onto the second step of the podium. And making it 2 wins from 2 in the Mini Libras, car number 474, Josh Evans. Congratulations, Josh. Justin Jeffries, MD of Mini Spares, providing the trophies, shake of the hand for all of the drivers. And it just allows the media time to get all of their photos, and that should round up the podium for the Mini Melia's race 2. So in the meantime, Matt, back up to you, ready for the start of the fastest mini in the world.
Thank you, Jack. Yep, so just waiting for the formation lap to start. We've had one pushed off the grid, unfortunately, which is Clive Death. So that's not good news for him in the number 65 machine. We are also missing a car from the second row, which I think would have been Richard Billingham. So that is not there either. So already there's some niggles for some of these cars. But apart from that, we should very shortly be good to get underway with the formation lap. So the countdown is now on. Let's run you through then this grid then for the fastest mini in the world. After qualifying yesterday, it's going to see number 18 Matthew Howe start from pole position alongside number 60 Harvey D. So that is going to be one to watch out for. The second row would have been Richard Billingham. He's not there, but then we see the De Silvas alongside in car number 44. The third row, number 77 Richard Morris and 19 Mark Goff. The fourth row, number 70 is Fabio Lufarelli and 121 Jamie Billingham. The fifth row, 132 2, Lewis Salmon, and would have been number 65, Clive Death, but he is missing. The 6th row, number 1, is Richard Higgins, joined by number 51, Anton Trevette. The 7th row is going to be number 149, which is Gary Warburton, and number 2, Tony Hunting. The 8th row, number 266, is going to see Lee Jones, joined by number 5, which was Nigel Death, and then further back we have 266, which is going to be Lee Jones, and number 5, Nigel Death. Quite a few Deaths in this field. The 9th row, number 33, is Andy Shaw, and number 11, Jim Lyons, and the final place on the grid should be number 777, which is Warren Slater. So that gives you the lineup for this 15-minute race. We have got the cars very shortly to head off onto their formation lap. A little bit eager there for Harvey Death. We've got the historic Mini heading off first in terms of the pace car. Then we have the BMW safety car, and then we have the field working its way off the grid. So just to give you a little bit of detail about this, the fastest Mini in the world invites any racing derivative of the classic Mini, i.e. whether it be a saloon, an estate, a space frame, super saloon or a Marcos. This range of Minis will be aiming to win that class or the race outright, whichever they have the pace for. The front running cars will typically be the highly developed space frame Minis, which we'll see of those two in fact on the front row of the grid. All of these will be jostling to become this year's fastest Mini in the world competitor, but do keep an eye out for other special Minis fighting it out there within their respective classes as well. We have 4 classes to look out for. Class A is for those with no engine restrictions and aerodynamic additions are permitted. We then have Class B, which is for any engine less than 1.6 litres. Aerodynamic additions are permitted once again there as well. Class C is for the A series engined cars, which are over 1.3 litre, but they are not allowed any aerodynamic additions to those cars. And Class D is where you find the lowest powered cars in terms of the A series, less than 1.3 litres, and again no aerodynamic additions are allowed. So that gives you a little bit of what the classes are, and of course there are different awards and prizes up for grabs for these drivers as well. But we are looking for the fastest Mini in the world. We are looking for the race winner, but we are also potentially looking for a new lap record, which currently stands in the hands of Harvey Death. That was set back in 2022 on a 51.017. So let's see if we can beat that here in race number 1. It's a rolling start then for these competitors. Unfortunate not to see Richard Billingham on the grid. He did qualify yesterday, but he is the reigning winner of this race from last year. But it's not going to be him on the grid, unfortunately. So the cars work their way to the line. 15 minutes for the first fastest Mini in the world here today at Brands Hatch. On a terrific start further back. They'll try to be from Fabio Luffarelli, but it's going to be Matthew Howe who leads the pack down towards the first corner. Then we have the De Silvas trying to work their way past the Harvey Death car, but Harvey's going to try and hold on. It will be the outside line in towards Druid's corner, but he has some good acceleration and some good braking capabilities as well. So Harvey gets himself back ahead of the De Silvas in the number 44 machine, and then up into 4th place is going to be that green machine by the looks of it at number 19, which is Mark Goff.
It is indeed, but Harvey Death, he hasn't managed to shake off the attentions of Rohit De Silva and Ashan Silva at the moment as they pick their way through Surtees and then back up this slight incline through McLaren and Clearways. So the leader at the moment remains as Matthew Howell. We need to keep an eye on the race lead, as you say, and also keep an eye on lap times as well. But over the line now will come Matthew Howell to stick the first lap in the book, and he's so quick over the line. And you find them braking so early into turn 1 just by way of trying to get the car slowed down. Keep an eye, however, on the number 1 machine of Richard Higgins, because he's slightly later on the brakes than the cars around him. Just doesn't quite have the legs in a straight line.
No, it doesn't, does he? But this is a thing. It's all about the speed and the potential that these cars do have, and of course how they get turned down by the owners as well. But for Matthew Howe, he's well on his way. Harvey Death trying his best to keep with him as he turns away through Granville Bend and on towards the Cooper Straight for the second time. Already we have had on that open lap of 54.8, but the question will be, do you go early for your quickest lap, or do you try and save it for when the car's at its lightest, but then the tyres might not be at their best? It's all about when you want to try and do your fastest lap to try and get this into the book. But as we said, Harvey Death is the man who currently holds that as Matthew Howell goes through, and he's done it already on the end of the second lap, a 50.789. So we already have in this race the new lap record.
Yeah, and effectively, albeit provisionally, a new fastest Mini in the world by way of Matthew Howell, so he's still got a bit of work to do to get that car towards the line. I've noticed as well, I saw it yesterday walking around the paddock, how far back Harvey Deep has to sit in his Mini because of the size of the V8. He's effectively sat on the back seat in his car, but I would say to the eye, he's closing down on Matthew Howell, and we may just about see another new lap record if Harvey Deep strings the rest of this lap together.
Yeah, it takes him a little bit of time, doesn't it, to work this car to the pace it needs, but you're absolutely right. Harvey Deeth is now almost with Matthew Howell as he comes up towards the line. If Howell goes quicker, then Deeth will, by sure, be even quicker than that. He's not, but Harvey Deeth has taken his lap record back now, so he didn't want Matthew to have it for too long, and we're down to a 50.288. Could we potentially get into the 49s in this race? That would be absolutely incredible. But I think for now, Harvey Deeth would just want to try and get past the car ahead of him to try and win the race overall. So down the hill they come once more. It's a lovely looking car of Harvey Deeth, and the spit of flame we see every single lap out of the left-hand side exhaust. It is absolutely incredible. It's a lovely car, lovely driven, and Harvey Deeth now right onto the back of Matthew Howell through the right-hander of McLaren. Yeah,
Fabio Lafarelli on the lap prior did manage to pick his way through and past Mark Goff, so that has been the change for 4th and 5th respectively. Fabio Lafarelli quite convincingly leading Class B in a straight line. You'd expect Harvey Deeth to be quicker, and as soon as he gets that car running on song, as we see, that's when he can really start to apply that pressure. So you can see the car squirming in a straight line, just trying to put the power down. Not quite as quick through the corners, but by God is it quick in a straight line. So Harvey Deeth in 2nd place as he crossed the line, less than 2 tenths between himself and the race leader of Matthew Howell. So those top two absolutely together. They're picking their way through traffic as one. Harvey Deeth again late on the brakes, a spit of flame out of the side of his car as he picks his way through Graham Hill Bend. The short burst for Harvey Deeth, what will be along the Cooper Straight. A quick flash of the brake lights, down a gears through Surtees and then up the hill on the brakes again through McLaren and Clearways, and it's just hanging on for dear life through Clark Curve, waiting for the car to grip. We now may see the change because Matthew Howell not quite as quick in a straight line. Harvey Deeth will be closing all the way along the Brabham Straight. On the brakes, can Harvey Deeth be brave enough as he breaks the beam once again? Not another fastest lap of the race. He managed to set that nice and early. We may still see that time come down in the latter stages of this race, but Harvey Deeth, I think it's a matter of when and not if he will get past Matthew Howell.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it, how Harvey Deeth holds on to the power underneath that bonnet of that Mini, but he's doing a grand job just to keep it in a straight line and also keep with Matthew Howell, and no real surprise that we're already into the traffic of some of the slower cars out there, so that might just be a little bit of a concern for Matthew. Goes right through the middle of 2 of them down the Cooper Straight, but doesn't delay him or Harvey Deeth on the run through the left-hander. That number 60 machine is a car which has been built by a very experienced team, Martin Short's team at Roll Centre Racing, who are very experienced in building cars and also racing them as well. They've done many in terms of Le Mans cars. At the time when this car was built back in 2008, 2009, they were already getting those cars ready in LMP1. So as I said, very experienced team, and this car kicking out some 380 horsepower in terms of under the bonnet. So up the hill he goes once again, and just starting to slow in terms of the lap time, not hugely, down to the 50.6s now for both Matthew and also for Harvey in 1st and 2nd places. For 3rd place, just to tell you, it's still the De Silvas at the minute in car number 44, but they are a distant 15 seconds back.
Very, very smoky Mark Goff on the run through turn 1. It looks more like tyre than anything else, rubbing on bodywork. Whatever's gone on there, clearly that will require some attention. He will see that in his rear view mirror. It is still rubbing, and it very much is tyre. Front left tyre rubbing on bodywork, it would seem. You mentioned Martin Short, and very much a racing family of the Shorts. Obviously, Morgan Short racing in GT Cup and abroad this year, joined by his brother Marcus Short, who's just as quick. So they know what they're doing when it comes to motorsport, but that very smoky Mark Goff picks his way in towards, hopefully, the pit lane come the end of this lap as he's heading through McLaren and Clearways. But the top 2 remain Matthew Howell and Harvey Deeth, still absolutely nose to tail.
They are indeed, yep. So down the hill they come once more in towards the left-hander of Graham Hill Bend. Half a second across the line is what the gap is, but of course Harvey Deeth we know is quick in a straight line, but then through the corners Matthew Howell seems to have the ability just to pull away. So it's a circuit of 2 halves at the minute, but can Harvey Deeth do anything about making a move? It's going to be a hard one. Maybe the traffic might play its part within this race at some point, with just over 8 minutes to go. Still having the blue flags wave for these slightly slower cars of first off number 51, which is down there in 10th position at the minute. That's Anton Trevette, who is with the Owens fabrication. Of course, Owens, Endalf Owens, who we saw out in that previous race, does prepare that car. But for now, Howe and Deeth up towards Druids they go. The gap comes down once again to 3 tenths.
It does indeed, and I noticed Warren Slater slightly tentative to put absolutely everything into that car, and I mean, I don't blame him. Obviously, he had a wheel parts ways with his car yesterday, so you can imagine the nerves would be quite high for Warren Slater. But at the moment, I would say Harvey Deeth is closer than he's been all race to race leader Matthew Howler, just heading through McLaren and Clearways, and there's a car length between them. There's absolutely nothing between them. Harvey Deeth in a straight line. We know he's quicker. We could see the change here.
Yep, just about acceleration, just making sure you are very, very easy with it as you come onto the straight. But Harvey looking good then as he gets the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend. He can't break as late as Matthew Howe, so he carries the speed into the corner. Harvey was very wide in towards Paddock Hill Bend. I don't know if that was the preferred line he wanted or just missed his braking point, but nonetheless he has managed to stay just about with the race leader as they turn now in towards Druids once again. Harvey Deeth at this stage of the race looking quite racy as he works his way downhill in towards Graham Hill Bend. The door was almost left open by the race leader, and again this is the part of the circuit where Harvey Deeth does accelerate in terms of the power he has, but again he can't find his way through it. More traffic to deal with then for the race leader. Doesn't be a concern for him on the run through McLaren, so Lewis Salmon steps aside for both of the front runners, but Harvey Deeth there just slightly delayed, and the gap will be more than it was a lap ago. Yeah,
into the pit lane as well comes Mark Goff. He's clearly noticed that he has an issue with that car, but at the moment Harvey Deeth, he's not quite as close as he needs to be to take the lead away from Matthew Howe over the line in what is third place, but quite some way behind will be Rohit De Silva and Ashan Silva, the men from Sri Lanka, still giving chase, but they cannot afford to lift off or have any sort of mistake, because Fabio Lafarelli is just sat behind now. Over the line, the pair of those two go. Fabio almost runs out of gear as he comes towards the line, but traffic is now massively playing a part, and Matthew Howell and Harvey Deeth picking their way through the same pieces of traffic almost as one.
Yeah, but all the slower cars have just been very wary and observant of those quicker ones coming through. So I think Jamie Billingham is the next one, 121, the orange machine, which is a lovely turn-down car once again. So the Austin Mini steps to one side, and we've now lapped up to and including 6th place. So absolutely flying are the top two, which are still separated by less than a second. But is Harvey Deeth going to have his chance to get through in what is now going to be a very slow Warren Slater across the line? But Warren Salter, who goes across the line there. It's been pretty much running like that for the majority of the race, but again just making sure he stays out of the way and gets the laps completed that he needs to do as they turn away now the leaders on towards the back straight once again in towards 30s, and McLaren they're about to go, and Matthew Howe now very much under pressure from Harvey Deeth as they turn away in towards McLaren. There's no gap through there. Matthew had that covered all the way through in towards Clearways, so can now Harvey accelerate with all this power on towards the Brabham Straight he comes once again. Time is running out, 4.5 minutes to go. It has to be now or it's never going to happen, is it, for Harvey, because he's tried on every single occasion, but Matthew Howe some way in this race is making that Mini very, very wide indeed. So Harvey has to try and think outside the box really and see if he can spring a surprise where Matthew Howe would not really be thinking about it, and it will be round the outside at Druids Corner, which is going to be the job done, and Harvey Deeth does finally get himself up into the lead of the race, so he's now ticked that box off as well. He has the fastest lap from earlier in the race on a 50.288, and now he has the race lead. But can Matthew Howe keep himself on the back of Harvey Deeth and potentially come back into the equation at some point? We'll have to wait and see. As it stands, Andy Shaw makes his way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. He is currently down in 11th position, sits second within Class D as well, and that car very shortly will be lapped by the race leader. Got a bit of a problem on the right front by the looks of it. Another car which might just be rubbing on the bodywork, but that car just emulating a little bit of smoke from the right front is Andy Shaw, but it seems to be carrying on for the time being.
Yes, and it may just be, normally you'd expect it to be the left front, wouldn't you, really, around here, because that is really the heavily loaded side of the car. But now with Harvey Deeth in front of Matthew Howell, it's a case of can he run away? We know he's quicker in a straight line, so he will try and maximise his exits to not leave himself vulnerable on the way into the next corner, because that's where we know Matthew Howell is quicker. But all through the gravel and all off the road is one of the cars through Clark Corner. We'll try and pick out exactly who that is. I would say that is probably, is it the number 33 machine? Yes, it is. So Andy Shaw clearly pushing on slightly too much through Clark Corner. Pretty much a self-induced mistake. He got away with it though, dug himself back out the gravel and carried on.
Yeah, that was the car with the smoke on the right front, so maybe it's now not being able to turn as well as it should be. So Shaw gets through, came back onto the circuit, started weaving, which was right in front of the leaders, which is never a good thing. But of course, Andy would have just been trying to shake off the gravel and get the dirt off the tyres as best as he possibly could, but it wasn't the best place to do it really in front of the race leaders. But Harvey Deeth unfazed by that one as he pushes now down towards the left-hander of Surtees. 2.5 minutes to go, so with the lap times they are showing, we should be good for 3 more at the end of this. Next one to be lapped is going to be 77, which is going to be that of Richard Morris. So he steps now nicely to one side in the Mini Clubman, and we're now up to lapped and including 5th place. So they've absolutely been the class of the field, have these two. But Harvey Deeth now, as he goes in towards Paddock Hill Bend, just has a nice buffer, doesn't he, over Matthew Howell of 3/4 of a second, and Warren Salter has had a spin on the inside of Paddock Hill Bend for some reason.
Yeah, that's where Warren Salter came to rest yesterday when one of his wheels parted ways with the car. So the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend and halfway up towards Druids will be covered by localised yellows. It is a hot spot. If you make a mistake heading through Paddock Hill Bend, that you will end up somewhere around that section of circuit. But Harvey Deeth, having taken the lead away from Matthew Howell just a few laps ago, has really started to pull away. By the time they get to the line this time, I think the lead margin will be well over a second. In terms of Rohith De Silva and Ashan De Silva, they are controlling the pace perfectly and have pulled out quite the margin between themselves and Fabio Lufarelli at the moment. So over the line there goes Fabio, somewhat off the pace compared to where we've seen him so far. What of the cars coming into the pit lane? Because we've just heard the pit klaxon sound, which makes me think we will have another car coming in, and it isn't Andy Shaw. He's still clearly comfortable with the way that that car is performing, and I think for Harvey Deeth at the moment, the main thing for him is traffic management, pick his way through the traffic as quickly as possible and get the car to the end, which is only a lap away.
Yeah, Richard Morris, I think, is the one that came into the pit lane there, which is a big surprise actually. He was inside the top 5, but he is now dropping down the order with some problem towards the end of this race, unfortunately. 30 seconds to go, so Harvey's about to work his way on to the last lap in what is this very special occasion for the fastest Mini in the world, celebrating 30 years in 2024. All kicked off back at Silverstone in August of 1994, and ever since it's been a very, very popular race that we've had here at the Mini Festival. So through Paddock Hill Bend goes what's going to be Harvey Deeth. He now leads by 1.6 seconds, so once that job has been done, he's managed to clear away, hasn't he?
He has indeed, and just running away at the rate in which he has been, it's not exactly been pushing the car beyond its limits. All he's doing is making sure he can chip away and not really give Matthew Howell any opportunity to respond and try and get his way back through. But the clock has ticked to 0, and Harvey Deeth is going through the final couple of corners for the final time.
Yep, he's been a 4-time winner in the last 12 years, has Harvey Deeth. He's done it back-to-back in 2019, 2021 and 2022. We had a year out, of course, due to COVID, but it looks like it's going to be, for the first race at least, Harvey Deeth back to the top step of the podium. He's done the quickest lap of the race as well. He's ticked every single box in the first of our fastest Mini in the world races here at Brands Hatch. Harvey Deeth wins by what is going to be a second in the end from Matthew Howell. We then have to wait quite a while before we see the De Silva car come through. We're going to have up to the line Fabio Lufarelli, who will be a lap down but will be classified in 4th place, but it's a very slow Fabio Lufarelli towards the end of the race there, about 4 seconds off what his initial best race pace was. So Lufarelli just suffering maybe towards the end as well in the number 70 machine. De Silva, whether it be one of the two drivers, Rohith or Ashan, they'll separate themselves for these two races. So across the line will come De Silva in the final step on the podium. Here comes that car now up towards the checkered flag, and well done to them. They're not really anyone to battle with in the race, especially in the late stages of it, but still they come through to take the podium. 46 seconds back from the top 2. Lufarelli, as we said, down in 4th place. 5th place will go the way of number 121, which will be the car of Jamie Billingham. That is, no, 121 is not Billingham on the screen. but it should be in the car, but it says actually Chamberlain there, so not too sure where that has come from. 6th place then for the 132 machine, which is Lewis Salmon, and then behind that we will have the 51 machine in 7th place of Anton Trevette, and then behind that in 8th position 149 will be Gary Warburton. Behind them we'll have Tony Hunting in the number 2 machine, and for 10th place with a little bit of smoke as we saw through that race, Andy Shaw in his Mini Cooper S, and then the others unfortunately failing to finish the race. But we did have one of the final finishers there, Nigel Death, in his Austin Mini Cooper S as well, but the rest all suffered some problems and didn't make the end of the race unfortunately. So classification sees Harvey Death win the race and also the quickest lap, new lap record of a 50.288. Matthew Howe comes through in 2nd place ahead of the De Silvas, with Fabio Lifarelli in 4th. 5th place for Adam Chamberlain, then Lewis Salmon, Anton Trevette, Gary Warburton, Tony Hunting and Andy Shaw your top 10, with Richard Morris and the number 5 machine, as we mentioned, Nigel Death, being the final classified finisher. In terms of the classes, it was a win in Class A for Harvey Death. Class B went the way of Fabio Lifarelli. Class C went the way of Lewis Salmon, and for Class D that went the way of what was going to be Gary Warburton. So all of those will be class winners as well in the first of our fastest mini in the world races. We'll do it all again a little bit later on at 3:05, and again with those that suffered, hopefully we'll see them back out there to give us another run for everyone's money. But the lap record, as expected, has been broken by near enough 0.8 of a second. So we did think it might be the case this weekend. All these drivers have been working very hard and tirelessly to make sure that they are in best conditions for this meeting, and just adding a little bit more power where they can, and of course with perfect conditions for these cars, it has given us, as we said, a quickest lap, a new lap record, 50.288. Let's see if we can go any quicker later on. Can we potentially get it down to the 49s? That would be absolutely incredible. But briefly, Matthew Howe had it, but then Harvey Death wasn't content on letting that be the case, so he takes it back and he beats his own lap record from 2022. It wasn't beaten last year. It was a 51.6 last season with the winner Richard Billingham, but we have done it, as we said, in 2024. So very well done to Harvey Death. I think he'll be quite happy when he speaks to Jack Werrell in just a few minutes' time, because all those drivers have now headed down to the podium, just being held at the minute in Parc Fermé, but they'll be ushered down to the Grand Prix podium for what we are using this weekend.
Yeah, they should be heading down there, walking up the pit lane to try and herd some of the drivers, but you know, herding race drivers isn't exactly as easy as it is to herd sheep, so we've got a bit more collecting to do to try and grab all of the drivers ready for the podium, and then hopefully we can bring the podium to you. But I hear we've got some slightly unusual on-track action on the way, Matt.
Yeah, you have got time, which is good, because we've got a parade and demonstration coming up for the 65 years of the Mini. So we've got plenty of time to do a podium and also talk to the drivers. So we'll talk you through a little bit of the demo, but then we'll let you enjoy the cars, the sounds of some of them, and also the views that you get as well. Those cars are now actually onto the circuit, which is good to see. So they've been brought on around the top of Paddock Hill Bend. They'll do a few demo laps for everyone to enjoy. But as we said, it's a very special year for the Mini. 65 years of this iconic mark, and the journey of the British icon begins, rather surprisingly, back in Egypt, would you believe? The Suez Canal crisis of 1956 led to the depletion of Britain's oil supply and did trigger some emergency petrol rationing in the UK. With the result of that, the sales of large gas-guzzling cars that dominated the British market at the time did then plummet. The automotive industry now yearned for a smaller, more economical choice of automobile, and it would be Sir Leonard Lord of the British Motor Corporation and his top designer Alec Izagunas who would take on the challenge of designing such a car. It's a very iconic car, as we said, and who'd have thought back then that it would have gone on for so long indeed. But it was a very good success. Production began what was originally known as Project AD015 in the summer of 1959. The initial cars had yet to find that famous name, but we know it very well these days, don't we? The Mini, which has now lasted for 65 years. And as we said, all the different variants that we can try and squeeze onto the track now for this demo are making their way round. I think they're going to come into the pit lane, just have a brief pause, and then they'll be back out there to do a few, as I said, more laps in in the sunshine at Brands Hatch, which is good to see. And if you want to see more minis, well, just head along Colin Chapman Way. As we said, loads of venture to the circuit here today. If you have brought your mini with you, thank you so much, because it makes this event very much indeed. And those who don't have a mini but come to this meeting, do like to have a little look around the vast array of minis we do have here. So yeah, do take the opportunity this weekend to have a look along Colin Chapman Way. You have to go through kind of 5-6 rows deep, maybe even more actually, because I can see loads on the grass over there. There's lots that have got onto the bank down on Colin Chapman Way, so they do make a fantastic site. And even I think over towards the back behind the hospitality units, there are even more to look at, and I can see a nice crowd that has also gathered over towards the top of Colin Chapman Way in the kind of arena area where we have our first stunt show of the day taking place. So if you want to have a look at that briefly as well, you can do. First one of those is taking place, and we have another one to come at what's going to be 3:30 this afternoon as well. So that is the stunt show which is happening. Cars going backwards, sideways, on two wheels, and just giving you a really good stunt show, which is what everyone wants to see. These minis being driven in a different way. So the demo runs are now taking place. They are going to be some fairly quick demo runs by the looks of it, because those out front want to get a bit of a move on and really test the pace of these minis around the Indy circuit. And again, there are different variants and different models and different shapes that you wouldn't probably normally see in terms of a mini, but they've been brought here today to be shown off, and they do look good. We've got the kind of soft tops that are out there. We've got one that I do not have a clue what it is, but it looks very different indeed as it works its way up towards Druids Corners. So yeah, very nice indeed for these cars to be shown off in this 65 years of the Mini. Just to very quickly give you one that we have out there, the Morris Mini Cooper 999cc Special Saloon. This is a period original Mark 1 mini race car that competed in the mid-1970s. It retains its original specification, including the Ardennes conversions, 8-port 970ccs engine, and a little bit of a brief history about it. It was purchased by the current owner in April 1969 as a second-hand Taurus-tuned Mark 1, developed into a club rally car using the 998cc and then into the 1275, which is more common these days. Then in 1973 the car was re-engineered to compete in the 1000cc special saloons, running both here and at Lydden Hill. Then the 999cc Arden engine installed with the 970S bottom end, the alloy 8-port cylinder heads, and the twin 40 Weber DCOE carbs. Achieved 7 wins and 3 podium finishes during the 1975 and 1978 seasons, and it last raced in 1985. The car was mothballed and only recently restored to its 1976 specification, and it's had the continuous ownership of some 55 years, home built and developed by Graham Brewis. So nice to see that car out there. I don't know if it's still got the same number on the side of the car as well. It should be with the 127 machine actually, which is just heading towards the top of Paddock Hill Bend. So that's the car we have just mentioned for you. That one on its way down, and that is with, as I said, Graham Brewis, the owner of that car. So lovely to have it here. It has got a lot of history, as I'm sure many of these cars have across the course of the Indy circuit. So we'll let you enjoy this. I can see some drivers working their way to a podium, so very shortly Jack will be on hand to give us a podium and chat to our top 3 from that previous race.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Matt. So whilst the demo laps are taking place, we can bring you the top 3 from the first fastest Mini in the world race of the weekend. So in reverse order, we'll bring on 3rd place. Car number 44 in the A2Z Mini Sprint, a fairly new chassis, only from last year, is Ashan Silva. Onto the podium for me, please. Ashan, a round of applause, and he works his way onto the podium. And in 2nd place, car number 18 in his Austin Mini 7, albeit what's left of an original one, Matthew Howell, onto the 2nd step of the podium. There will be a trophy presentation later at around about 4 o'clock for these guys. And the new, effectively, fastest Mini in the world, almost a full second faster than the lap record we've seen previously. Onto the podium, please, car number 60, Harvey Deeth. So onto the podium for Harvey. We will run on and try and grab a word with them. So we'll start with we'll start with Ashan. Obviously, we know that this is very much a family affair. You and your family come here every year, and it's brilliant to see how involved you are. Does it just make it feel that much better to get onto the podium?
Of course, yeah. I mean, this is my second time over here, so second time in racing in England, and yeah, we did a lot of work last year, but this year, I mean, we decided last minute to come for the race, but you know, we have issues with the car, but I really enjoyed it. I mean, the atmosphere is great. It's very different for what I usually do. The family gatherings, how they come, you know, how they stay over the night and enjoy themselves, you know, eating, drinking, dancing. It's amazing. It's an amazing thing. I think I will come here every year.
Great stuff. We'll look forward to seeing you again next year, hopefully. Thank you so much, Ash. And we'll go over to Matthew. And sort of tell me, that seemed like you were very quick at the start, and all of a sudden somebody started to apply a bit of pressure. What was that like?
I basically cooked my tyres. I lost a lot of front end, so it's a case of trying to manage it then, and he was coming. We weren't going to stop him, so it's a case of try following as close as you can. If he makes a mistake, capitalise on it.
And are you going to change anything for race team? Maybe look after the tyres earlier so you can be the thorn in his side towards the end?
Oh, definitely there'll be some changes for the second race.
Great stuff. We'll look forward to it. Thank you, Matthew. And the new fastest Mini in the world, Harvey, that must feel good. I mean, you already had the lap record, and you were, what, 9/10 quicker. So what changed this year compared to just a couple of years ago?
I think being chased by Matthew was a bit of a stimulant, so I just wanted to push fairly hard to start off with, but just be mindful of tyres, and then come on stronger a bit later on. And yeah, so we had a tussle and got close, and we had a good race.
And we know that Matthew's going to be changing things. In response, are you going to change anything, or just drive around even quicker?
I think I have to change everything.
Great stuff. Congratulations to the top three. In the meantime, we will let the demo laps carry on, and then we can enjoy yet more of the Mini Festival here at Brands Hatch.
Thanks, Jack. Yep, so we still have the demonstrations going on for the 65 years of Mini. Just to continue the story, if you're not aware of it, the Mark 1 Mini didn't see the set the motoring world too much alight, unfortunately, with its initial sales, but BMC would produce over 1 million Mark 1s back in the day, and as the 60s began to roar, BMC's gamble would start to pay off, because the too good to be true price finally won over the British public.
Hi everybody, we're at the fastest Mini in the world at Brands Hatch, currently in his 30th year. It started in 1994 at Silverstone. We've got full grid of 22 cars, which is one of the biggest grids we've had for a very long while. We have 4 classes, A, B, C and D. Class A is no engine restriction with aero. Class B is any engine less 1600cc, aero allowed. Class C is A series engine, 1300, no aero. Class D is A series, less than 1300, no aero, and it's all inclusive. So if you've got a Mini, it gives you a chance to get out there and join in the fun and make the grids bigger. I must like to thank the main sponsors, Mini Spares, because if it wasn't for them, costs would just spiral out. The entrance fee is like 300 quid, but that's due to the main sponsors we've got. So if you've got a Mini, bring it along next year. Brilliant racing. Let's go and do some interviews. We're here with Richard Billingham and his lovely Mini. It's the fastest Mini in the world. You're the current champion, Richard.
That's correct, yes.
And what engine and gearbox are you running?
So we run a Vauxhall Astra VXR turbo engine, standard H-pattern Vauxhall F20 gearbox. Runs about 350 horsepower, so yeah, it's quite rapid, yeah.
Aero's free, engine free?
Yeah.
So is it the first, second, third or fourth sort of variation?
We're probably on about the 3rd generation now. It's gone on for like 15, 20 years, but this is done 4 years now, so it's good.
Any other series that you're racing, or is it just basically just this?
Just this, but we have started going with the special saloons. We're setting up a new Ultimate Mini Championship, so we're trying to get that going as well, so we just get some more seat time in the cars then.
Right, we're here with Pete Craddington and Ollie Howe. Pete built the car and Ollie's going to be driving it. How did the car come about, Pete, and a little bit of history of it, please?
Okay, we've raced minis for like 30 plus years, and as a group we've always dreamt about having a space frame mini. So I purchased this as a rolling shell 5 years ago, and I thought, this is pretty good. And then I got it back to my workshop, pulled it apart and thought, oh my god, what have I done? So I basically did it, put a Honda K20 engine and box in it, but I spent a long time designing the suspension to try and make the car easy to drive. I spent about 3 months actually on computers working it all out, and yeah, it's worked so far pretty well. I've had a lot of help. Obviously this chap here has worked a lot, but obviously, although I've done most of it myself, so I've basically made the chassis, all the carbon fibre parts, the front, built the engine, built the gearbox, done the wiring loom, programmed ECU, dash, etc. But all the machining has been done by DUI Engine Services, and I'll be honest, he's done it for nothing. He's helped us along the way. We've known each other since he was about this high, and he's a really good guy, and he needs to get a mention on this.
So how come you're driving it then, Ollie? How did that come about?
Well, I was very lucky enough to drive Pete's last car in 2004, which we won this event at. And we've done an awful lot together over the years, Pete and I, and there's a few others. DY Engine Service has been involved in a lot of it, and we've just, as Pete very affectionately put it, I'm the only idiot that would get in it. So, and it is a wild animal. It is, yeah, you've got to be wide awake when you drive it.
Favourite corner?
Pardon?
Favourite corner?
Everyone I turn left or right at.
We're here with Harvey Deeth now and his lovely Mini, fastest Mini in the world.
Well, it has been in the past. Richard Billingham took the honours last year, so yeah, it's a bit to be done this year, I think, to try and regain it.
Tell us a little bit about the car, please, Harvey. What engine it's got in it? What gearbox is in it? What variation is it? Is it the first, second, third, fourth, or more than that?
We built the car 14 years ago, and it's got a radical V8 engine in it, producing 380 horsepower. With an X-Track World Touring Car gearbox with a sequential gear change. So the car weighs about the same weight as a normal Mini, so it's got a fairly healthy power to weight ratio, as have most of these cars here.
So are we looking for a sub 50 today? Or?
Sub 50's got to be a target. I think a few of us have been nibbling around 50 and a bit seconds, so we'll have to see.
We're here with another staple of fastest Mini in the world. How many years have you been doing the fastest Mini?
Oh, I'm trying to think now. It's got to be about 10 years now, something like that, I think. Something like that.
So how, is this the first variation of the car? Fourth variation? How many years is it sort of ongoing?
56th probably. So I've had this car since I was 15. I'm 46 now, so quite a few years. And every year, like, it evolves and develops a bit more.
Yeah, A-Series turbo with BMW head, is that right?
That's right, yes. So it's the A-Series block, but it's the A+5, so it's the alley block with the 5-pound crank in it. The Swifty dog box underneath it, and
Built by yourself?
Yes, yeah.
Slog.
Yeah, a lot of work, but a lot of fun. It's good fun.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that, and good luck later on. Thank you. Hi, with another driver now, Tony Hunting, and he's got a Class C Mini.
Certainly have, yes, yeah. Class C Mabel the Mini. This is Mabel the Mini, named by my wife.
So, is this your first attempt at the fastest Mini in the world?
First time I've come to the fastest Mini, yeah. I normally run with another club, but yeah, I was persuaded to come here for the fastest Mini to see how we get on, really.
So, have you had a run in it here yet or not?
No, I haven't done it. I've done Brands Hatch a number of times, but not with this group. So I haven't done the test, the practice this morning. But I know the circuit.
Favourite corner?
Paddock Hill Bend, did it?
Yeah, got to be. That's just a GP, so getting us probably Hawthorne or Dingledale. Did you build the Mini yourself?
It started as a rally car, and me and my friends and mechanics, we converted it to a competitive race car now. So it's been developed over the last, I would say in COVID years it was developed quite a lot, but over probably about 10 years it was developed from rally car to a race car.
Oh, excellent. And you built the engine yourself?
No, it's a specialist engine. Yeah.
Can you tell us the specialist?
Well, Mr. Nick.
The Swifty man.
The Swifty man. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, that's fantastic, and I say good luck with everything as it goes. And
we're looking forward to the day, and hope the weather stays.
I'm here down in the paddock with Ian Curley, who's joined us back this year in the Mini Miglia. How was that?
Really good race. That's been the hottest race this year for certain. No real dramas. I need to find a bit more pace in myself, but it's going good.
And you were racing historics before, so it's quite a difference going to these slick tired cars on the Mini Miglia.
Massively, yeah. I mean, I've raced the Appendix K touring car for 10 years and they drift real good, and this doesn't. This just like, you turn the wheel and it turns in. So no, it's been a bit of a change of technique really, which I've struggled with a little bit, but and I haven't really raced a Miglia since like 2000, so it's been a fair while.
What's the difference, do you think, now from when you were racing the Mig before?
It's not a great deal. Not that I mean, it's a long time, but no, I think that they're much of a muchness. Really, I think that's really good that they haven't really changed. So I think there's probably more competitive drivers in it at the moment. I think the mid '90s was a real golden era, and then and now I think it's equally back there, if not a bit tougher.
Specialised mouldings, you make a lot of the carbon fibre for these cars.
Yeah, that's right. We do a lot of classic Mini stuff. I mean, we're fundamentally a motorsport composite company, so we make all the bodywork for like the Napa Full touring car team, Mini Challenge, loads of other customers, and so we're very heavily motorsport orientated. And I think the Mini part is just through my passion of racing the Mini, and fundamentally there are a lot of my mates who race them, so they all come and take the stuff for nothing off of me.
Phil, you're a familiar face in the paddock here in the Mini 7, but this is your first weekend.
It is my first weekend. 20 years ago I raced with the Mini 7 Club in the Mini Miglia, so this has been nice to come back, and we've had a good weekend so far.
And you're racing in the Mini 7 S-Class. We all know what that means, but can you tell people at home what an S-Class is?
The S-Class is designed to be an entry-level scholarship, which is what the S stands for. So a lot of basic engine components. The cars are very similar to a Mini 7. They've got controlled dampers. And it's designed to be the affordable entry level into the Mini 7 Club. And it's a perfect entry. They're very competitive. It's a lot of fun.
This was Tina Cooper's car, and you've completely stripped it.
It was Tina Cooper's car, yeah. She had it for quite a long time. It was originally the car they built in '99 at the Mini birthday. Obviously been through a few hands, but yes, it's now fresh.
What have you changed?
Little bits here and there, really. A little bit of roll cage stuff, bit of suspension stuff, a fresh coat of paint. And obviously convert it over to the S-Class from the Mini 7 that it was.
Mini 7 racing, yes. What do you think so far?
I love it. I don't race often enough. I think we were working it out earlier. I think I've driven twice in the last 5 years. So to come back to be where we are, and in the club, which is very friendly, and everybody's got something nice to say, it's brilliant. I love it.
So this weekend we're supported by Mini Spares on the live feed, and also throughout the year, but specifically you, Phil, they've really helped you get back on track.
They have. They've been supporting me for quite a long time in my endeavours here, there and everywhere. But here specifically, they've given me an awful lot of help, so I'd like to thank them really, and for supporting the Mini in general. It's a big market. They work really hard, and it keeps everybody like us, in bits and pieces, which is wonderful.
So the next session has worked its way out onto the start-finish line, and Matt, this is one of the biggest grids that we've got here all weekend. And you may think, well, yes, they're all minis, but they're not necessarily all minis. They're all sort of open to all four-seater passenger cars from the Mini family, which sort of explains the appearance of the Wolseley Hornet, which we've got out there, but also I think it's one of your personal favourites, the Austin Mini van, which we've got out there as well.
Yeah, I love the van. It's done so well actually so far this weekend. It qualified not too badly, so that is definitely going to be one to watch out for. But as you said, yeah, a little bit of a different turn now for the Pre-66. This is a series which originated here at the Mini Festival as an endurance race for Pre-66 Minis. It was here between 2012 and 2016. It then disappeared, but it's great to have it back for this year, as we said, because we are celebrating the 65 years of the Mini mark, and great to have the support as well from Samwa Trophy, but it's here to make its return for this after an 8-year hiatus. So looking forward to seeing how this all plays out. So we're going back, harking back to Pre-66, and let's take you through how the grid lines up as they head off onto the formation lap. It's going to be Nathan Heathcote and Tom Bell on the front row of the grid. The second row then sees number 25, which is Adam Morgan, and 76, Mike Jordan, two current stars of the BTCC, and one of them an ex-star of the BTCC as well. Row 3, number 33 is going to be Matthew Page with 193, which is Phil Bullen Brown. The fourth row, Endalf Owens, and 55, Jeff Smith. The fifth row, number 21, Kieran Edgecombe, and 45, David Ogden. The sixth row lines up with number 10, Freddie Hunt, son of James Hunt, and 103, Amy Watts. The seventh row then sees number 171, which is Dan Lewis, and number 3, Giles Page. The eighth row, triple 8, which is David Wheeler, and Daniel Wheeler, and number 7, Mark Burnett. The ninth row, 101, is Stephen Woodrow, and 306, Joe Polly. The 10th row, number 85, is Sam Summerhayes, and 93, Tom Wesley. The 11th row, 88, Nick Paddy, with 176, Simon Goodliff. The 12th row, number 37, is Charlie Cooper, and 23, which is Cloud Cassina. The 13th row, number 9, Neil MacArthur, and 73, Nigel Fraser-Kerr. The 14th row is going to see number 102, Bruce Galliford, and 70, Alexander Schlupta. The 15th row, number 101, Alfie Woodrow, and 19, Benjamin Chiron. The 16th row, number 75, Raphael Edouard, and 142, Francesco Roothouse. And the final place on the grid will be number 172, Jean-Francois Bardet, to give us 33 for this Pre-66 Mini race. So again, looking good. Sunshine is out. It's a perfect day here at Minifest.
It really is, and there's still people working their way in. I was looking over earlier, and there's still sort of cars just producing a steady stream into the top paddock and the bottom paddock as well. So it's nice to see so many people here, and the weather's starting to behave as well, isn't it?
Certainly is, yeah, looking really nice indeed. And just saw a quick glimpse of the back of the van there, so that's working its way to the grid. The Wolseley Hornet of Neil MacArthur is, I think, a little bit further up on the grid, so that's going to be one to watch out for as well. So keep an eye on those couple of unique cars, but it is, of course, the original really Mini that works its way to the front, the Cooper or the Cooper S's. That'll be there on the front of the grid with Nathan Heathcote, who in qualifying yesterday was about 0.4 of a second quicker than Tom Bell, but we know that Tom has to give that car over to Joe Ferguson for the latter race, so it does mean that Joe Ferguson will once again be on the front row, because his time was also good enough for second on the grid in the times we saw yesterday. So Joe was a little bit quicker, but Tom still qualifies on the front row of the grid. So looking forward to this as they work their way down. We've got the van into the pit lane, which is not what we want to see, so that's not good for Nick Paddy. Hopefully he comes onto the circuit at the end of the pit lane, but we're about to go. Red lights on, and 20 minutes of Pre-66 Minis get underway now. It's a good start from the poleman of Nathan Heathcote, who just squeezes ahead of Tom Bell, who tries to get in line, but then there's got a car of Adam Morgan, who's on the inside line there, so he tries to squeeze his way up into second place. Nathan Heathcote a little bit sideways there, so Tom Bell gets some momentum around the outside, and we're going to be about 3 wide, I think, up towards Druids on this first occasion, so they're going to sort themselves out in the order of Heathcote, with Adam Morgan just about being in second place, and Tom Bell is still trying to be squeezed down the inside, but it's going to be eventually third place in towards Graham Hill Bend. But of course these cars are pristine again, they are very well looked after. We've got one sideways, just get a clip in the left rear there, and that's not good to see, and the one that made the clip, I think, was the number 1 machine.
Yeah, so unfortunately a few drivers being caught out on the opening lap. Nathan Heathcote is trying to make good his escape up at the front. He does have Adam Morgan giving chase, but even still it is very, very close indeed, because Tom Bell isn't that far away in third place, and he wants to start applying that pressure. So too does Endaf Owen. He will try and pick his way through and past Phil Bullen Brown, who in turn is trying to work his way through and past Mike Jordan. Phil Bullen-Brown dives his way to the inside of Mike Jordan, and Endaf Owen tries to do the same. We're going to be 3 wide, 4 wide almost on the run up towards the run up towards Druids. So all the way around the outside, Mike Jordan's trying to make it work. Can he make it work around the outside of Tom Bell? Very sideways on the exit. Endaf Owen has somehow come out best in that one, and he's trying to pick up another place. Mike Jordan tries to fight back, and Endaf Owen picks up 2 places out of that.
Yeah, slightly different Mini this time for Endaf Owens, but it's still a Mini that goes sideways, which is what he likes in this terms of racing. Sideways almost there for the second place car of what's now going to be Tom Bell. He finds himself just ahead of Adam Morgan as they turn away in towards Clearways and Clark Curve. Just to say, the spin we had down at Graham Hill Bend on that first lap was Joe Polly, and the one that just tagged the rear end was the through machine of Giles Page. So that is the 2 cars that were involved. The van, by the way, did get out the pit lane, so it's towards the back, but it's going to try and make its way through as best as possible as the fight for what's going to be 4th place turns in towards Paddock Hill Bend once again, and this time it's going to be number 55 trying to make the move, which is going to be Jeff Smith. Does he get through? I don't think he does, but up ahead of him, if those 2 do get involved in something, he might be able to work his way through.
Yeah, Jeff Smith through and past Mike Jordan. He will try and give chase once again as they go back down the hill and in towards Graham Hill Bend. There's battles literally everywhere you look, no matter where on circuit, aside from Nathan Heathcote up at the front. He's just started to extend that margin more and more and more, away from Tom Bell, away from Adam Morgan, Phil Bullen-Brown, Endaf Owens, what is now Jeff Smith, and then Mike Jordan. Before we get back to David Ogden, who isn't really too far away either. And one thing that we have seen in the 7s, the MiGs, but not this race, is the pack racing. It's just one solid line of cars. There's no packs forming. It is just car after car after car.
Yeah, they're all kind of evenly matched, aren't they? They're kind of as they were standard back in pre-66 terms, and you just have to try and have the driver ability to try and make your way through on someone. So it's great to see this form of racing. A little bit of dust being kicked up at Paddock Hill Bend, nothing major to worry about, just a car running slightly wide on that occasion. But Nathan Heathcote still continues to lead then ahead of Tom Bell by about 1.6 seconds as it stands. Adam Morgan, who was out with his touring car last weekend at Croft, that car did have a run with Dad Russell Morgan, who was meant to be here with him this weekend, but it's Adam who's doing the 2 races. But Russell gave that car a run out in the classic touring car 66 race last weekend. And then behind we've got Phil Bullen-Brown, and Endaf Owens now up into 5th place. So he hasn't got to do as much work as he did in the earlier race that we saw for the Melias, but Endaf Owens still having a cracking battle at the minute. And on this occasion, is it going to be Jeff Smith trying to look his way through? Yes, he does. On the outside on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend, the black car with the white roof of Jeff Smith does now go through, and further back we're going to have a move as well. By the looks of it, it's going to be Mike Jordan, who has potentially been passed there by the number 45 machine, which is going to see David Ogden through.
It is indeed. So Nathan Heathcote with another fastest lap of the race, and Stephen Woodrow and Alfie Woodrow, no matter, I'm not exactly sure which one it is, they're fighting so hard with the Edgecombe, Declan and Kieran Edgecombe in that car. They're working their way down in towards Graham Hill Bend absolutely together. Just sat behind them is Dan Lewis as he tries to close in yet more. Adam Morgan is still all over the tail and sideways behind Tom Bell. In the background is Phil Bullen-Brown just picking his way through Clearways and on towards Clark Curve. They can't afford to waste too much time, however, because Endaf Owens, we know how quick he is in a Mini, and he will be wanting to close as much as possible. Back over the line goes Adam Morgan. He looks to the inside, looks to the outside, goes to the outside, commits to it, tries to make it work on Tom Bell. Will he manage to get the cutback as we climb back up the hill? Just a nibble at the curb and then up towards Druids. What can Adam Morgan do this time? He's shown the outside as Tom Bell goes defensive. Later on the brakes, pitches the car in sideways to try and scrub off some speed, but Adam Morgan, he just can't quite break through that initial barrier and work his way through and past. Nor can he, because now the inside opens up for him. Tom Bell is going to be on the outside. There's contact between the pair of them, but Adam Morgan muscles his way through and past Tom Bell, which then leaves Tom vulnerable up against Phil Bullen-Brown. Phil Bullen-Brown looks to the outside, then the inside, and Adam Morgan's got a problem.
He has indeed. I think that was very much, he thought he might have been in his touring car there, because he was very much robust to make his way down the inside of Tom Bell and made contact, as you said, but that has now unfortunately caused some damage to that car. So Adam Morgan is slow on the run through McLaren and in towards Clearways, and I fear Tom Bell might have a problem as well, because he's trying to get to the pit entrance, but in fact he's going to go around for another lap very slowly. So both of those cars that were involved in a bit of contact down at Graham Hill Bend are now going to be out of the race, unfortunately. So Tom Bell comes through slowly, and Adam Morgan will be, he's almost stopped on the exit of Clark Curve.
Oh, the car struck back into life, and he's now going to get it into the pit lane. Yeah, it's like it was almost like fuel surge or something. You just didn't quite want to carry him into the pit lane. Almost contact further back as Freddie Hunt is locked in battle now with Sam Summerhays, and obviously Freddie Hunt, the son of ex-Formula 1 world champion James Hunt, and absolutely they were side by side on the run through Druids. And of course Freddie Hunt's car, that's prepared by effectively Brundle Historic Motorsport, isn't it now, and it works with Adrian Flux as well, so Freddie's got a brilliant piece of machinery underneath him, but now he's having to go on the defence because Mark Burnett is right behind him, and they're going to be absolutely nose to tail as they come towards the start finish line to tick another lap in the book.
Yeah, looks like Freddie Hunt's lost a couple of positions on that lap. He was just inside the top 10, but as he comes through this time, he has, as you said, now dropped down into the clutches of the number 7 machine, so they will go in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and yeah, Hunt's down to 12th position, and it's going to be number 7 Mark Burnett who's trying to find his way through on this occasion as they work their way up in towards Druids Corner. It's a lovely livery on that Freddie Hunt car as well. It's very nicely turned out for this meeting, as Tom Bell has finally found his way into the pit lane a lap later than Adam Morgan, so good news for both of them. As we said, that we're running in 2nd and 3rd place. What it does now mean is that Phil Bullet-Brown has got up into that 2nd position. 3rd place as it stands is Jeff Smith. He is now ahead of Endarth Owens as they come up to the completion of another lap, but Nathan Heathcote continues to lead, and it's an extended margin up to 4 seconds, so he's absolutely flying in this race, and we still have 12 minutes to go.
We do indeed, so still 12 minutes of action between now and the checkered flag. Nathan Heathcote's lead up to 4.5 seconds and lapping fabulously consistent. The best lap of the race, which he currently holds, a 57.458, last time through a 57.684, so beautifully consistent from Nathan Heathcote, and lapping consistently quicker than absolutely everybody else around him. We've got some very, very minor margins around. Last time we saw Freddie Hunt and the number 7 of Mark Burnett over the line, they were separated by only about a 1/10 of a second. We'll try and pick out exactly where they are next time they come through, because I'd imagine that gap will consistently come down over the coming laps as well. We can see the Wellesley Hornet just picking its way up towards Druids Corner now, and that's obviously being in the hands of Neil MacArthur. Whereabouts in the order is Neil as we look down the order? He's in 20th place. He's got Fraser Kerr just sat behind him, that being Nigel Fraser Kerr, and then just behind him is the number 23 machine of Cloud Casina. So he's got a bit of thinking to do as well, but the Wellesley Hornet absolutely sideways on the run through Surtees. Just because he may be the odd one out, he's not afraid to throw that car about, is he?
No, and unfortunately the minivan of Nick Paddy's back into the pit lane as well, so that is suffering something within the early stages of this race, but again didn't make it the start, had to come from the pit lane. So Nick is now in there with the bonnet off for the time being, as across the line we have more battles evolving as we work our way down towards Paddock Hill Bend. This is a little bit lower down for 22nd place, but again you can find someone to battle with. That's Claudio Casina. He works the way up the hill now in towards Druids Corner, and they are very close together, but that car is under attack at the minute from 102, which is Rick Turner, the man who pushes on in his Mini Cooper S as well. So all the way down the order, good battles going on, but there's one now starting to evolve for what's going to be 2nd place, because all of a sudden Jeff Smith has got his kind of self back into the motion to try and move forward, and as they work their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend, we've got 3 for 2nd place now. There's 3 cars with only 2 places available on the podium, and Phil Bullen-Brown very shortly is going to come under attack here from Jeff Smith.
He is indeed, so Jeff Smith is just starting to apply that pressure in all of the right places, so we'll keep an eye on Jeff as he now flies his way through Graham Hill Bend, and Phil Bullen-Brown, he's got to think about exactly where he's going to place this car, because he's very quickly running out of time. It was only a few moments ago we were saying that there's still, 14 minutes left. That's down to 9.5 minutes now. Nathan Heathcote picks his way through Clark Curve, the final corner, onto the Brabham Straight and towards the line to tick what will be lap number 11 in the book, heading on to lap number 12 next time through. Phil Bullen-Brown is still running around in 2nd place, albeit the pressure is really starting to mount now as Jeff Smith will have a look to the inside by the time they arrive at turn 1, narrowly avoids the pit exit wall, and breathe in, somehow gets the car up the inside, position made. That was close.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I don't think we saw on the shot there that there was a back marker in the way as well, so the gap got smaller and smaller as Philbin and Brown tried to squeeze through the middle and didn't really know that Jeff Smith was with that much pace trying to get through on the inside line. So Jeff Smith does get the job done. Now into second position, Philbin and Brown down to the final step on the podium, and watch out because Endalf Owens, we know he's already quick today in his other car, but he's now in this pre-66 Mini and trying to charge his way onto the podium as well. Mike Jordan we can't really rule out. I think over this lap he's starting to bring that gap down. It was 3.1 seconds, so we'll see what Mike has got left in the tank in the final 8.5 minutes as they come to the completion of lap number 12. Nathan Heathcote through once more, and for second position is Philbin and Brown. Going to go back ahead of Jeff Smith. He gets close. He's not going to quite send it to the inside in towards Paddock, so as you were, but Endalf Owens now on to the tail of our third place man.
Absolutely, Endalf Owens will try and close that gap evermore. Lights ablaze on his car is in typical sort of Endalf style. When he's on a mission, he will turn his lights on just to get in the heads of those drivers up the road. So it's Jeff Smith from Philbin and Brown from Endalf Owens at 4 now. 7 3/4 minutes of this race still to go. Bouncing over the curb through Graham Hill Bend goes Jeff Smith, and he will see just about Nathan Heathcote up the road. Peering through the heat haze, he is effectively a full Cooper straight into the lead now, but very sideways on the run through Surtees is Jeff Smith. He takes a slightly more defensive approach on the way in. That may leave him vulnerable on the exit. Can Philbin and Brown get the better run on towards the start-finish straight and close in once more? Don't rule out Endalf Owens, and whilst all this battling is going on, quite rightly said by yourself, Matt, Mike Jordan, if they battle continuously for the next 7 minutes, we may just about see Mike Jordan in there as well.
Yeah, let's see if he can continue to push on. We've got another battle further back as well, which is just coming onto the start-finish line on this occasion. That's going to be between Woodrow, Ogden and one of the Edgcombs in the car. They are sharing that for today. So the Edgcombe, by the looks of it, are going down the inside line in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and in fact on that lap the 101 machine of Stephen Woodrow lost 2 places, so the slightly darker blue car, now third in that train up at Druids, has lost the 2 positions. And it was the Edgcombs in the lighter blue car which has worked its way through, and they're going to be side by side downhill once again, so it's not quite going to swap around on this occasion. The number 21 machine of the Edgcombs still ahead of Woodrow as they power themselves along the back straight here at Brands Hatch up towards Surtees. They'll flick, and it's great to see the cars there working to their full limits. They are kind of one way back to the next, and of course they are natural as they should be, and to show them what they used to be back in the day.
Yeah, and it will be, I'd imagine, Stephen Woodrow behind the wheel, and Kieran Edgcombe going off what we can see on the live stream, but Stephen Woodrow, he's up 9 places from where he started, and he will want to continue that upward trend, make that 8 as he's lost a position on the lap prior. I think we've had a slightly poor lap from Dan Lewis as well, because he's lost 3 places on the lap prior, so it is now the time where we're starting to see the order shuffle around once more. Later on the brakes, diving up the inside is Kieran Edgcombe. He wants to try and defend and attack all at the same time. There's back markers in there. He doesn't want to lose out to the position he's just got off Stephen Woodrow, but he also wants to work his way through and past the number 45 machine of David Ogden. It's a tricky position to be in when you're in the middle of 3 cars, because you want to go forward and attack, but you don't want to forget about that car behind you, but you don't want to think about the car behind you too much, because then you lose time to the leading car.
Yeah, you just want to go as flat out as possible, but of course that is easier said than done in these sorts of races, especially when you're in a midst of a battle. So that one continues. Still keeping an eye on what's happening for second place. Jeff Smith has not really got away at the minute from Philbin and Brown, so they are still fairly close. Endalf Evans even closer now to the back of them in what's going to be the final step on the podium. So Endalf Owens continues to try his hardest to get through. Freddie Hunt trying to make a move as well on the number 85 machine of Sam Summerhays. That doesn't quite come off, and that battle up the road still continues as well between what's going to be Page, Ogden and also Edgcombe and also Woodrow as well. So more back markers by the looks to deal with as they dive the way towards Graham Hill Bend, and Ogden now looks like he's dropped behind actually the number 21 machine of what's going to be Kieran Edgcombe.
Yeah, so Kieran Edgcombe will have his sights set ever higher, but I think they may have swapped around once again, have they? The number 45 machine of David Ogden back in front, and that may be why, because Kieran Edgcombe with a big moment on the exit of Clearways as they nip their way through Clark Curve now all of a sudden, back up the inside goes Stephen Woodrow, and Kieran Edgecombe goes from looking good for 7th, potentially back down into 9th place, but he just about has the legs in the straight line, does he? No, Stephen Woodrow. Yes, has to hold on to 9th place because that car just isn't quite as quick in a straight line. Very sideways was Kieran Edgecombe on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend, and that shows just how hard they're pushing. They might not be setting the timing screen alight with the fastest laps we've seen all day, but what that is doing is just showing how close to the limit they are. And I said a few laps ago we may have seen a poor lap from Dan Lewis. Unfortunately, I think that's him out of the race now.
Yeah, certainly is, unfortunately for him. I think he's just pulled in, actually, yeah, the back entrance to the pit lane through the exit of Graham Hill Bend. So that car is currently being towed away. But as we now have the change for 3rd place, don't we? Yeah, because through has gone Endorf Owens, finally getting the job done that lap on Philbert and Brown as he turns nicely in towards Paddock Hill Bend, takes a strange line, but this is how the minis seem to go through the corner at Paddock, and still with lights ablaze on Endorf Owens' number 20 machine. He still has a potential chance of trying to get past Jeff Smith as well. That one is not over. He might be a second behind, but now that he's cleared Philbert and Brown, he has his eyes and sights firmly set on another step up the podium.
Yeah, and with 3 minutes remaining, we know how quick Endorf can be when he needs to be. It just requires Jeff Smith just to make a small mistake and fall back into the clutches of Endorf Owens. I think it was a matter of when, not if, he would get through past Philbert and Brown. But Nathan Heathcote, he's had a very, very rare opportunity to be effectively gifted the time to drive away. That's not something you get that often, if at all, in mini racing, is it?
No, very comfortable indeed. He's just done this since the outset. Every single lap he's managed to charge away. Does come down by half a second on that lap, but again, he's just kind of working his way through some traffic, just taking it easy, not really worrying. As off the road straight there goes the number 9 machine, unfortunately. So Neil MacArthur in that, the Wolseley is in the wars a little bit there, but just manages to get it stopped before it hits the tyres.
It looked odd. It didn't look like a lock-up because there was no tyre smoke, so I don't know whether it was just brake fade. He hit the pedal, which was supposed to stop the car and throw the anchor out, and it didn't quite work for him. He ended right the way up the hill, and now that will be why, unfortunately, we have had wheel part ways with the car, and as that wheel bounces around, he finds himself depositing his car in the gravel just to try and get that car stopped. So that explains the issue as to why it didn't stop, but unfortunately, the wheel being the wheel, it wants to try and wheel his way back over the track, which has done so successfully, and now it's onto the grass. It's well and truly out of the way, so that's at least that thrown to the back of our mind for a brief moment. Nathan Heathcote has got just a couple more laps of this race to go, and as he picks his way through Druids, yes, he will get one more lap out of this one. The wheel has finally come to a stop and fallen onto its side, but it does now mean one of the best overtaking opportunities in towards clearways. If you can nip your way up through the inside, fortunately it's now covered by yellow flags.
Yeah, that wheel was trying to wheel itself back to the pit lane on its own, wasn't it, without its owner, so it didn't quite make it, but it was heading in the right direction, which is good. But unfortunately for that car of Neil MacArthur, the Wolseley Hornet did have a problem down towards Graham Hill Bend, and then of course the problem became more apparent as it worked its way up towards the McLaren there, so not good news for that car. But for Nathan Heathcote, is about to head his way through onto the last lap of the race with 35 seconds left on the clock. He heads now down towards Paddock Hill Bend. The gap back to Jeff Smith is still going to be around about the 5-second mark, in fact 4.3 on this occasion, and then Endorf Owens now pretty comfortable in 3rd place because Philbert and Brown has dropped back to the extent of 3.3 seconds.
He has indeed. So after a very rare opportunity for Nathan Heathcote to run away in the lead of this race, all he needs to do is pick his way through traffic as cleanly as possible on this very final lap, and he will be able to see the checkered flag. Endorf Owens really starting to push on now, and if anything, he is starting to apply that pressure onto Jeff Smith. 2nd place isn't exactly decided, is it?
No, not yet, so it could all come to a conclusion by the time we get to the line. So we'll keep an eye on Endorf Owens and see what he can do on the back of that of Jeff Smith as they work their way towards the line. But after hiatus of quite a few years, it's nice to have the Samuel Trophy back with us with the Breeze 66 Minis, and it will be Nathan Heathcote who takes the first win of the day in true fashion there as the Mini came across the line very much sideways, so well done to him. 2nd place goes the way of Jeff Smith, and Endorf Owens does get to the podium. He misses out on another step by just 0.3 of a second in the end. Philbert and Brown next through in 4th place. Mike Jordan with a bit of a lonely race on his own in 5th. 6th place then will go the way of number 33, which comes across the line now of Matthew Page. He was involved in quite a scrabble there, wasn't he, with the number 21 machine of Kieran Edgecombe and also the number 45 car of David Ogden. Then behind that in 9th position it was Stephen Woodrow, and for 10th it will be the number 10 machine of Freddie Hunt, who is a little bit up and down like a yo-yo in that race. Once inside the top 10, then back out of it and towards the checkered flag. He does manage to get back inside in that wonderful livery for this weekend, and then the rest of the field all come through. We should have around about 24 finishers, because right towards the end, unfortunately diving for the pit lane was Sam Summerhays. So he had some issues in the closing stages, so he doesn't make it to the checkered flag, and nor do quite a few others, unfortunately, with either mechanical issues, wheels parting company, or some contacts. But hopefully, again, we'll see the majority of them back out later on to conclude the Sunwell Trophy for the pre-66 Minis. Nice to have that sponsorship on board for this weekend as well. But Nathan Hiko is your winner, with the quickest lap as well, 57.458. Jeff Smith finishes 2nd, ahead of Endolph Owens and Phil Bullen-Brown. Mike Jordan, Matthew Page and Kieran Edgecombe next up, with David Ogden, Stephen Woodrow and Freddie Hunt completing the top 10. Mark Burnett and Simon Goodliff were 11th and 12th, and then Amy Watts, a good run for 13th place ahead of Daniel Wheeler. Charlie Cooper and Tom Wesley next up, and then 17th place for Alexander Schluchter, with Nigel Fraser-Kerr, Joe Polly and Raphael Edouard in 20th. Benjamin Chiron, Bruce Galliford, Sam Summerhays with that retirement and into the pits at the end, and Francesca Roodhouse was in 24th place, took the checker flag, and so did Jean-Francois Bardot in 25th position. You can see the non-finishers in the end, which equated to 8 with the addition of Sam Summerhays as well. So there we have the Sunwell Trophy for the pre-66 Minis. As I said, a nice return to the Mini Festival for this year after 8 years away, but returning to celebrate the 65-year anniversary of the Mini. So a little bit of recovery to be done. We have that car of the Wolseley Hornet to be lifted up. I think it will need a lift because it's only got 3 wheels on its wagon. They're very small wheels actually on Mini, so they don't kind of cause too much damage, and that one just made its way across the track serenely and finally fell down on its own accord on the grass. But the marshals will go to work to recover that back to its owner, and it should be a fairly small fix. Hopefully it hasn't done any lasting damage as it went on 3 wheels towards the gravel. But Neil McCarthy's car will be lifted away, and hopefully we'll see that one out later on as well. I don't think there's too much more clear up to be done. Everything else was pretty good. No incidents happening elsewhere around the circuit, so all the cars have made their way into the Parc Fermé area to be scrutineered, and then once they have been scrutineered, they will then be let off, and we can have the drivers head into a podium, which we will get for the pre-66 Minis. Can also see today that we have turned the pit garages into a kind of show and shine selection of cars down there. So that is another thing that we do urge you to go and see. It's all based at the back of the pit garages. They're all lined up very nicely, and that is the show and shine competition, which we hopefully will get announced for you over the PA sometime during the lunch break. But we'll give you confirmation on that if it will happen. But that is where all the show and shine cars are going to be situated for today, and the awards will go out to the best looking and different categories that we have down there as well. So that's, as I said, in the pit garages. Do take the opportunity to head under the circuit. You can see the stairs which lead down under the circuit and into the pit lane. That is free for you to enter today. You can also do the same from the outer paddock, head under the track along the vehicle access road there, and work your way into the pit area on that occasion as well. We've got one more race to come before the lunch break. That is going to be for the MSVR all-comers. They had qualifying a little earlier this morning, and then after that we'll be gearing up for the lunch break and also the free-to-access grid walk. So just to give you a pre-warning of that, it's not too far away now, so if you want to get involved and want to join in all the things that are going to happen on the grid walk, then you need to make sure you head to, again, probably the best access route for you is the top of Paddock Hill Bend. We have the access gate over there, and that's where everyone will be let onto the circuit. So if you want to start queuing within the next kind of 10 to 15 minutes, that might be a good idea, because that's where you can get onto the circuit, head down. Once the cars have been released from Parc Fermé, they'll be onto the circuit, and we'll get the build-up done for the Dunlop Mini 7s, which will be looking forward to that second race of the weekend. I can see Jeff Smith, I can see Endalf Owens. He's still on that phone. He's been attached to that phone pretty much since his earlier race, and he's on it again. So Endalf does like to talk, and we'll find out how he talks on the podium with Jack very shortly. And we also have our winner there as well, which is Nathan Heathcote, who are all working their way to the Grand Prix podium, which is higher up here at Brands Hatch, which means it's very visible for everyone who sits across the way on the banks over there opposite the start-finish line, and that's where all the podium presentations are taking place for this weekend. Endalf is now off the phone, which is good. He has some presentations to be awarded very shortly. MSVR all-comers coming onto the grid. We'll give you the grid and everything we need to know about that shortly, but it's up to Jack to do his thing, talk to the drivers, and give us a podium for the Pre-66 Minis for the Sunwar Trophy next.
So we've got the podium ready for the first race of the weekend in the Sunwar Trophy for the Pre-66 Mini. So we'll bring them on in reverse order. From Owens Fabrication, car number 20 in third place, Endalf Owens. Onto the podiums, Jeff Smith over the moon with that one. And in second place, car number 55. Once again on the podium is Jeff Smith. Onto the podium with their Swift Tune caps. Trophies will be appointed to them later, and they need to swap caps. The first place cap will very quickly be swapped around with Nathan Heathcote, but he is our winner. Onto the podium, car number 155, Nathan Heathcote wins the first race of the weekend for the Sunwar Trophy in the Pre-66 Minis. So those are your top three. They will have their trophy presentation later on, but that's the first podium for the Sunwar Trophy Pre-66 Minis. They get their race underway later on this afternoon, their second race, another 20-minute race coming up later on today after the lunch break. But in the meantime, back up to Matt in the commentary box.
Thanks, Jack. Yep, so there you go, the top three for the Pre-66 Minis, which will be back out later on today. Look forward to that. Penultimate race of the weekend, actually, 4:45 is when we'll see them with us here at the 2024 Mini Festival. So cars now heading away on the...
And we're down with Ross Billison. Ross is one of the championship favourites. Yep. How does that feel? You've been around the championship a very long time.
Yeah, no, it feels good. I am enjoying it still. It's just there's a lot, obviously, at risk at the moment. So I'm just trying to do everything right, pick up the points where I need to. Just keep pushing it in the right direction.
So you're racing in the Mini 7 Challenge. How does that differ to the S-Class that we may have seen before?
It's a more highly tuned, a 998 race engine. Other than that, there's not a lot of difference. So yeah, that's it really.
What's it like to drive? Quite frantic, or?
Yeah, they're so much fun to drive. I love it. I have had a go in one of the S classes, but I do rate the 7s as a pure race car.
So this is probably the closest you've been to winning the points. What's in your mind? What have you got to do this weekend?
As I say, just don't do anything stupid. There's still a long way to go in the season. Although we've got 3 rounds left to go, there's still a lot of races to do. So just got to calm down, just take one race at a time, and keep finishing on that podium.
Seems like Mike Jordan, whenever he goes out, he's absolutely on fire. Is he the one to be chasing down?
Yeah, I swear he's got a mid-clear engine in there. I'm not sure, but no, he is fast. He's got the all-round game. He does raise the bar whenever he enters. So, but we'll try our hardest, and we'll try and give him a good race.
It's always quite a family-friendly paddock.
Yeah.
So you're here with your family.
Yeah, lots of us. It's my local one here. So my wife's here, my daughter's here. Lots of the family and friends. So yeah.
Anyone you want to thank in particular?
Oh, a massive thank you to my team. Roy, who's over there in the blue, my uncle Stewie, and my dad back at home.
Brilliant. Well, best of luck, Ross, and we'll see how you go.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
We're down with Kate. Kate's one of our newer drivers on the grid, racing in the Mini 7S class. How are you getting on?
Great, thank you. I'm in my learning phase, so I'm really excited just to get out on track, learn what it feels like to race a car. So different to normal driving, as I've learned. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it at the moment, yeah.
And why Mini?
Minis, I think, are a great beginner's car. Like, if you're trying to get into racing, a Mini is such a good thing to start with, because you learn so much about the feel of car. You've got the sort of different ways that they can be set up and things, and they're like go-karts really in a car form. So it's been great for me to learn on this, rather than, also something more dangerous, like, an open wheel car or something. I'm absolutely not going to start with that. So yeah, it's really good.
Do you think you're going to stay with the Minis now? You're with the Mini 7 Racing Club, or have you got other plans?
At the moment, I'm definitely staying. I'd like to get a handle on this first, keep learning, and maybe, in a few years or something, I'd try something else. But I'm really liking the Minis at the moment.
Do you ever offer any advice to people that come around and say, I'd really love to join in?
Yeah, I think the best thing you can do is, if you're looking at joining a club or starting racing, go and see a race in person. Talk to people, they'll give you advice about, mechanics to talk to, about things they did wrong on their car. We've had people already this weekend say, I'm building a car, what would you recommend, what would you do differently? And I think that's so useful, because you can get contacts and learn. It's how we sort of came into this, and people are really helpful, so they'll give you good advice. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, thanks very much, Kate. And I noticed you're next to your dad.
Yes.
So your dad's got a new build. If I come on over, Nigel, this looks spectacular. Is this a brand new build?
Well, it's been restored recently, certainly. It's a 1965 car that was originally registered in Sweden, but in about 2000 it was brought over to the UK, and is now being raced by me, which is very exciting. It's classed as a historic car, which I think is quite appropriate to someone who's as old as me. So,
well, I've seen you competing in the S-Class as well.
Yes, indeed. I love the S-Class. The trouble is we've only got one S-Class to share between us. So on this weekend, I'm in the historic, and Kate's taken the S-Class. It's a wonderful formula, of course, ideal for people who are just starting out in minis.
So you're competing in the Samoa Trophy this weekend?
That's right. Yes, indeed. It's a trophy that's been going for a number of years. Slightly worrying for me is that Stig Blomqvist drove this car a few years ago. I think it was 2014, and unfortunately won the race. So I'm feeling under a bit of pressure.
Do you feel more nervous driving or spectating when your daughter's racing?
I really was very nervous the first time I saw Kate racing, I will confess. But now she is off on her own, and she knows what she's doing. She sorts her own tyre pressures out, and she does a great job. So I feel much less worried now.
Brilliant. Well, thanks very much for speaking to us, and best of luck. And the car looks amazing.
Thank you. Great pleasure.
I'm with Kane Astin, long-term Mini Miglia driver and former champion.
Indeed.
And your season's going quite well so far.
Yeah, it's not going too bad. Yesterday qualifying, unfortunately, my beautiful number one engine, which is sitting over there, had a few problems. So we've had to put the spare in. and it's gone better than expected. We haven't run it for 3 years, and I was really pleased with the race. I don't think I could have gone any quicker. Had a slight oil leak which affected the handling of the car, but yeah, really happy.
Is it normal to have more than one engine then?
Years ago when I first started, no, I only ever had one engine, and then I had a second built, and then you just never use it. You tend not to use it, and obviously now I've had to use it, but thankfully, because that definitely, well, I'm sure Tommy would have fixed it if needed, but yeah, I think quite a few of the top guys have spare engines, and it's I think it's important to have one in the back, but the problem is you never want to, I'd love a spare which is exactly the same power as the number one, but the problem is there's so much development, you've just got to develop both, and it becomes very costly. So
everyone gives different figures on how much power they actually produce, but roughly how much do they produce now, Mini Miglia?
Not a clue. It depends which rollers you go to, but I'd imagine they're all sort of 130, 135 horsepower, I think, somewhere around there.
So it's not bad at all for a pushrod engine designed like 70 odd years ago.
Yeah, I mean they're immense, aren't they? I mean they're obviously on the limit as well. The handling of them are immense, the tyres are immense, and the field this year is immense. I mean there's some class drivers out there, and it's so nice to the likes of End to come back out today. Nick Padmore, just mega.
Kind of builds the whole grid as well. The more competition you've got at the front, the bigger the grid as a whole, I think.
Yeah, and the top 10, 15 drivers, we must be within a second of each other, and a second is obviously a lot in racing, but if you look at it on a piece of paper, it's tiny, isn't it?
And what kind of lap times are you doing around Brands Hatch MD?
So qualifying pace today was 53.9, which is very, very quick. I think race pace today was probably 54, middle of 54s, and I did a high 54s.
So just as a reference point, I mean that's quite fast, isn't it, for a Mini? You're up there with Caterham's kind of real lightweight race cars at that point.
Yeah, I mean I don't know what the average speed is around here, but I think around you look at Thruxton, for instance, I think we averaged around there something like 94 miles an hour, is it something like that?
It's incredible.
And the touring cars are something like 114 or something. Yeah, they're just incredible cars. I've loved them, since I joined in 2006. I think it's just been such a great club.
And now a familiar face to many of you at home. This is Bill Solis. Hi Bill, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going very well, thank you. It's been a busy morning, but all good. All the cars have survived, all the drivers performed well, so happy days.
Now, we were just saying before we came on air that you've been probably one of the most successful Mini racers in our club. So you've raced in Mini Miglia in all forms.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the compliment. I've raced. I'm very proud of the fact that I've raced in 850 Mini 7, 1000 Mini 7, and then 1000 Miglia and 1300 Miglia. I've won races in all of them. I've had a long, loving relationship with this club. This is fantastic. Mini 7 Racing Club. Honestly, it doesn't get any better. And actually, this is the 40th anniversary of joining it. I'm very proud to be a life member of the club now, and I think the thing that speaks loudest is you can come back here as an old member of the club who hasn't been near for 30 years, and someone will remember you. You'll immediately reconnect with the cars, and there's just an ambience and an atmosphere about everybody here that means that you can just pop back in after a great big long time and feel like you understand you're still involved, you've been here, you're part of this, and that's why we've got so many social members, and people give up and say, that's it, I'm done with racing, and then there'll be a period of time elapsed and they'll be back, and so many of us have done that, gone away for a bit, tried other things, and always end up coming back. So I'm here for the long term. You won't be getting rid of me soon.
So anyone sat at home on the sofa watching this, how do you get involved? How do you come on down here and go racing or get involved with a team?
Well, I suppose old-fashioned way, you get on the internet, and is old-fashioned now, isn't it? You get on the internet, and so mini7.co.uk, and see where we're going racing, and then come to a meeting. In fact, these days you can even watch online via Facebook and YouTube and all that kind of stuff, so you can watch it. But there's nothing like actually being here. It's really cheap admission to most of the circuits. You get really close-up access to the cars and the drivers and everything else. So just come along and have a look at what you want. There are plenty of people that are involved socially, so you don't have to be a driver. Obviously, being a driver is the most expensive way of being involved, but plenty of people, there are those that can't or don't want to have the financial commitment. They offer their services and help people. I've got a number of guys here that are helping me, and they're not here to earn a week's wages. They're here because they love it.
So we're not going to see you back on track anytime soon?
It is actually the 28th. See, this is a date, a bit like my date of my wedding to Emma. The other date I have in my mind forever is the date of my first Mini 7 race, 28th of October 1984, was here at Brands. I literally did not know one end of motor racing from the other. I didn't know what I was doing. We turned up here, I did my first ever race, and actually, all things being equal, I'm going to do the Mini 7 S-Class race in the Winter Series, which is it's only a few days out from being my 40th anniversary. So Ben Johnson's lending me his car. I'm busy building the engine that we talked about, and so I'm going to do the Mini 7 S-Class race, out of fondness. And I haven't raced an S-Class yet, so I think I'll need to add that to my repertoire.
All being well, before the end of the year, we might put some videos together showing the engine build for your S-Class as well. That might be, for the people at home not sure about the technical side of things, that would be something to look out for.
About 20 years ago, I did a DVD for general sale, which was how to build your own road engine, 100 horsepower, 100 foot-pounds of torque. It was really successful. I got really ripped off. It's now on YouTube for nothing. So I'll direct everybody to that. They can watch the 4-hour version, and then what we'll try and do is create a sort of subplot to that. So watch the 4 hours first, then watch this little bit about S-Class, and ultimately we'll see if it's any good when I drive it. But I shall take it to the rolling, I'll put it on the dyno, then we'll go to the rolling road, then we'll track test it, and if it's no good, then I'll have to find a faster driver to make it look good. And then if it's still no good, I'll have to give up and say, right, we'll have to further look at why I can't make this engine fast. But I think we will be able to.
We're here with Richard Billingham and his lovely Mini, fastest Mini in the world. You're the current champion, Richard.
That's correct, yes.
And what engine and gearbox are you running?
So we run a Vauxhall Astra VXR turbo engine, standard H-pattern Vauxhall F20 gearbox. Runs about 350 horsepower. So yeah, it's quite rapid, yeah.
Aero's free, engine free?
Yeah.
So is it the first, second, third or fourth sort of variation?
We're probably on about the third generation now. It's gone on for like 15, 20 years, but this is done 4 years now, so it's good.
Any other series that you're racing, or is it just basically just this?
Just this, but we have started going with the special saloons. We're setting up a new Ultimate Mini Championship, so we're trying to get that going as well, so we just get some more seat time in the cars then.
Right, we're here with Pete Craddington and Ollie Howe. Pete built the car and Ollie's going to be driving it. How did the car come about, Pete, and a little bit of history of it, please?
Okay, we've raced Minis for like 30 plus years, and as a group we've always dreamt about having a space frame Mini. So I purchased this as a rolling shell 5 years ago, and I thought, this is pretty good. And then I got it back to my workshop, pulled it apart and thought, oh my god, what have I done? So I basically stripped it all back. I cut the front off the chassis, the rear end off the chassis, completely re-engineered it, put a Honda K20 engine and box in it. But I spent a long time designing the suspension to try and make the car easy to drive. I spent about 3 months actually on computers working it all out, and yeah, it's worked so far pretty well. I've had a lot of help. Obviously this chap here has worked a lot, but obviously, although I've done most of it myself, so I've basically made the chassis, all the carbon fibre parts, the front, built the engine, built the gearbox, done the wiring loom, programmed ECU, dash, etc. But all the machining has been done by DUI Engine Services, and I'll be honest, he's done it for nothing. He's He's helped us along the way. We've known each other since he was about this high, and he's a really good guy, and he needs to get a mention on this.
So how come you're driving it then, Ollie? How did that come about?
Well, I was very lucky enough to drive Pete's last car in 2004, which we won this event at. And we've done an awful lot together over the years, Pete and I, and there's a few others. DY Engine Service has been involved in a lot of it, and we've just, as Pete very affectionately put it, I'm the only idiot that would get in it. So, and it is a wild animal. It is, yeah, you've got to be wide awake when you drive it.
Favourite corner?
Pardon?
Favourite corner?
Everyone I turn left or right at.
We're here with Harvey Deeth now and his lovely Mini, fastest Mini in the world.
Well, it has been in the past. Richard Billingham took the honours last year, so yeah, it's a bit to be done this year, I think, to try and regain it.
Tell us a little bit about the car, please, Harvey. What engine it's got in it? What gearbox is in it? What variation is it? Is it the first, second, third, fourth, or more than that?
We built the car 14 years ago, and it's got a radical V8 engine in it, producing 380 horsepower. With an X-Track World Touring Car gearbox with a sequential gear change. So the car weighs about the same weight as a normal Mini, so it's got a fairly healthy power to weight ratio, as have most of these cars here.
So are we looking for a sub 50 today? Or?
Sub 50's got to be a target. I think a few of us have been nibbling around 50 and a bit seconds, so we'll have to see.
We're here with another staple of fastest Mini in the world. How many years have you been doing the fastest Mini?
Oh, I'm trying to think now. It's got to be about 10 years now, something like that, I think, something like that.
So how, is this the first variation of the car, fourth variation? How many years is it sort of ongoing?
56th probably. So I've had this car since I was 15. I'm 46 now, so quite a few years. And every year, like, it evolves and develops a bit more.
Yeah, A-Series turbo with BMW head, is that right?
That's right, yes. Yeah. So it's the A-Series block, it's the A+5, so it's the alley block with the 5-pound crank in it. The switching dog box underneath it, and
built by yourself?
Yes, yeah.
Slog.
Yeah, a lot of work, but a lot of fun. It's good fun.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that, and good luck later on. Thank you. Hi, with another driver now, Tony Hunting, and he's got a Class C Mini.
Certainly have, yes, yeah. Class C Mabel the Mini. This is Mabel the Mini, named by my wife.
So, is this your first attempt at the fastest Mini in the world?
First time I've come to the fastest Mini, yeah. I normally run with another club, but yeah, I was persuaded to come here for the fastest Mini to see how we get on, really.
So, have you had a run in it here yet or not?
No, I haven't done it. I've done Brands Hatch a number of times, but not with this group. So I haven't done the test, the practice this morning, but I know the circuit.
Favourite corner?
Paddock Hill Bend, isn't it?
Yeah, got to be. That's just a GP circuit, and it's probably Hawthorne or Dingledale. Did you build the Mini yourself?
It started as a rally car, and me and my friends and mechanics, we converted it to a competitive race car now. So it's been developed over the last, I would say in COVID years it was developed quite a lot, but over probably about 10 years it was developed from rally car to a race car.
Oh, excellent. And you built the engine yourself?
No, it's a specialist engine. Yeah.
Can you tell us the specialist?
Well, Mr. Nick.
The Swifty man.
The Swifty man. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, that's fantastic, and I say good luck with everything as it goes. And
we're looking forward to the day, and hope the weather stays.
Hi everybody, we're at the fastest Mini in the world at Brands Hatch, currently in his 30th year. It started in 1994 at Silverstone. We've got full grid of 22 cars, which is one of the biggest grids we've had for a very long while. We have 4 classes, A, B, C and D. Class A is no engine restriction with aero. Class B is any engine less 1600cc, aero allowed. Class C is A-Series engine, 1300, no aero. Class D is A series, less than 1300, no aero, and it's all inclusive. So if you've got a Mini, it gives you a chance to get out there and join in the fun and make the grigs bigger. I must like to thank the main sponsors, Mini Spares, because if it wasn't for them, costs would just spiral out. The entrance fee is like 300 quid, but that's due to the main sponsors we've got. So if you've got a Mini, bring it along next year. Brilliant racing. Let's go and do some interviews.
I'm here down in the paddock with Ian Curley, who's joined us back this year in the Mini Miglia. How was that?
Really good race. That's been the hottest race this year for certain. No real dramas. I need to find a bit more pace in myself, but it's going good.
And you were racing historics before, so it's quite a difference going to these slick tired cars on the Mini Miglia.
Massively, yeah. I mean, I've raced the Appendix K touring car for 10 years and they drift real good, and this doesn't. It's just like, you turn the wheel and it turns in. So no, it's been a bit of a change of technique really, which I've struggled with a little bit, but and I haven't really raced a Miglia since like 2000, so it's been a fair while.
What's the difference, do you think, now from when you were racing the MiG before?
There's not a great deal. Not that I mean, it's a long time, but no, I think that they're much of a muchness really. I think that's really good that they haven't really changed. So I think there's probably more competitive drivers in it at the moment. I think the mid-90s was a real golden era, and then and now I think it's equally back there, if not a bit tougher.
Specialised mouldings, you make a lot of the carbon fibre for these cars.
Yeah, that's right. We do a lot of classic Mini stuff. I mean, we're fundamentally a motorsport composite company, so we make all the bodywork for like the Napa Full touring car team, Mini Challenge, loads of other customers, and so we're very heavily motorsport orientated. And I think the Mini part is just through my passion of racing the Mini, and fundamentally there are a lot of my mates who race them, so they all come and take the stuff for nothing off of me.
Phil, you're a familiar face in the paddock here in the Mini 7, but this is your first weekend.
It is my first weekend. 20 years ago I raced with the Mini 7 club in a Mini Miglia, so this has been nice to come back, and we've had a good weekend so far.
And you're racing in the Mini 7 S class. We all know what that means, but can you tell people at home what an S class is?
The S class is designed to be an entry-level scholarship, which is what the S stands for. So a lot of basic engine components. The cars are very similar to a Mini 7. They've got controlled dampers. And it's designed to be the affordable entry level into the Mini 7 club. And it's a perfect entry. They're very competitive. It's a lot of fun.
This was Tina Cooper's car and you've completely stripped it.
It was Tina Cooper's car, yeah. She had it for quite a long time. It was originally the car they built in '99 at the Mini birthday. Obviously been through a few hands, but yes, it's now fresh.
What have you changed?
Little bits here and there really, a little bit of roll cage stuff, a bit of suspension stuff, a fresh coat of paint. And obviously convert it over to the S class from the Mini 7 that it was.
Mini 7 racing. Yes. What do you think so far?
I love it. I don't race often enough. I think we were working it out earlier. I think I've driven twice in the last 5 years. So to come back to be where we are, and in the club, which is very friendly, and everybody's got something nice to say, it's brilliant. I love it.
So this weekend we're supported by Mini Spares on the live feed, and also throughout the year, but specifically you, Phil, they've really helped you get back on track.
They have. They've been supporting me for quite a long time in my endeavours here, there and everywhere. But here specifically, they've given me an awful lot of help, so I'd like to thank them really, and for supporting the Mini in general. It's a big market. They work really hard, and it keeps everybody like us, in bits and pieces, which is wonderful.
And we're down with Ross Billison. Ross is one of the championship favourites. Yep. How does that feel? You've been around the championship a very long time.
Yeah, no, it feels good. I am enjoying it still. It's just there's a lot, obviously, at risk at the moment. So I'm just trying to do everything right, pick up the points where I need to. Just keep pushing it in the right direction.
So you're racing in the Mini 7 Challenge. How does that differ to the S class that we may have seen before?
It's a more highly tuned, a 998 race engine. other than that, there's not a lot of difference. So yeah, that's it really.
What's it like to drive? Quite frantic, or?
Yeah, they're so much fun to drive. I love it. I have had a go in one of the S classes, but I do rate the 7s as a pure race car.
So this is probably the closest you've been to winning the points. What's in your mind? What have you got to do this weekend?
As I say, just don't do anything stupid. There's still a long way to go in the season. Although we've got 3 rounds left to go, there's still a lot of races to do. So just got to calm down, just take one race at a time, and keep finishing on that podium.
Seems like Mike Jordan, whenever he goes out, he's absolutely on fire. Is he the one to be chasing down?
Yeah, I swear he's got a Miglia engine in there. I'm not sure, but no, he is fast. He's got the all-round game. He does raise the bar whenever he enters. So, but we'll try our hardest, and we'll try and give him a good race.
It's always quite a family-friendly paddock.
Yeah.
So you're here with your family.
Yeah, lots of us. It's my local one here, so my wife's here, my daughter's here. Lots of the family and friends. So yeah.
Anyone you want to thank in particular?
Oh, a massive thank you to my team. Roy is over there in the blue, my uncle Stewie, and my dad back at home.
Brilliant. Well, best of luck, Ross, and we'll see how you go.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
We're down with Kate. Kate's one of our newer drivers on the grid, racing in the Mini 7S class. How are you getting on?
Great, thank you. I'm in my learning phase, so I'm really excited just to get out on track, learn what it feels like to race a car. So different to normal driving, as I've learnt. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it at the moment, yeah.
And why Mini?
Minis, I think, are a great beginner's car. Like, if you're trying to get into racing, a Mini is such a good thing to start with, because you learn so much about the feel of car. You've got the sort of different ways that they can be set up and things, and they're like go-karts really in a car form. So it's been great for me to learn on this, rather than, also something more dangerous, like, an open wheel car or something. I'm absolutely not going to start with that. So yeah, it's really good.
Do you think you're going to stay with the Minis now? You're with the Mini 7 Racing Club, or have you got other plans?
At the moment, I'm definitely staying. I'd like to get a handle on this first, keep learning, and maybe, in a few years or something, I'd try something else, but I'm really liking the Minis at the moment.
Do you ever offer any advice to people that come around and say, I'd really love to join in?
Yeah, I think the best thing you can do is, if you're looking at joining a club or starting racing, go and see a race in person. Talk to people, they'll give you advice about, mechanics to talk to, about things they did wrong on their car. We've had people already this weekend say, I'm building a car, what would you recommend, what would you do differently? And I think that's so useful, because you can get contacts and learn. It's how we sort of came into this, and people are really helpful, so they'll give you good advice. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, thanks very much, Kate. And I noticed you're next to your dad.
Yeah.
So your dad's got a new build. If I come on over, Nigel, this looks spectacular. Is this a brand new build?
Well, it's been restored recently, certainly. It's a 1965 car that was originally registered in Sweden, but in about 2000 it was brought over to the UK, and is now being raced by me, which is very exciting. It's classed as a historic car, which I think is quite appropriate to someone who's as old as me. So,
well, I've seen you competing in the S-Class as well.
Yes, indeed. I love the S-Class. The trouble is we've only got one S-Class to share between us. So on this weekend, I'm in the historic, and Kate's taken the S-Class. It's a wonderful formula, of course, ideal for people who are just starting out in minis.
So you're competing in the Samoa Trophy this weekend?
That's right. Yes, indeed. It's a trophy that's been going for a number of years. Slightly worrying for me is that Stig Blomqvist drove this car a few years ago. I think it was 2014, and unfortunately won the race. So I'm feeling under a bit of pressure.
Do you feel more nervous driving or spectating when your daughter's racing?
I really was very nervous the first time I saw Kate racing, I will confess. But now she is off on her own, and she knows what she's doing. She sorts her own tyre pressures out, and she does a great job. So I feel much less worried now.
Brilliant. Well, thanks very much for speaking to us, and best of luck. And the car looks amazing.
Thank you. Great pleasure.
I'm with Kane Astin, long-term Mini Miglia driver and former champion.
Indeed.
And your season's going quite well so far.
Yeah, it's not going too bad. Yesterday qualifying, unfortunately, my beautiful number one engine, which is sitting over there, had a few problems, so we've had to put the spare in, and it's gone better than expected. We haven't run it for 3 years, and I was really pleased with the race. I don't think I could have gone any quicker. Had a slight oil leak which affected the handling of the car, but yeah, really happy.
Is it normal to have more than one engine then?
Years ago when I first started, no, I only ever had one engine, and then I had a second built, and then you just never use it. You tend not to use it, and obviously now I've had to use it, but thankfully, because that definitely, well, I'm sure Tommy would have fixed it if needed, but yeah, I think quite a few of the top guys have spare engines, and it's I think it's important to have one in the back, but the problem is you never want to, I'd love a spare which is exactly the same power as the number one, but the problem is there's so much development, you've just got to develop both, and it becomes very costly. So
everyone gives different figures on how much power they actually produce, but roughly how much do they produce now, Mini Miglia?
Not a clue. It depends which rollers you go to, but I'd imagine they're all sort of 130, 135 horsepower, I think, somewhere around there.
So it's not bad at all for a pushrod engine designed like 70 odd years ago.
Yeah, I mean they're immense, aren't they? I mean they're obviously on the limit as well. The handling of them are immense, the tyres are immense, and the field this year is immense. I mean there's some class drivers out there, and it's so nice to the likes of End to come back out today. Nick Padmore, just mega.
Kind of builds the whole grid as well. The more competition you've got at the front, the bigger the grid as a whole, I think.
Yeah, and the top 10, 15 drivers, we must be within a second of each other, and a second is obviously a lot in racing, but if you look at it on a piece of paper, it's tiny, isn't it?
And what kind of lap times are you doing around Brands Hatch MD?
So qualifying pace today was 53.9, which is very, very quick. I think race pace today was probably 54, middle of 54s, and I did a high 54s.
So just as a reference point, I mean that's quite fast, isn't it, for a Mini? You're up there with Caterham's kind of real lightweight race cars at that point.
Yeah, I mean I don't know what the average speed is around here, but I think around you look at Thruxton, for instance, I think we averaged around there something like 94 miles an hour, is it something like that?
It's incredible.
And the touring cars are something like 114 or something. Yeah, they're just incredible cars. I've loved them, since I joined in 2006. I think it's just been such a great club.
And now a familiar face to many of you at home. This is Bill Solis. Hi Bill, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going very well, thank you. It's been a busy morning, but all good. All the cars have survived, all the drivers performed well, so happy days.
Now, we were just saying before we came on air that you've been probably one of the most successful mini racers in our club. So you've raced in Mini Miglia in all forms.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the compliment. I've raced. I'm very proud of the fact that I've raced in 850 Mini 7, 1000 Mini 7, and then 1000 Miglia and 1300 Miglia. I've won races in all of them. So, yeah, I've had a long, loving relationship with this club. This is fantastic. Mini 7 Racing Club, honestly, it doesn't get any better. And actually, this is the 40th anniversary of joining it. I'm very proud to be a life member of the club now, and I think the thing that speaks loudest is you can come back here as an old member of the club who hasn't been near for 30 years, and someone will remember you. You'll immediately reconnect with the cars, and there's just an ambience and an atmosphere about everybody here that means that you can just pop back in after a great big long time and feel like you understand you're still involved, you've been here, you're part of this, and that's why we've got so many social members, and people give up and say, that's it, I'm done with racing, and then there'll be a period of time elapsed and they'll be back. And so many of us have done that, gone away for a bit, tried other things, and always end up coming back. So, yeah, I'm here for the long term. You won't be getting rid of me soon.
So anyone sat at home on a sofa watching this, how do you get involved? How do you come on down here and go racing or get involved with a team?
Well, I suppose old-fashioned way, you get on the internet, and it's old-fashioned now, isn't it? You get on the internet, and so mini7.co.uk, and see where we're going racing, and then come to a meeting. In fact, these days you can even watch online via Facebook and YouTube and all that kind of stuff, so you can watch it. But there's nothing like actually being here. It's really cheap admission to most of the circuits. You get really close-up access to the cars and the drivers and everything else. So just come along and have a look at what you want. There are plenty of people that are involved socially, so you don't have to be a driver. Obviously, being a driver is the most expensive way of being involved, but plenty of people, there are those that can't or don't want to have the financial commitment. They offer their services and help people. I've got a number of guys here that are helping me, and they're not here to earn a week's wages. They're here because they love it.
So we're not going to see you back on track anytime soon?
It is actually the 28th. See, this is a date, a bit like my date of my wedding to Emma. The other date I have in my mind forever is the date of my first Mini 7 race, 28th of October 1984. Was here at Brands. I literally did not know one end of motor racing from the other. I didn't know what I was doing. We turned up here, did my first ever race, and actually, all things being equal, I'm going to do the Mini 7 S-Class race in the winter series, which is it's only a few days out from being my 40th anniversary. So Ben Johnson's lending me his car. I'm busy building the engine that we talked about, and so I'm going to do the Mini 7 S-Class race, out of fondness. And I haven't raced an S-Class yet, so I think I'll need to add that to my repertoire.
All being well, before the end of the year, we might put some videos together showing the engine build for your S-Class as well. That might be, for the people at home not sure about the technical side of things, that would be something to look out for.
About 20 years ago, I did a DVD for general sale, which was how to build your own road engine, 100 horsepower, 100 foot-pounds of torque. It was really successful. I got really ripped off. It's now on YouTube for nothing. So I'll direct everybody to that. They can watch the 4-hour version, and then what we'll try and do is create a sort of subplot to that. So watch the 4 hours first, then watch this little bit about S-Class, and ultimately we'll see if it's any good when I drive it. But I shall take it to the rolling, I'll put it on the dyno, then we'll go to the rolling road, then we'll track test it, and if it's no good, then I'll have to find a faster driver to make it look good. And then if it's still no good, I'll have to give up and say, right, we'll have to further look at why I can't make this engine fast. But I think we will be able to.
Hi everyone, you join us during the lunch break in the Silverstone pit lane. We've got these immaculate cars here from the Mini 7 Racing Club. The Mini Miglias and the Mini 7s are paying tributes to a long-term ambassador, 7-time champion Peter Baldwin, and we've got friends of the series that have come down. They're taking some pictures down at the pit lane, and they're going to be paying tribute. Now what we're going to be doing as well is just walking down and speaking to some of the personalities of the Mini 7 Racing Club to pay tribute. And the first person I'm going to speak to actually is Gareth Baldwin. So Gareth, we're here with Peter's car now. Just your tribute to a great man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously very proud of my dad and everything he achieved. As a wee nipper, going around the circuits all over the country, all over Europe, it's a lovely tribute, and obviously the Minis was his life. So for the Mini 7 Club to put this on and have this tribute is just a lovely finale to what's been an amazing month since Dad passed away.
And I must say, especially after the qualifying this morning, I believe the racing today is going to be a great way to pay tribute to him also, because let's be honest, Miglia racing hasn't changed over the years. It's still been spectacularly close fun racing.
Well, I think the Minis always bring the crowds in because they're so entertaining, so competitive, so close, but there is great camaraderie in the Mini 7 Club as well, so that's a lovely thing to see. I had a little sniff of it with 18 months of being in my dad's car. I wouldn't say racing it, I drove it, so yeah, I can appreciate just how special it is.
And 7-time champion as well. Obviously you feel the pride in the fact that your dad will forever be etched into the history of the club and of the series.
Yeah, I mean, I think the things that have really shocked people is when they hear that he was 72 and 73 when he won his 6th and 7th title, and that even at age 80 he won in the historic Minis at Thruxton. So just things that you look back on and just feel immensely proud of what was achieved. And huge thanks to June, who's been a major part of the team Baldwin in making that possible.
Absolutely. Now June, doesn't want to talk to us. That's absolutely fine. Obviously, emotion is still very raw on the day, but she's here paying tribute.
Yeah, I mean, June and Dad were a formidable team, and June did an amazing job looking after Dad in the last couple of years when his health's not been so fantastic. So I think from every perspective, June is Dad, and I think everyone in the paddock has been so lovely and warm in welcoming her and me back in today, and you can just tell the respect there is for Dad as well. 7-time champion, 700 odd wins and 50 championships in all of his time. It was his life, so I think it's quite a fitting end.
A fine racer and an absolute gentleman. Thank you for talking to us, Gareth.
Cheers, pleasure.
A couple of other people we do want to speak to. I'm hoping to speak to and catch Rupert Death. Yes, so Rupert, we're just chatting to Gareth as well. Your tributes to a great man.
Where do I start? The reason we're here, or I'm stood here, is because of him. Got me involved helping him back in the early 90s, and it escalated from there, really. I used to mechanic for him, and then he one day said to me, "Why don't you go and get your licence, Rupert?" And I was like, "Really?" So booked a session, came up here, got my odds, and went back to Peter and said, "Mate, I've got my licence." He goes, "Oh, well done, mate." He goes, "Fancy having going in that?" And there he was, pointing at his Metro Turbo. And it all started from there, really.
And to race alongside him on the grid must have been absolutely sensational.
Oh, it was amazing. He was always very critical of everything he did, but I think the reason that I've become a fairly good competitive racer is down to him. I always took on board what he's got to tell me and say, and he's almost like a second dad to me.
Absolutely, and like a fine wine, he got better with age. Gareth mentioned the age he was when he got the 6th and 7th title.
Oh, yeah, truly amazing, especially for a man in his 70s to achieve that. Yeah, that is an inspiration for all of us.
Thank you for paying tribute to him, and I think the best way to round it off today would be for the Minis to do what they usually do and have some brilliant racing.
Put on a good race, oh definitely, and stay tuned, and hopefully we'll put on a good show for you guys.
I'm here down in the paddock with Ian Curley, who's joined us back this year in the Mini Miglia. How was that?
Really good race. That's been the hottest race this year for certain. No real dramas. I need to find a bit more pace in myself, but it's going good.
And you were racing historics before, so it's quite a difference going to these slick tired cars on the Mini Miglia.
Massively, yeah. I mean, I've raced the Appendix K touring car for 10 years and they drift real good, and this doesn't. This just like, you turn the wheel and it turns in. So no, it's been a bit of a change of technique really, which I've struggled with a little bit, but and I haven't really raced a Miglia since like 2000, so it's been a fair while.
What's the difference, do you think, now from when you were racing the Mig before?
There's not a great deal. Not I mean, it's a long time, but no, I think that they're much of a muchness really. I think that's really good that they haven't really changed. So I think there's probably more competitive drivers in it at the moment. I think the mid-90s was a real golden era, and then and now I think it's equally back there, if not a bit tougher.
Specialised mouldings, you make a lot of the carbon fibre for these cars.
Yeah, that's right. We do a lot of classic mini stuff. I mean, we're fundamentally a motorsport composite company, so we make all the bodywork for like the Napa Full Touring Car Team, Mini Challenge, loads of other customers, and so we're very heavily motorsport orientated. And I think the Mini part is just through my passion of racing the Mini, and fundamentally there are a lot of my mates who race them, so they all come and take the stuff for nothing off of me.
Phil, you're a familiar face in the paddock here in the Mini 7, but this is your first weekend.
It is my first weekend. 20 years ago I raced with the Mini 7 Club in the Mini Miglia, so this has been nice to come back, and we've had a good weekend so far.
And you're racing in the Mini 7 S-Class. We all know what that means, but can you tell people at home what an S-Class is?
The S-Class is designed to be an entry-level scholarship, which is what the S stands for. So a lot of basic engine components. The cars are very similar to a Mini 7. They've got controlled dampers. And it's designed to be the affordable entry level into the Mini 7 Club. And it's a perfect entry. They're very competitive. It's a lot of fun.
This was Tina Cooper's car and you've completely stripped it.
It was Tina Cooper's car, yeah. She had it for quite a long time. It was originally the car they built in '99 at the Mini birthday. Obviously been through a few hands, but yes, it's now fresh.
What have you changed?
Little bits here and there really, a little bit of roll cage stuff, a bit of suspension stuff, a fresh coat of paint. And obviously convert it over to the S-Class from the Mini 7 that it was.
Mini 7 racing, yes. What do you think so far?
I love it. I don't race often enough. I think we were working it out earlier. I think I've driven twice in the last 5 years. So to come back to be where we are, and in the club, which is very friendly, and everybody's got something nice to say, it's brilliant. I love it.
So this weekend we're supported by Mini Spares on the live feed and also throughout the year, but specifically you, Phil, they've really helped you get back on track.
They have. They've been supporting me for quite a long time in my endeavours here, there and everywhere. But here specifically, they've given me an awful lot of help, so I'd like to thank them really, and for supporting the Mini in general. It's a big market. They work really hard, and it keeps everybody like us, in bits and pieces, which is wonderful.
And we're down with Ross Billison. Ross is one of the championship favourites. Yeah. How does that feel? You've been around the championship a very long time.
Yeah, no, it feels good. I am enjoying it still. It's just there's a lot, obviously, at risk at the moment. So I'm just trying to do everything right, pick up the points where I need to. Just keep pushing it in the right direction.
So you're racing in the Mini 7 Challenge. How does that differ to the S-Class that we may have seen before?
It's a more highly tuned, a 998 race engine. Other than that, there's not a lot of difference. That's it really.
What's it like to drive? Quite frantic, or?
Yeah, they're so much fun to drive. I love it. I have had a go in one of the S-Classes, but I do rate the 7s as a pure race car.
So this is probably the closest you've been to winning the points. What's in your mind? What have you got to do this weekend?
As I say, just don't do anything stupid. There's still a long way to go in the season. Although we've got 3 rounds left to go, there's still a lot of races to do. So just got to calm down, just take one race at a time, and keep finishing on that podium.
Seems like Mike Jordan, whenever he goes out, he's absolutely on fire. Is he the one to be chasing down?
Yeah, I swear he's got a Miglia engine in there. I'm not sure, but no, he is fast. He's got the all-round game. He does raise the bar whenever he enters. So, but we'll try our hardest, and we'll try and give him a good race.
It's always quite a family-friendly paddock. Yeah. So you're here with your family.
Yeah, it's my local one here. So my wife's here, my daughter's here. Lots of the family and friends. So yeah.
Anyone you want to thank in particular?
A massive thank you to my team. Roy is over there in the blue, my uncle Stewie, and my dad back at home.
Brilliant. Well, best of luck, Ross, and we'll see how you go.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
We're down with Kate. Kate's one of our newer drivers on the grid, racing in the Mini 7 S-Class. How are you getting on?
Great, thank you. I'm in my learning phase, so I'm really excited just to get out on track, learn what it feels like to race a car. So different to normal driving, as I've learnt. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it at the moment, yeah.
And why Mini?
Minis, I think, are a great beginner's car. Like, if you're trying to get into racing, a Mini is such a good thing to start with because you learn so much about the feel of car. You've got the sort of different ways that they can be set up and things, and they're like go-karts really in a car form. So it's been great for me to learn on this rather than, also something more dangerous like, an open wheel car or something. I'm absolutely not going to start with that. So yeah, it's really good.
Do you think you're going to stay with the Minis now? You're with the Mini 7 Racing Club, or have you got other plans?
At the moment, I'm definitely staying. I'd like to get a handle on this first, keep learning, and maybe, in a few years or something, I'd try something else. But I'm really liking the Minis at the moment.
Do you ever offer any advice to people that come around and say, I'd really love to join in?
Yeah, I think the best thing you can do is, if you're looking at joining a club or starting racing, go and see a race in person. Talk to people, they'll give you advice about, mechanics to talk to, about things they did wrong on their car. We've had people already this weekend say, I'm building a car, what would you recommend, what would you do differently? And I think that's so useful because you can get contacts and learn. It's how we sort of came into this, and people are really helpful, so they'll give you good advice.
Brilliant. Okay, thanks very much, Kate. And I noticed you're next to your dad. So your dad's got a new build. If I come on over, Nigel, this looks spectacular. Is this a brand new build?
Well, it's been restored recently, certainly. It's a 1965 car that was originally registered in Sweden, but in about 2000 it was brought over to the UK and is now being raced by me, which is very exciting. It's classed as a historic car, which I think is quite appropriate to someone who's as old as me. So,
well, I've seen you competing in the S-Class as well.
Yes, indeed. I love the S-Class. The trouble is we've only got one S-Class to share between us. So on this weekend, I'm in the historic and Kate's taken the S-Class. It's a wonderful formula, of course, ideal for people who are just starting out in minis.
So you're competing in the Samoa Trophy this weekend?
That's right. Yes, indeed. It's a trophy that's been going for a number of years. Slightly worrying for me is that Stig Blomqvist drove this car a few years ago. I think it was 2014, and unfortunately won the race. So I'm feeling under a bit of pressure.
Do you feel more nervous driving or spectating when your daughter's racing?
I really was very nervous the first time I saw Kate racing, I will confess. But now she is off on her own, and she knows what she's doing. She sorts her own tyre pressures out, and she does a great job. So I feel much less worried now.
Brilliant. Well, thanks very much for speaking to us, and best of luck. And the car looks amazing.
Thank you. Great pleasure.
So we are down here on the grid at the Mini Festival. Of course, we've got all of the Mini 7s lined up behind us, but more importantly, the Mini Festival wouldn't be what it is today without Mini Spares. And it's a pleasure to say I'm joined on the grid by Justin Jeffrey, one of the directors at Mini Spares. Justin, this has become a massive part of sort of mini motorsport globally now. How does it feel to be a part of that?
Oh, we're honoured, absolutely honoured. We've been involved in motorsport since Keith Dodd started the company 50 years ago. It's passionate. You've seen the racing here. It's probably the best racing you'll see at Brands Hatch all year long. So we're just honoured to be able to be part of it and help wherever we can.
And obviously the weather's been very kind to us this weekend. How does it feel to see all of these minis in a very nice weather, and we've seen how close the racing can be?
Delighted. It's one of those things. If it's pouring with rain, it's not the same event. So it's great to be here, and in the sunshine, which doesn't happen that often in the UK. So, yeah, absolutely fantastic. The racing's been great, as I say, and we're delighted to be here and be able to put this on for everybody. And as you can see, there's thousands of people here, which is great.
Whenever you judge me, I'm happy.
Take over interviewing because Jack's not very good.
Do you want to do a bit? Yeah. Ready? Stephen's
ready
to go. Stephen's ready to go. Is this on?
Yep.
Still on. Hello, sorry about that. Jack's just taking a moment out. So, Justin, where did we get to?
We're just talking about how delighted we are to be here, be able to put this show on for everybody, the amount of people here, and just delighted. The weather's good, and everyone's excited for the races to come.
So you don't fancy having to go yourself then?
No, these guys are far too good for me. I think I'd be at the back pedalling somewhere and trying to get out of the sand trap.
I guess from your side of things, it must be quite fun to see the cars going around with all the parts that you supply. That's quite cool.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, most of the people here we know quite well, especially after an event like this, when you see bumpers hanging off and panels beaten up and broken. It's brings a tear to my eye.
What's been your favourite race so far of the weekend?
I think the Historics is always a great race. The cars are prepared so beautifully. They look great, and it just takes you back to when the cars were performing as they did back in the 60s and the 70s and winning races. And that's my favourite race.
Now, you've been around the mini scene for probably longer than me, a fair few years now. How do you think things are changing?
I think it's getting bigger and bigger. People are more passionate now. It surprises me every year that the amount of product that we sell. We're still developing new product, which is amazing. The car's 65 years old. We're still finding ways to make the cars go faster, make them more reliable. It's incredible. It just keeps going from strength to strength.
And I think the more you're able to produce more parts, it keeps them going.
Absolutely, yeah. There's lots of bits that are getting harder and harder to find. Mark 1 blocks, we're producing those. We're doing cylinder heads. We're doing all the stuff that needed to keep the cars on the road. We're trying to produce at a price that people can afford.
And it's not just here in the UK, is it? These parts are going all the way around the world, which you kind of think of the Mini as a British car, but they do go literally all the way around the world.
Oh, absolutely. 60+% of our business is export. So yeah, there's cars in every corner of the world, in places that you would never expect to find them. So yeah, they found their way around the world quite quickly.
We saw you at Germany recently for the IMM. Down in the Paddock, there's the stand for the IMM 2025.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, 2025. It's Minispare's 50th anniversary, so we're going to be there in a big way. Hopefully, raffling another car for Variety charity. So yeah, come down 2025. It'll be a great event.
So you're going to build the Mini on the day?
Yep. 3 days we'll get the car built from nuts and bolts to a working car, hopefully.
Awesome. Well, I'll be there. Hopefully a few of the guys here in the crowd are going to be there as well.
Fantastic. Yeah, looking forward to seeing everybody.
Well, thanks, Justin. And should we go for a wander? We're doing that? You coming with me?
Yeah, why not? Let's go and have a look around.
Let's go. So I did prime Joe Thompson. Go and find him. Sorry, I forgot my back to the camera. Hello, Joe. We are live. How are you?
I'm very well. Soaking up the sun, loving it.
So you had a win yesterday.
Yes, we did. It was we just about won the command win. It was getting a bit close with the safety car, but yeah, we just managed to do that.
So for the people watching, this is the 998cc based Mini Formula. How are they to drive?
I think watching it is usually quite good for people. They just find it quite entertaining, but obviously driving it is just a completely different ball game. They're loose, they move around, not a lot of power, but enough to have a bit of fun. And yeah, I think it's the sort of thing you can't really put it into words. I think once you've been behind the wheel and you know yourself, you've had a crack in them, and they're just something else. Having been fortunate enough to jump behind the wheel of quite a few different cars, it's the sort of thing that we always come back to. You look at most of the names on the grid, anyone that's been up there and racing professionally always comes back to the same stuff.
How fast are you going? What's the maximum speed around here in a Mini 7?
Do you know what? I've never even had a speedo. The maths would state you're probably doing just over 100. But yeah, I don't run a speedo, so I'm just going to say it's about 500 mile an hour.
It must feel like that. I've been in the Mini doing 70 down the motorway and it feels like 200 miles an hour. So to do 100 miles an hour around here must feel pretty good.
Yeah, close to the floor and, you know, centimetres away from the cars, it really heightens it up. And that's the big thing about this club is the fact that everybody's so close. The racing's usually really, really respectful, clean, and that's what brings people back.
Brilliant. Thanks, Joe. So that's Joe in car number 80, who's in P2 for this race. Had a win yesterday. I want to go and see Ross Billison, who's over the other side. So in the number 3 car, just pretending I'm not here. Can you talk, Ross?
Yeah.
Hey, Ross. So Ross Billison, you are one of our championship leaders at the moment.
Yeah. Yes, I am.
That was it. Are you going to talk a bit more than that? No, that's
yeah. It's going well this season. We've been on the podium every race. I've just got to keep trying to beat Joe.
It's one of your more local tracks. You enjoy coming around here?
Yeah, it's just down the road for us. So nice and easy.
What have you got to do today?
Beat Joe.
So that's Joe in the car 80, and you've also got Mike Jordan on the front row as well. He's going to be pretty fast today, I would think.
Yeah, he's always fast. It's good fun though, Mike. But, yeah, he's fast, and obviously Damien's coming through now as well. So it should be good. It should be good battle, I think, if I can hang on to them.
How long have you been racing, Ross?
About 10, 11 years now. So yeah, good.
And finally, right at the front, so it's good to see that.
Yeah. Last season was good. Obviously, we finished third, but we're really pushing to try and win it this year. So yeah, all good.
Some best of luck. We'll look out for you. As we keep wandering down the grid, you'll see we've got 2 distinct grids here. So we've got the Mini 7s at the front, which have got the red header stickers. And at the back we've got the green Mini 7 S-Class. The Mini 7 S-Class is quite a standard 1275 based car, and the Mini 7s with the red header stickers are the fully race-tuned cars with the dog engagement gearboxes. You'll hear the straight cut drop gears, really lightweight flywheels, more racing. So a bit more like the Mini Miglias. We're on historic spec tyres, a little bit less power. And someone who always scares me slightly when I go live, it would be Adrian. So, hi Adrian, you've been around the paddock quite a long time. You having a good weekend?
Good afternoon, Stephen. Absolutely wonderful weekend. Aaron is doing his best to race 2 cars this afternoon. We've just rebuilt the first one, so that's up and running again. So out in this 7, and then he'll be out in the Miglia, I think, straight after this one, or if not, one race between.
So this is Aaron Smith, who's just behind us here in the yellow car.
Yeah, Graham Davis has asked Aaron to drive it this weekend, just to show what a 7 can do. We'll see what happens.
So we saw Aaron out earlier in the Mini Miglia race. Is he having a good time in the 7?
He's enjoying the 7, yeah. It's a totally different car, totally different driving style, but you know what he's like. If he can drive something, he will drive it.
Thanks very much. Didn't swear, that was fantastic. Thank you. I'll have a quick word with Spencer Wanstall before he puts his crash helmet on. Coming in, red car here, sponsored by Mini Spares. I said I'd get you at some point, Spencer. How are you?
All good. How are you?
Nice and warm on the grid here.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. Good day to be here at my local track, Brands Hatch. Massive crowd. Having everyone come onto the pit straight was pretty experience. Lovely to see the classic mini scenes alive and kicking after all these years.
So you're back here in 8th? 7th on the grid. Does that make much difference in terms of aerodynamics? You'll soon be catching up the guys at the front.
Yeah, I'd like to think by probably Paddock Hill Bend I'll be in the lead, so yeah, all good.
All right, well, best of luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
There you go. I think we've got a little bit of time left. They haven't got their crash helmets on just yet. We keep going? Yeah, keep wandering down. So we've got Gareth Hunt here in the Tiger car. Hey Gareth.
Hi Stephen.
You got your helmet on, so it might sound a little bit muffled on the mic, but we'll try our best. So, you having a lovely weekend?
Yeah, it's awesome. The grid walk was a nice touch. I hope everybody enjoyed it.
It's nice to see so many people come down, see the cars in place on the grid. It's quite unusual, isn't it, for us?
A few unusual things like having to sign autographs. I felt like such a hero. I'll tell you.
Yeah, Gareth Hunt, superstar. So in the number 37 car, good luck.
All right, thanks, guys.
Now, if we can, I'd like to try and breach this gap. So We have 10 seconds between the two grids here. Racing is equally as exciting front to the back, and we've got some really quick drivers coming through in the Mini 7 S class now. So we try and find Fraser. Let's go and speak to Matt Eyre. So Matt in the grey car, number 700. Hello, Matt. You having a great weekend so far?
Yeah, it's been all right. It's been feisty, but it always is. So been good fun, good battles.
Tell us about your car. What's under the bonnet?
So it's a 1275 with 12,000 oversized, is just under 1.3. But they're pretty standard with a normal gearbox in them as well.
So you should notice when the cars go along the straight, they sound slightly different to the S class at the front. The Mini 7 at the front.
Yeah, the Mini 7s rev much higher, and you can hear that sort of. It's the straight cut gears, gives it a nice race sound.
But you'll probably start to come up on some of the Mini 7s as the race progresses. I know you guys at the front here at the S class are really competitive.
Yeah, we'll definitely try and definitely get in the mix. If it's a safety car, then it's just going to be one giant 100 minutes.
Are you going to have troubles with heat today? Quite warm?
Yeah, it should be. It'll get quite warm. If we're in the tow, then they definitely get quite warm. So you might see a few people just grabbing gulps of fresh air.
So just kind of darting out slightly. You're not going for an overtake, you're just trying to get a bit more cool air.
Yeah, if you're too far back and you're sat in the tow, you just want to get some fresh air over the rad, make sure the engine temp's nice and cool.
And you're pretty much favourite at the moment for the championship. I shouldn't say that before the race, should I? But you're doing well so far in the points.
That's a bold statement, but anything can happen, and all these boys are really quick, so any of them could win.
Nice to see. We've got Phil Anning there in the number 717. He's new out this time as well, so he's on the pace straight away.
Yeah, he's on the pace straight away and very quick. I think he qualified second or third on his first time out, so it's definitely one to watch.
Brilliant. All right, well, good luck in the race.
Yeah, thank you.
And try and get a word with Fraser, who's just suiting up. Hello, Fraser. How are you?
Not bad. Can't complain. How are you?
Can you explain these graphics on the side of your car?
Well, when we got invited to Thruxton, we obviously, our man knows Dave. We just thought it'd be a good opportunity to take the piss.
So what's happening here, Andy, on your T-shirt? What's this? 2007 Mini Miglia champion.
Yes, 2007 Mini Miglia champion. Was supposed to be an NDF Owens, but he lost it. So it was me. And I beat him in Wales, which is even better. So it may be built in Wales and beaten in Wales.
It's good to see you don't hang on to these things, you know.
No, it's because I stopped racing so long ago, I have to hold on to something.
Well, I saw you racing earlier this year. What's happened?
Just decided to step back a little bit, let Fraser have a chance, because I was probably a bit too quick for him, and let him have the fast car, fast engine, and the fast race suit.
See it quite often, father and son, daughter and father on the grid. It's quite nice to have one whole family racing.
I'm not his daughter.
Are you not?
No, I'm not.
Okay. We had quite a lead in the first race yesterday. Hoping to repeat that again today?
Yeah, if we can be as lucky. I think yesterday was luck. We broke way out of Graham Hill, and once you've broke the toe in these cars, as you know, it makes your job a little bit easier. So yeah, we hope for the same, but I don't think with Matty, the bearded chaos next to me, I think it'll be a close fight.
It's quite close racing, but also quite fair.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you watch back Thruxton, me and Matty spent 20 minutes going door to door, bumper to bumper, and I don't think we touched once. So it's a great place to go racing. It keeps things cheap if you don't have shunts all that often. And so yeah, can't complain.
Awesome. All right, have fun. Nice to speak to you, Fraser. So that's Fraser in number 725, the David Addison fan club. So have a quick word with one of our newer drivers to the grid. Well, I'd say you have been on the grid before.
Yeah, I have been on the grid.
Quite an experienced mini racer. Phil Anning here.
Hi, how are we doing?
Very well. Saw your live coverage from yesterday. That was, yeah, it's played back okay.
Has it? Oh, good. I haven't seen it yet.
You're natural. How does it feel being back on the Mini 7 grid?
It's really good. It's really good. It's really close and it's really tough. And I definitely need to have a bit more practice. But no, I'm loving it. It's brilliant.
So you've got a Riley Elf, haven't you? So you've got a historic race Mini that you've been racing around Goodwood and Masters, etc. How does that compare to this car you've got now?
The handling is not indifferent, but the historic cars have got a bit more power. So they're similar. They're just a little bit faster.
These are quite loose, aren't they? You see them sliding around quite a lot. How does that feel to drive when you're sliding through the corners sideways?
It keeps you on your toes, that's for sure. And when you're in the thick of it, you've got to be very careful, because it is alive underneath you. But it's a lot of fun, and everybody's, they give you just about enough room. We'll get to the end, that'll be good.
I think one of the questions a lot of people have is to see the cars going round on 3 wheels. Why are you on 3 wheels rather than using all 4 tyres? You're not tyre saving?
No, there's no tyre saving taking place. The geometry is key to making these things fast, and the only way they do really go fast is by having the rear end quite lively, making the turn from the rear. So halving the grip by removing one from the ground sort of helps that.
So you keep the front wheels scrabbling away on the tarmac, keeping it gripping on the front to stop it pushing on understeering in the corners?
Yeah, absolutely, you've got it.
There you go. Well, got that bit, but
let's see. We'll know what happens in about half an hour's time.
So this is third here on the grid, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So the qualifying for today's race is based on the lap times from yesterday?
Yes, it is, yeah. So although we didn't finish as high up as this yesterday, we turned a fairly decent lap.
And you're doing just under 1 minute to get around here?
Yeah, they are. They're in the 59s.
The Mini Miglias are more like 50, 54, and then the fastest Mini in the world right down to about 50 seconds.
Are they? Yeah. They're fast. They're fast.
But just as fun. So you best get your crash helmet on.
Yeah, sounds like they're going to call us.
And we shall get off the grid before they start up. So yeah, we've got just a few minutes to go, and then we've got another very exciting race for you, Mini 7 and Mini 7 S-Class here at Brands Hatch.
then the engine, it's a second that there alone. Same rate.
this on? Probably don't. Sorry? Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Is that still on?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed your lunch break here at Brands Hatch for the annual mini festival for 2024. And now we're ready to go for the afternoon action with 6 races to look forward to. Majority of those will be mini races, with the addition of the second MSVR all-comers race to look forward to as well. The countdown is now on. We've just been given the 5-minute board, which means the cars will very shortly be heading off onto their formation lap. So let's run you through how this race will line up for the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares for the Sevens. And it's going to be number 1, Mike Jordan, who finds himself on pole position, and Brady Joe Thompson is going to be alongside. The second row then lines up with number 29, which is Damien Harrington. He'll be joined by number 3, which is Ross Billison. The third row then sees number 21, which is Aaron Smith. Alongside him, number 20 is Darren Thomas. The fourth row will see number 73, which is Spencer Wanstall, with number 38, Stephen Hopper, on the outside. The fifth row will then line up with number 37, Gareth Hunt, and on the 10th place of the grid will be number 16, which is Andrew King. Then we move to the rear of what's going to be the Mini Sevens. That's going to be Nigel Davies in car number 26 and number 14, Jamie Payne. Then we have a gap before we see where the majority of the field finds itself for this weekend for the 7S class. And on pole position for that one is going to be the 725 machine of Fraser Hack. On the second row, number 700 is Matthew Ayres, and 717, which is Philip Annim. Then behind that we have 796, which is Michael Winkworth, joined by number 741, which is Joel Rem. Then further back from them we see 746, which is Oliver Burkett, with 707, Matthew Page. The next row lines up with 789, which is Arnold Duncan, and 711, Giles Page. Behind them, 736 is Bertie Woolard, with 797, which is Jack Vanner. Then behind them, 713 is Lee Pullman, joined by 777, which is Dave Rees. Then onto the next row, it's going to be 750, which is James May, and 748, Mal Dickinson. Behind them, 712 is John Hobbs, joined by 733, which is Alex Watson. Then onto the penultimate row of the grid, 778, which is Kate Fraser Kerr, with 765, Callum Perfect. And on the back row of the grid will be number 788, which is Rob Perry. So it gives us a full grid once again for the Dunlop Mini Sevens. This is our first race of the day, so if you weren't here with us yesterday, you wouldn't have seen these drivers out, but they are all geared up and ready to go, and seems like they all enjoyed that grid walk, as they were famous for half an hour as they signed programmes and got to talk to all of you lovely lot who made it down onto the grid to soak up that atmosphere from the Mini 7s. So, what are the Mini 7s and what are the Mini 7Ss? Well, back in the day, more than half a century ago, the Mini 7 Challenge was for the Bob Fox Trophy, which has been providing great motor racing at an affordable price for many, many years now, as we know. Much may have changed since the first ever 850cc Formula Mini 7 race here at Brands Hatch back in what was April 1966. But nowadays we have the 1 litre Mini 7s, which still provide superb entertainment for driver and spectator alike. And they do stick to the tarmac like a proverbial go-kart, but they can sometimes, most times, get up onto two wheels. Starting behind the 7s, we do have the milder tuned 1275cc S-Class, which offers a more standard budget introduction class, where hopefuls will be looking to get onto the motor racing ladder and work their way up at some stage into the Mini 7. So the Mini 7s will find at the head of the order. The first kind of 10 to 12 will be those, and then, as we said, the Mini 7Ss will be the ones that follow further back. So we're very shortly to get this formation lap underway. As we headed in towards Brands Hatch, it was Ross Billison who was leading the championship. He had acquired, after the first 10 or so races of the season, 169 points. He was 14 ahead of Spencer Wanstall, and Joe Thompson, after a well-deserved victory yesterday, was on 151 points. So he will be very much looking to try and take the championship lead away as we leave Brands Hatch this weekend after what will be the 3 races we have. 4th place Damien Harrington, he is on 141 points but didn't have the best of days yesterday, unfortunately. And Darren Thomas, as he came home in 5th place, he ran 5th in the championship on what is 98 points. But a bit like the Melias, we do drop the worst 3 scores of the season, so your kind of worst results can get dropped if they haven't gotten your way across the course of the year. So for Joe Thompson, going to try and find himself very much back in the equation. He's only had really 1 poor round so far this year. That was a non-point score for Joe Thompson back at round 8, which was a couple of meetings ago on the support bill of the British Touring Car Championship at Thruxton. But Joe Thompson has bounced back nicely in the last 2 meetings, actually, 2 races at least. One yesterday with the first place, and also got the first place in the round before this at Anglesey on the coastal circuit. So he's actually on a good run of form at the minute, and trying to do what he can to stay ahead of Spencer Wanstall, who finished 6th in yesterday's race, and Ross Billison, who just managed to scrape himself through onto the podium. So he'll be looking to do his best in this second race, which is again over 20 minutes as the cars work their way on this formation lap down through Graham Hill Bends. Number 1, Mike Jordan, is there. He did the quickest time in yesterday's race, so that gives him the pole position for today, 58.835. It was fractionally quicker than Joe Thompson, who, as we said, went on to win the race by 0.03 of a second, so not much to choose between them whatsoever. And it was that meeting at Thruxton when Mike Jordan was head and shoulders above everybody else. They are pretty much the only 2 races he's done so far this year. He was entered at Donington Park back in March, but had to withdraw from those 2 races. But Mike Jordan, when he has been out there, he has been on the podium. So let's see if he can follow 2nd place yesterday up with a win today. He's going to have some tough opposition, as we said, because look back to row 2 where you'll find Damien Harrington and also championship leader Ross Billison. We mentioned row 3, Aaron Smith and Darren Thomas, and then Spencer Wanstall and Stephen Hopper on the 4th row. And we can't discount the 7Ss because they give us just as exciting racing with around about 15 to 20 cars on that grid here this weekend. Fraser Hack will go off the front in the 725 machine. His time yesterday was a 59.769. He has been quick across the course of yesterday. And Fraser Hack, another man who hasn't really done most of the races this year, but again, when he has been out there, he has featured on the podium more than once. So Fraser Hack now with his 3rd win of the season, looking to try and keep Matthew Ayres and Philip Annam behind him, and Michael Winkworth could be another man who finds himself towards the podium by the end of the 20 minutes. So we'll see how it all shapes out as the 7s now work their way back to their positions on the grid. The first few rows of the 7S is now coming into position as well, and as soon as the last few cars on the grid have found their position, we'll get the green flag, and as we said, the afternoon action will be underway here at Brands Hatch for the 2024 edition of the Mini Festival. But who is going to make the best of the starts? We've mentioned on multiple occasions so far this weekend, pole position is not always the best place to be, so let's see if Mike Jordan can turn it into the lead in towards Paddock Hill Bend. We now do get the green flag from the back of the grid, The 5-second board is held aloft, and the red lights come on then for this Mini 7 race, which gets underway now as the lights go out. And number 20 doesn't go anywhere, unfortunately, so Darren Thomas is stuck on the grid. Hopefully all the 7S's will be able to see him as they get underway very shortly. But down towards Paddock Hill Bend, it won't be Mike Jordan that leads the way. He's already down into second, make that third place, because Damien Harrington goes round his outside as well. And he's got to be careful that Ross Billison doesn't try and get his nose to the inside up towards Druids. Also, the 7S's are yet to get underway. Hopefully they will do shortly, but in fact we're going to have the yellow flag just to warn drivers of that number 20 machine. And are we going to have possibly a safety car or maybe a red flag? Yes, we are, because the 7S's hadn't got away from the grid. So halfway round were the 7s, and the 7S's hadn't gone. So in the interest of safety, it's a good call actually, because you don't want to have, as we said, 20 cars working their way down towards the number 20 machine, which some of them won't be able to see. So the red flags come out on the halfway point of the first lap. So Mike Jordan, after a sluggish start, would have a chance to do it all over again. But for what will be the number 20 machine stuck there, Darren Thomas, he will be easily pushed away from the grid, and the 7s might have to weave their way through somehow past the 7S's, because they don't actually have to move. They are stationary, they haven't moved from their grid positions. So the 7s will try and work their way possibly on the grass back to their grid spots. But for now, Darren Thomas, for some reason, that car didn't want to go anywhere from the line, so he is pushed by what are going to be 4 marshals, and he'll be pushed into the gap, which is where Endalf Owens found himself earlier today. And if they can do a quick fix on that car, it might be one that starts itself from the pit lane. But for now, Darren Thomas is off the circuit, and yeah, the 7s are going to work their way through. Of course, these are small cars, so they can find any small gap they want and get through, and they find the gap up against the pit wall. So Joe Thompson back into position, Mike Jordan back to where he was. I think they can all remember pretty much where they were. So as you were, and as I said, Mike Jordan, this is a bit of a relief for him, because he was being pushed, wasn't he, through Paddock Hill Bend. The third place was up for grabs as Ross Billison tried to worm his way through, but Mike Jordan, he'll have a second take of this start, and with all the cars now in position in the 7s, we will potentially get an extra formation lap as well, because the boards are being readied, and as quick as you like, they're already being shown. So 1 minute now before we get underway with a second formation lap, and that's sometimes a good thing with a split grid. As I said, the 7S's didn't go anywhere, so they were already in position. They've been waiting there a long time. Hopefully they can now get away on this formation lap, not to cause any further delays. But the green flag is waved, and off goes Mike Jordan once again to build the tyre temperature as best as he possibly can. Just to let you know, from this weekend we head to 2 further rounds, which will be another fantastic circuit actually down in Wiltshire, which is Castle Combe. If you've never been there before, it's always a great place to go, and again, mini racing around there is absolutely spectacular. So 21st of September is when the Mini 7 Championship will continue, and then the final round comes at Silverstone on what will be the 13th of October. So they'll have their final rounds to look forward to there as well, and hopefully the championship will go all the way down to the final wire of the final race of the 2024 season. We've got another one which is slow away from the grid. That is the 713 machine, which actually gets a little bit of a push from the marshals, so well done to them, as that now gets a little bit of a move on to try and catch up with the rest of the field. That's Lee Pullman, so he will be okay, but I think he will have to be off the back after all the field has now gone past him. So a wonderful array of minis out there with different liveries, with the 2 classes we have of the 7s and the 7S's. But as we said, can Mike Jordan now try a bit of a better job to stay ahead of Joe Thompson and also the car behind him that got through of Damien Harrington? It's in a mini, quite a long run down towards Paddock Hill Bend. It's not the longest in terms of meterage, but when your car is not massively quick off the line, it does take a lot longer for those cars to get there. So 58.8 was the quickest time yesterday. We'll see if we can get near to that for this second race of the weekend for the Dunlop Mini 7s. Field now coming back into position then, so Mike Jordan not as eager as Joe Thompson to get back onto that front row, but he's now into his position. And once again, you've got the second row with the light green machine of Damien Harrington. Ross Billison is in the white and blue roofed car, and then behind that you've got Aaron Smith in the yellow machine, now with a gap alongside him where Darren Thomas should have been, and then behind them the 73 machine of Spencer Wanstall is the red mini, and alongside the blue car of Stephen Hopper, which is number 38. So they are the first 4 rows of the grid, and we'll have to wait and see if the Darren Thomas machine can get out from the pit lane, if it can be fixed in time. If not, that'll be back to the paddock, and hopefully looking forward to the third and final race of the weekend, which in fact is the last race of the entire weekend here at Minifest for this year, so well worth staying around for that one. But let's try again. 20 minutes of mini racing coming up. The Mini 7s will go off first, and a slight delay before we see the 7Ss. The red lights are about to come on because the 5-second board has been held aloft and pulled back in. So the red lights come on, and let's give it another go. 20 minutes of racing to look forward to. Lots of wheel spin there from Joe Thompson, and Mike Jordan does get a better start, so he'll just about hold the inside line down toward Paddock Hill Bend. But again, Joe Thompson does have the swooping line round the outside, and also does Ross Billison. So still 2 go past. Damien Harrington wasn't one of those this time, as the 7Ss are released from the grid as well. So it's going to be Fraser Hack that leads the pack down towards Paddock. Phil Annin has got himself up into 2nd place. He might even get to the lead actually as they work their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. No, it will be Fraser Hack in the David Addison liveried car once again this weekend, and Phil Annin now under attack on the run up towards Druid. So in what was an attacking manoeuvre is now going to be a defensive mover to try and hold on to that 2nd place as they turn their way through Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend. For the 7s, they're on their way up towards McLaren already, and it will be Joe Thompson that heads the field. Ross Billison 2nd. Mike Jordan has now been passed by Damien Harrington, so Mike Jordan already down into 4th position, and onto his tail comes that yellow machine of number 21, which is Aaron Smith. So the completion of the first lap to be done, and already for Joe Thompson, he has got a slight buffer over Ross Billison, but don't expect this to last for too long, as Mike Jordan is already retaliating down on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend. But again, Damien Harrington at this point of the race is too strong to get past, so it's the 6 out front for the 7s as they work their way in towards Druid's corner. Harrington to the inside briefly of Ross Billison there, but he backed out of it at the very last minute, and you don't really want to make contact with other competitors. We have had some really clean racing this weekend, and mini racing at its best is absolutely phenomenal to watch, as Damien Harrington almost loses it there coming out the exit of Graham Hill Bend. So he might have just lost a car length or so to the number 3 machine of Ross Billison as they turn away now from Surtees in towards McLaren, and it's definitely the top 6 that have pulled away from the 7th place car now of number 38, which is Steve Hopper. So he is a little bit distant in that 7th position, and then the next 3 cars round out the 7s as they work their way on towards Clearways and Clark Curve for the 2nd time. For the 7Ss, it is Fraser Hack that does still just about lead the way from the 700 machine of Matthew Ayres. He is going to try and get himself a little bit higher up the order in these early stages. Matt Ayres, who finished 3rd yesterday and leads the championship, so just keep it calm, don't try too much. But Matt Ayres already looking to try and make a move on Fraser Hack in towards Paddock Hill Bend. We've got double wave yellow because there is a car that has pulled off just on the exit Paddock Hill Bend to the inside on the grass, so that is very much out of harm's way, and the driver already out in the car, and hopefully those double wave yellows will be retracted once the marshals are clear of the car as well. So nothing major to worry about as the driver walks away quite close to the paddock there. If he just hops over the barrier, he'll be back into the paddock under the circuit, so that is good news for him. So the leader's back onto the start-finish line with Joe Thompson still out front. Ross Billison looks to be about the same gap behind as last time round. Half a second it was, and I think that will be recorded as pretty much the same. In fact, less than 0.4 of a second now as they go into the double-waved yellow flag zone. I just wonder if that's another wheel that's come off the car there, because it looks very much like a wheel in the gravel trap on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend. So if it has come off, then that driver's done well to pull the car to the inside pretty quickly, and we'll try and work out who that is in due course once all the field has come through. Leaders down towards Graham Hill Bend. Joe Thompson's gap is continuing to be cut here, so on the move is Ross Billison as the 7Ss work their way in towards Druids, and Fraser Hack, who again, a bit like Mike Jordan when he has appeared on the circuit, he's done very well to lead races, and the majority of the time win them as well. So Hack leads Ayres in the 7Ss. You've got Phil Annin there in 3rd place, Michael Winkworth in the blue and pink machine in 4th position, and then the 789 machine is another one who's just a little bit distant at the minute. That's Arnold Duncan in 5th position, who leads the next train on the way through McLaren. So those leaders turn away now to the completion of the next lap, and the one that we have lost, just trying to work out, it might be the number 37 machine actually that has disappeared, Gareth Hunt, because he's way down the order and looks like he has got an issue. So yeah, I think it's Gareth Hunt that's pulled off over there at Paddock Hill Bend. Across the line, got some good fighting going on between the 7Ss once again. That is going to be for, where is it? It's 5th place, isn't it, in the 7Ss. So the car we just mentioned, Arnold Duncan, trying to keep about at the minute the car of what will be the 746 machine. So Oliver Burkitt from about 7th on the grids. He is in that battle at the minute as Fraser Hack now has to go for a more defensive line on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend, but I think he was secure in that place nonetheless, so doesn't really have to worry about Matt Ayres for the time being as they accelerate now on towards the left-hander at Surtees. Out front, still at the minute, Joe Thompson that leads, and he is starting to build the gap once again because Ross Billison has a Damien Harrington to worry about because Damien goes to the outside. This is putting pressure on the second place car, which is just delaying all of them in trying to catch up with the race leader. And Mike Jordan almost had a nibble there at the rear of Damien Harrington's car. He tries for the inside line, that is closed off very quickly, goes back to the outside, but that is also closed off by the same car. So Mike Jordan, wherever he tries to put his little Mini, doesn't want to go through a gap, does it? But now this might be his best opportunity. He's going to be on the outside line though, down towards Graham Hill Bend. He's ushered slightly wide. Might have been a little bit of contact between the two of them there, so that will now give the chance for Aaron Smith to try and draw alongside in the number 21 machine. And unfortunately we're going to lose another one from the 7s because Nigel Davies in car number 26 has also pulled off the circuit, and is that in the same place as Paddock Hill Bend where we had the yellow flag previously? Not too sure, but that car has disappeared out of this race. So through we come then with 6 laps to be completed. Joe Thompson, no real surprise, is the fastest man out there, 59.321. He has all of that clear air that he can use to his best advantage, and he still only leads by 0.8 of a second. So although these drivers are fighting for second position, they are not massively dropping back from the race leader. Damien Harrington might have a chance at Ross Billison up into Druids. No, he weaves one way then the other, but again he's in that kind of pack where if you make a mistake or you go for a move and it doesn't work, you're very quickly then going to come under attack from the car behind, which is still Mike Jordan. He tries exactly the same move as a lap ago and it didn't work that time. It doesn't work this time either, so Mike Jordan has to try, think, maybe do something a little bit different, try and catch the 3rd place car off song and maybe spring a surprise somewhere else on the circuit, which might be right now because again he looks to the inside in towards the exit of McLaren, and although he's kind of sending all these moves on the back of Damien Harrington, he's not actually coming under too much pressure from Aaron Smith behind him, but it won't probably last too long until Aaron Smith will find his way through. But the gaps now just start to eke out between the top 5 as they approach the dip in the road in towards Paddock Hill Bend. As they do that, the 7Ss work their way towards the end of another lap, and it's still Fraser Hack, no change, a bit like the 7s from his race lead, but again in the tow. Matt Ayres here might be able to work his way through. He might not want to. He might want to sit there for the majority of the race and try and do something on the last lap, because as long as you can stay with your competitors around you and you can be there on the last lap, you can always spring a surprise as they run towards the checkered flag. So Fraser Hack works his way in towards Druids. He got some 7s up the road from him, and they did manage to do this yesterday. They found themselves in the 7s quite quickly, so they will be looking to move up the overall order once again. Behind the top 4 in 7Ss, we still have the battle royale between these 4 cars, which are going to be firstly led by the 746 machine of Oliver Burkitt. He is being chased hard by what's going to be Arnold Duncan, who's now down into 15th place overall and 6th within the class, and then also with them as well is the 707 machine, which is going to be that of Matthew Page, and then we've got one further one to add to that mix, which is the 741 machine, which sees that of Joel Wren. So we've got 4 for the lead in 7Ss, 4 for 5th place in the 7Ss. Which one do we look at? I think we need to look at the one behind, because they are now side by side up across the start-finish stripe, and it will be on this occasion Arnold Duncan that goes through in towards Paddock Hill Bend. So the brown Mini is through. There might be another one to take a place away as well from the green and white machine, which is that of Ollie Burkitt. So he drops 2 positions in the space of just the 1 corner. So Fraser Hack works his way through, still in the 7S lead just about, but he's now under attack from, well, everyone pretty much, because down the inside line will come the 717 machine. A bit too quick though, manages to hold on to it. Matthew Ayres is in the wrong place. This is out very wide onto the curb, so it's had a real shake-up now within this class, as Philip Annin was the one who was up the inside, or tried to be Fraser Hack, but just couldn't quite control the car. With that, he then ran wide. I think Fraser Hack saw that coming and kind of just stepped aside and let him go. And then on the exit of the corner, it came back into his favour. So Hack now ahead of Annin. Then we've got Michael Winkworth, who's moved up into 3rd place, and the one who lost out during that was going to be Matthew Ayres. So the 7S Championship leader prior to this weekend is now the man down in 4th place, who'd be shuffled off the podium very quickly. And behind them, who have we got? We've got the number 16 machine by the looks of it. So that is one who runs within the 7. So Andrew King is trying to do something about this, but doesn't really need to, as now Philip Annin tries to go around the outside in towards Paddock Hill Bend for the 7S lead. And we've got another one, unfortunately, in the gravel trap, which is over at Clearways and Clark Curve. And very quickly, that looked to be the car of Jack Vanner, the 797 car. So how he's got there, I'm not too sure. Might have run wide, he might have been pushed wide, but didn't quite catch the beginning of that one. But we can see he's stuck in the gravel trap. So with 9 minutes to go, Joe Thompson's lead is quite substantial in mini terms, but that could all be about to change, because if we do get a safety car, the field will be bunched back together once again, as across the line for the 7s, 2nd place Ross Billison, still just ahead of Mike Jordan, not Andrew Jordan, he's normally racing, but Mike Jordan it is for this weekend. And we do have now a safety car, as predicted, with that car of Jack Vanner off over there at Clearways. So we reset once again, and just when Joe Thompson thought it was getting quite comfortable, that's now not the case, because time will continue to tick away under this safety car, and it all depends how long it takes for that car to be removed of Vanner over there at Clearways. But I think we're still going to have a good 5 minutes or so left on the clock, so it's not all wrapped up just yet for Joe Thompson, as the safety car picks up the leader down on the Cooper straight, and we do have the telehandler quite close to the car of Jack Vanner, so it might be able to be lifted to the circuit pretty quickly, or if not, it'll be taken to a place of safety behind the Armco at the same speed, I'd say. So yeah, it's an easy one to recover from where we're looking at anyway. So he is off over there. So as we run under safety car with just under 8 minutes to go, it is Joe Thompson in car number 18 that leads the way. 2nd place for number 3 is Ross Billison. 3rd place number 1 is Mike Jordan. 4th place then for number 29 is that of Damien Harrington. And then behind 5th place we have the number 21 machine, which is Aaron Smith. And then behind them we still have the 7s with number 73 in 6th position, that's Spencer Wanstall. And then 7th place for number 38 as we run under safety car for Stephen Hopper. Then we move into the 7Ss, so it just shows how quick they've made their way through the 7s. And that is still headed by Fraser Hack in the 725 machine. 2nd within that class in 9th place overall is 717, which is Phil Annin. And then Michael Winkworth completes the 7S podium in 3rd in that class and 10th overall, Michael Winkworth. And then 4th place and 11th overall is going to be Matt Ayres in car number 700. So that's how the two classes look, and hopefully now the 7Ss, as they get bunched up with the 7s, won't be too disrupted by this, and kind of have the 7s in their way when they have their own fight when the green flag waves once again, because we've seen the speed of Fraser Hack, which has been pretty quick. 59.9 is his best lap of the race. The quickest of those ahead of him in terms of the 7s, well, they're on 59.7s and 59.3, so they're only kind of 0.3 of a second slower than the 7s ahead of them. So that could be a little bit disruptive, as we said, for the 7Ss, but hopefully they won't come into too much contact with each other. Jack Vanner's car is almost clear of the gravel trap, so tremendous work once again from the recovery team. And although it's not quite there, the race officials are confident that we can go back to green flag racing this time round, because the BMW safety car lights have been switched off. So Joe Thompson now does become the effective race leader and safety car at the same time, and it's up to him to decide when he wants to go. He can go now, he can go later, and go right towards the line, but it's entirely up to him. Once he goes, he does have to go, which he now has on the run towards McLaren. So Thompson leads, Billison leads Jordan in the top 3, and this is in fact what we saw yesterday on the safety car. 7Ss did decide to just back off, because they know they don't want to catch up with the 7s, because that would really hamper the leader in that class. So Fraser Hack gives himself a little bit of a gap, which you're allowed to do. The officials allow that to happen with the 2 separate classes, and off we go once again with now 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Joe Thompson leads them in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and already actually, although we've just restarted, he has gapped Ross Billison already, so he built the gap, not to the extent he had before the safety car, but still it's a 3 or 4 car length over number 3. Then Mike Jordan still there in 3rd place in number 1, and again it's the top 5 in the 7s that have already pulled away from the rest of the pack. So down to Graham Hill Bend we now go. Mike Jordan a little bit again unsettled through the corner as they work their way on towards the Cooper Straight. So does that give Damien Harrington a chance? No, I don't think he's quite close enough in towards the left-hander, although very wide there was Ross Billison in 2nd place, maybe just his preferred line, but it did look to the eye a little bit wide through 30, so maybe trying very hard to catch up with Joe Thompson, but in doing so that might again put him under a little bit of threat from the car behind, which it will now do because Mike Jordan gets a good run by the looks of it on towards the Brabham Straight. He pulls out the toe, which is always not really the best thing to do, but he wants to get some cool air into the front of that car and also try and make a move on Ross Billison. He goes for the high line to the corner, tried to get the cut back, but it doesn't really work on this occasion. So again, Ross Billison is very quick to the inside to defend, and with Mike Jordan trying to attack, he is now being pounced on from behind because Damien Harrington, can he get that car all the way around the outside of Druid? Yes, he can. He gets the inside down towards Graham Hill Bend, and it will be, by the looks of things, a change for the final step on the podium. So Harrington is back through. Can he now set his sights and try and attack the back of Ross Billison? And if he can manage to get his way through, is there any chance of him trying to catch up with the number 80 machine of race leader Joe Thompson? Well, they're only going to have 4 minutes to go as they cross the line just under, as Mike Jordan takes a huge amount of curve there. I think it was legal. He kept pretty much all of the tyres on the track or the curb rather than onto the grass. So Mike Jordan trying every little trick in the book and trying to take as much of the circuit as he possibly can. As now Damien Harrington goes for the 2nd place on Ross Billison. He tried for an outside move. He might try and get the cut back as they head through Paddock Hill Bend. This has been one of the prime overtaking positions in the race so far, and in the 7S's we're about to have a potential change for the lead as well, because Fraser Hagg all of a sudden has Philip Annin to worry about, as that car got very loose through the midpoint of Paddock Hill Bend, so the back end stepped out. A little bit of a oversteer moment there for Fraser Hagg, and as they turn out of Druids, now Phil Annin might be looking to defend because Matthew Ayres has found his way back past Michael Winkworth. That came on that previous lap, and now Matthew Ayres quite determined to get ahead and stay as close as possible to Fraser Hagg. And this is of course all important for the championship, to try and take as many points away from this weekend as possible for the number 700 machine. Joe Thompson up towards the line once again. 16 laps completed for him, and then the 7S's just now coming through in towards Clark Curve. Fraser Hagg looks like he's got a little bit more of an advantage this time, but that very quickly eroded last time round, and it's going to happen again, I think, as Phil Annin picks up a lovely toe on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend. But Fraser Hagg has a real knack, doesn't he, of just managing to place that car in the right position and make it double the width that the Mini actually is. So Fraser Hagg has got this down to a T. Did a great job, as we said earlier in the season, at Thruxton when we saw them on the BTCC package, and we've got a great scrap going on further down in the 7S's. This is the one we were talking about before we had the safety car, which involves again some of the 7s. Car number 14 is involved in that one, which is Jamie Payne, but it's pretty much looking to be for 5th place. So again, Arnold Duncan in the brown machine. I think that's now gone up the road, hasn't it? The Arnold Duncan car, yeah, is long gone, just going through Surtees now, and then it's the fight further back. So that involves what's going to be, by the looks of things, the 707 machine, isn't it, of Matthew Page, and also in there as well, look out for Ollie Burkett. That's the green and white machine, which is trying his best to hold on to them around, but just seems to be faltering in these latter stages of the race. So don't think he's going to be inside the top 5 as it stands, as the 7 now steps aside from the not quicker 7S's, but the drivers seem to be quicker in these cars than the number 14 machine as they head their way down in towards Paddock Hill Bend. 7S lead train in towards Druids. Matt Ayres still on the back of the 2nd place car at the minute of Phil Annin, so let's see if there's going to be anything to be unfurled on these last couple of laps. We've got to keep an eye on the mirror as well behind, because Michael Winkworth, who is looking quite racy, he may be able to make a move before too much longer. Michael Winkworth, who has had 3 wins so far this year, off the podium as it stands, and Fraser Hagg in just a handful of races so far this season has after yesterday also taken 3 wins as well. And there's the move from Matt Ayres, lovely down the inside in towards clearways. It'll be almost a drag race to the line, as I think the 7s have gone through onto the start of the last lap, so the 7S's will get one more as well. Matt Ayres almost being squeezed to the pit wall there, but it's not quite going to happen. So Matt Ayres keeps himself in a very nice formation on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend, and we'll see how it all comes out the other end. Yeah, so Fraser Hack ahead of Matt Ayres. Michael Winkworth is now up into 3rd position, and down into 4th place will be that of Phil Annan. So he's the one who loses out on these last few corners, and it looks like he's been shuffled off the podium as well. So as the 7S's continue, the 7s are about to come through to take the checkered flag, because the clock now has ticked to 0. And for Joe Thompson, it's been a perfect race for him. It's been a perfect weekend so far. After starting from the front row of the grid, it looks like he's going to pick up the double, with still one race to come later on this afternoon. And for 3rd place, it's not quite sorted out. We'll get that to the line very shortly, but it's Joe Thompson that wins. 2nd place goes the way of Ross Billison, and it will just be Damien Harrington by just over a 1/10 of a second up the road from Mike Jordan. So those two separated by not much whatsoever. Mike Jordan in the end did record the quickest lap of the race there, 59.142. So he was in 4th. 5th place goes the way of number 21, which is Aaron Smith. And then behind that we had Spencer Wanstall, which is the last of the 7s inside the top 10. And then we move back to the 7S's, which featured Fraser Hack getting the victory there by just over a 1/10 of a second. So a lovely double win for Fraser Hack as well here at Brands Hatch so far this weekend. Matt Ayres gets 2nd. He was the championship leader, and after the results he's had so far this weekend, should still just be in the championship lead. 3rd place goes to Michael Winkworth in the 7S's, and 4th place to Phil Annan, and he finishes in 10th place overall as well. So that's how the runners come through. A few problems, as we said, for a few of the drivers that didn't manage to make the end of the race, but of course they'll have another chance to go later on this afternoon. The final race at what's going to be 5:20 for the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares with the 7s. And just to run you through the order once again, confirmation that Joe Thompson was your winner. 2nd for Ross Billison, Damien Harrington 3rd. Mike Jordan, Aaron Smith and Spencer Wanstall go 6th. Fraser Hack with Matthew Ayres and Michael Winkworth and Phil Annan complete the top 10, with Stephen Hopper and Arnold Duncan down in 11th and 12th place. Further back from that, we had in 13th position 741 machine of Joel Wren, 14th for Matthew Page and Oliver Burkett in 15th. Callum Perfect with Giles Page, Bertie Woolard and Jamie Payne. Andrew King completes the top 20 with Dave Rees, Mal Dickinson, John Hobbs and Rob Perry down in 24th place. And then there was just 2 other finishers by the looks of things. 25th place went the way of the 733 machine of Alex Watson, and a lap down was Kate Fraser-Kerr in 26th position. So hopefully you enjoyed that. I'm sure you're enjoying all the action we've had so far today. We've got a little bit of recovery to be done, as we said, for that car which stopped at the top of Paddock Hill Bend. So that will be the car to be recovered and again taken back to the paddock. And I think it did lose its wheel by the looks of it, because the marshals have been just hovering around the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. So that wheel has been chucked on the flatbed, and that car now will be recovered and taken to its paddock, and hopefully again it's not going to be too much work to get the wheel back on. All depends if it's done any further damage to the car whilst it pulled off the circuit. So that is the 2nd race completed for the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares. They'll be, as I said, back out a little bit later on for the 3rd and final race. Next up, we're going to have the fastest Mini in the world, the 2nd race from them, and we'll be looking to see if we can further beat the lap record that we had set earlier on, the new lap record from Harvey Deeth, because he'll go again and see if he can maybe get himself into the 49s. So cars into the Parc Fermé area, and that's where they'll stay for a little while, just have a chat amongst each other. If they do get ushered out of the assembly area or Parc Fermé and down to the podium, then we will have that for you. We've got the car also of Jack Vanner to be recovered. I think that's one that can actually be towed, which is good. So that will be towed back to the pit lane as well. Just to let you know that we're not too far away from our second stunt show of the day, because we are going to be looking forward to more mini stunt show driving, because again we've got some more record setting stunt driving to be done by the UK team. They'll be back in action at 3:30, so if you enjoyed that earlier on, you want to have another look, then half an hour's time they'll be back out there ready to go for another exhilarating backspin, two-wheel move, reversing U-turn, whatever they come up with. They are extraordinaires in those cars, so do go and give them a look around about 3:30 this afternoon. Just located behind Colin Chapman Way, there's a nice area where some of the 65th anniversary minis are stationed after their demonstration run a little bit earlier on. So just behind them you'll see an area which is laid out with minis, and they are all the stunt minis that we have here today. So that's coming up at 3:30. As we said, show and shine, and all the prizes have been handed out, so that is now done and dusted, but the cars do remain down in the pit garages. So if you fancy kind of going and having a look at them and seeing who won what and see some of those trophies which adorn the cars, then you're more than welcome, because it's an open paddock, open pit lane this weekend. So hop on down into the middle of the circuit and head to the back of the garages, where you'll be able to see all those wonderfully turned down cars. In fact, all the minis this weekend, whether they be show cars on Colin Chapman Way or in part of the show and shine competition, do go and have a look, because they're all immaculately turned out and very much looked after by all their owners and their drivers. So yeah, that's happening down in the pit garages, and we'll have some more things to look forward to a little bit later on as well. So next up, it is going to be the fastest mini in the world, our second race of the day. As we said, Harvey Deeth did a grand job earlier on of taking the win, and also the new lap record here at Brands Hatch, which we did kind of work up towards and say, yeah, it might be on the cards this weekend, and Harvey Deeth has not disappointed whatsoever. So let's see if he can do the double. Matthew Howe, after Jack spoke to him on the podium after that first race, he did say he just wore his tyres out a little bit too quickly. So hopefully he's learned his lesson from that and can try and hold on this time. If he does get out in front, he just needs to be kind of wary that Harvey Deeth might come on strong a little bit later. So the grid line's up in front of us here at Brands Hatch, and it will be the starting order of how they finished race number 1. So it does mean that number 60, Harvey Deeth, finds himself on pole position, with number 18, Matthew Howe, alongside him on that front row. The second row then sees number 44, which is going to be the De Silvas. So they line up there after a podium in the earlier race, with number 70, Fabio Lufarelli, alongside. I'm just going to kind of have a look and see all these cars if they are there, because I know some did suffer in the earlier race today. Then we move back to the third row, where we'll find number 121, which is Adam Chamberlain, with number 132, Lewis Salmon, alongside. The fourth row then sees number 51, which is Anton Trevets, with number 149, Gary Warburton, on the outside of that fourth row. The fifth row then sees number 2, which is Tony Hunting. He'll be joined with number 33, which is Andy Shaw. The sixth row then sees number 5, which is Nigel Deeth, and number 77, Richard Morris. Then behind that we have the seventh row, 777, Warren Salter, and number 19, Mark Goff. The eighth row, number 1, is Richard Morris, and 65, Clive Deeth. The ninth row, number 11, Jim Lyons, and 21, Richard Billingham. And at the back, number 66 is Lee Jones. And I think we are going to be good for a podium, because we have the cameras down there, and we do have a team hopefully ready to go. And if the team down there can hear me, there's a red button on the bottom of your microphone, and if you just push that red button, your microphone will come on. But if it doesn't, then we're not going to be able to have a podium. I don't know if the team down there can hear us. We can't hear them at the minute, unfortunately. So we're taking you through the grid, how they all line up, and are now off onto their formation lap for this 30th anniversary for the fastest Mini in the world. It started back in this month, actually, 1994 at Silverstone, and on that very first event it did muster up some 26 cars, and since then it has been running very strongly indeed. Harvey Deeth has been now winner of the fastest Mini in the world on 5 occasions in the last 12 years, so he did the triple effectively. We had a year without due to COVID, so 2019, 2021, 2022 were all back to back, and he won it previously back in 2015 as well. So Harvey Deeth is definitely the man to beat in this. Previous winners also include Richard Billingham, who won in 2023. He is not here, unfortunately, today. He was out yesterday in qualifying, but Richard Billingham has suffered some ill fate with his car, unfortunately. Aaron Smith, who we've already seen out this weekend in his Mini Championship, was also a winner in 2018. Chris Slade has been a winner back in 2017. And Bill Richards, who was on the entry list for this one, he unfortunately is not here as well. He was a retirement, was Bill Richards, so he was no longer, but he was a winner, as we said, back in 2016. And we had Martin and Richard Wager, who are still strong supporters and racers in Mini. They were victorious back in 2014, so that gives you a little bit of a backstory on this race. And after the earlier one, we're in for another great contest of 15 minutes, because the cars are about to work their way onto the start-finish line. The red lights are on for what's going to be a rolling start, and Harvey Deeth is just creeping ahead of the rest of the pack, but now he accelerates away from the line and heads down towards the first corner. And already Matthew Howard's lost second place, because the silver car has gone up into second position as they turn now in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and De Silva might even be looking to challenge here Harvey Deeth for the race lead as they head now in towards the right-hander of Druids. They turn their way through and down the hill, but Harvey Deeth for now is looking comfortable. But De Silva almost challenges to the inside line there. He had a little bit of a faint look as they turn now in towards Graham Hill Bend. We've got yellow flags in towards Paddock, because there is a car which has stopped on the run up towards Druids on the inside, so that might again be cause for concern and may give us a safety car in these early stages. So a few of them not quite making it first to pass laps here, unfortunately. But yeah, the De Silva car has now got a different driver in from earlier, because we have the two drivers sharing that car. So we'll see if the De Silvas can go through into the lead. Harvey Deeth is not having any of this, is he? He's trying to weave his way across the circuit. Double wave yellows in towards Paddock Hill Bend, which means you can't overtake there. So that's a chance taken away for De Silva for now. But as soon as they get past that zone, they can then see the greens, and De Silva can try and challenge once again. It's either Rohith or Ashan in the car for this one. One of them did the first race, and then we have the second driver into the car. But definitely challenging the back of Harvey Deeth, who set the screens alight in the early race on lap number 2. So let's see at the end of this lap, can he get anything done? I don't think he will, because of those yellow flags. It's just going to kind of take that full lap of green flag away, which means you can't push for the entirety of it. So I wouldn't expect any quick times to come through in the next couple of laps, anything really to worry those of the earlier races. Again, De Silva tries to get along the start-finish line ahead, but of course as soon as he gets to the line he then has to back off, but not on this occasion, because the yellow flags have now gone. So it does mean we'll know they're back now, because we are going to have a safety car actually, and De Silva's down the inside line, but the yellow flags were out and Harvey Deeth does back off. But whether De Silva saw that, I'm not too sure, because the yellow flags were waving, and to be fair, De Silva has seen it yet, so he backs off and does allow Harvey Deeth to go through once again. It was quite tight actually, because they went through Paddock. As I said, yellow flags weren't out, and all of a sudden they got through past the flashing light midway through Paddock Hill Bend. De Silva was still trying to challenge, and probably wouldn't have seen the board until on the run up towards Druids, but he probably did know he was ahead before, and that's why he got the job done. So they redressed the situation. And the car we have unfortunately lost is the number 66 car of Lee Jones. So that has just trundled its way to the inside. I don't think there was any contact. It was just a case of Lee maybe running out of steam or some sort of mechanical issue. But whether it is, he has pulled off to the side, which means now he is no longer in this race. But again, should be an easy recovery of that car, as the trackside recovery team go out there to lend a helping hand. So what is a short race already does mean we're going to have less racing laps to go once we again get the green flag. But as it stands, it is Harvey Deeth that heads the field. Car number 60 ahead of the De Silvas in car number 44. Luckily it is silver, so the De Silvas in their half silver car. Third place then for number 18 is Matthew Howe, and then behind that we do see the car in fourth position of number 70, which is Fabio Lufarelli. And Fabio's had a bit of a strange day. He's had races where the car has faltered, and hopefully he can get to the end in this one, because with the help of a safety car, it might just save the engine, and it might just save the hot air being put through the car as much as it did in race number 1. Then behind the top 4 in 5th place, we do have the 121 machine of what is meant to be Jamie Billingham, but I'm just wondering if we've had a driver change there, because it has, since race number 1, been showing a different driver, but I can now work out who that is. It's Adam Chamberlain in the 122 machine, but he is now in the 121 machine, so it was an addition to the programme, but now he is in that Jamie Billingham car, so he sits there in 5th place. 6th place is 132, which is Lewis Salmon. Behind in 7th place, number 51 is Anton Trevette, and then we see 8th place, number 77, Richard Morris. 9th place, number 1 is Richard Higgins, and currently in 10th position, number 65 is the second of the Deeths, which is Clive in his Austin Cooper S. So we now have the red flag, unfortunately, so just to allow a bit more time of racing for the fastest Mini in the world, because this is one of the highlight races of the weekend. We want to get as much time racing for the drivers as possible. I did say it would be an easy recovery for the number 66 machine, but nothing is ever easy, is it? Because that car might actually be stuck in gear. It might have a problem, which of course has led to the stationary moment on the circuit, unfortunately. So the number 66 machine of Jones is unfortunately not moving at the minute. We've also had a problem for Warren Salter, who is now into the pit lane. That was a little bit sluggish today, and also yesterday actually. In fact, it lost a wheel yesterday in qualifying. So it's been one of those weekends to forget for the 777 machine. So the Mini Clubman it might have a chance actually of joining this race, because we are now under these red flag conditions. We'll get the grid lined up once again once we have the order confirmed. Whether we go back to the initial start or if we have what it was at the end of lap number 3, we'll have to wait and see. But of course the officials will be talking down there into the marshals' ears and making sure that they have the correct grid. They have indeed. So so the marshals will make sure they have the correct grid they need, and once they all have what they need, they'll be into an order, and we can then start to go through the procedure once again. So it'll be another formation lap. It'll be the safety car, which will peel off, and we'll get a rolling start back underway. We now have, or need, the flatbed for the number 66 machine, because it does turn out that it can't quite be towed. So something a little bit more heftier is needed to bring that car back to the pit lane. While we have this red flag, should we just tell you a little bit more about some of the drivers out there? I think that might be quite a good idea, because we have Harvey Deeth, who, as we said, set his new lap record a little bit earlier on today. He is a retired engineer and a company director. Started racing the Minis back in 1993 with the ICS Saloon Car Series, and have raced now Minis in various forms ever since. So he's always been a keen lover of Minis. And to be fair, the whole family have been, because there's not just the one Deeth. We have, of course, also out there Nigel Deeth, and also joining them Clive Deeth. So it's a real family affair when they do come to a racetrack. The fastest Mini in the world race has become a yearly date in the diary for Harvey, and a great chance to also catch up with some like-minded racers and great Minis across all the classes. So again, they don't just do it because they want to get out there and race, they want to do it because there's always a great camaraderie amongst all the drivers, and they get to socialise, catch up, talk about everything they love as well. So it's always a big date in the diary, and I'm sure for many of you who have come across to Brands Hatch today, you do exactly the same, because you don't just like the kind of racing, but you like everything that happens off track. You like the social side. It's a nice day to get out there and enjoy some spectating on the banks, and it's just a chance to have a nice, fairly cheap day out, isn't it, compared to what other things cost nowadays. It's good value for money at Brands Hatch for the Mini Festival. In terms of Harvey, the car history, well, it was built in 2008 and 2009 for the 50th anniversary fastest Mini in the world race, which took place at the Silverstone Classic in 2009. The car was built by Martin Short's team, which is Roll Centre Racing. At that time, they were also running 2 Le Mans LMP1 cars. Roll Centre Racing, a very experienced team. And Martin's done much in terms of successful racing, and now it's up to his 2 sons who are out there doing good things as well, as Jack said earlier, in GT Cup and other things alike. Sadly, the brilliant and amazing main engineer of that car, Michael Talentire, passed away due to a heart attack at a very young age back in 2014. The car itself is powered by a 2.6 litre V8 Radical SR8 with 380 horsepower, driving the front wheels via a 6-speed X-Track gearbox. And that is a car which is a result of some true British engineering. So great to have Harvey Deeth back out there for this year, trying to add another win to his tally in what's going to be another race. We spoke about Nigel. He is a little bit further down in the number 5 machine. He is currently running in 14th position. He is a marketing manager. This is his 4th fastest Mini in the world race, and it's his yearly hobby. He likes to come out and join all the others, a bit like Harvey. As well as racing, he's also the race director of the fastest Mini in the world race, which continues to grow from strength to strength. And there's a lot of people watching them online today, across the world, wherever you may be. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage so far, and it won't be too long until we get this race back underway. In terms of Nigel, still relatively new to racing, having only started racing back in 2019 before COVID hit, of course, and stopped many people going out on track and racing. One of the Deeth's clan in the race, joining his 2 experienced brothers, Harvey and Clive, so it's a brotherly affair for the Deeths. In terms of the car history, well, it's a beautiful and fast FIA Mini Cooper S that's kindly been lent to him this weekend. It's a lovely car that's owned by his brother Harvey, who's prepared and turned not only his but 3 other fantastic cars for this weekend. So very busy indeed is Harvey, making sure these cars get out there onto the track. A man who was just pipped to the post in the earlier race and was down to 3rd place in this one, Matthew Howe, in the number 18 machine, also known as Ollie. He likes to be called Ollie, so from now on we'll call him Ollie rather than Matthew. His occupation is a vehicle technician, and in terms of his racing history, well, he's been racing now Mini derivatives for many years, probably about 25 years. He was in the late 90s when he got into all of this. Took part in the fastest Mini in the world race back in 2004 in the Pete Cruddington Marcos, and he won it on that occasion. Currently racing a 1380cc 5-port Mini in the swinging 60s, which is run by the CSCC, and also competing in the Autograss Racing Championship as well, which is 450-yard off-road dirt oval, so completely different to what we are experiencing this weekend. He races a Mini pickup in that one, does Ollie Howe. Pete Cruddington invited him to race his Special K Mini that he just built, and this is its first event. So Ollie, hopefully you can look after it, and there's probably no real surprise that the tyres went off in that first race. He wasn't quite used to how quickly that car went through them, but doing a grand job nonetheless. Ollie is very fortunate that he has a collective group of people, including his family, with the same interests, who all work together to achieve the goals of competing. They would like to thank everyone involved with the team. Win, lose or draw, we all do it together, which is always a great ethos to have. And in terms of the car, well, originally a TDK space frame built by James Dunkley and raced in the 2019 event. It has been completely re-engineered and rebuilt over the last 5 years by Pete Cruddington, as we mentioned. It now sports a DY Engine Services built Honda K20 Type R and a sequential Quaife gearbox. The words on the boot lid sum it up. I haven't seen what those words are actually, but if we do get a look at the rear boot lid, then it sums the car up. Hopefully it's not too rude, but we'll see what it says on the back of Ollie Howe's machine as they head off now onto the formation lap once again. We were, as I said, expecting to see Bill Richards out, who's a local man. He's an engineer, has been racing now for, well, it would have been his 50th anniversary actually last year. Started racing back in 1974, but Bill had to withdraw from this meeting, but we were looking to see his lovely car out there, the very early John Maguire, originally saloon body with an Arden 8-point Mini, but that then changed to a Metro body that was more aerodynamic with a Cosworth BDH engine, but now it's a Mini Traveller body with a Ford Duratec engine. But as I said, Bill Richards not racing this weekend, which is a real shame because he has featured in many photos to do with mini racing. He's featured in magazines, he's featured on posters for this event as well, and is a regular in the saloons that we have here at Brands Hatch across the course of the year as well. So off we go once again. It's a warm-up lap, a reduced distance of 10 minutes, so we did have the first 3 laps as we said, but as we are a little bit tight on time today, we need to make sure we get everything in. So it's a 10-minute restart for the fastest Mini in the world, and it's once again with Harvey Deeth on pole position. It's the De Silvas now alongside, so we do go back not to an original grid, but the lap completed at the end of lap number 3. So it does mean now that Ollie Howe goes down to 3rd place and Fabio Lufarelli is still there in 4th position. So we're a couple more light now, but we're still looking good and interested in this 10-minute race. But can Harvey Deeth take the victory? The De Silvas are having something to say about that. He's gone early, he knows he's under pressure, so off goes Harvey Deeth with the red lights go out now, and they head down towards Paddock Hill Bend. It's a little bit strung out actually as they make the dive off the edge of the cliff. They work their way in towards Paddock and up the other side, and it's Deeth ahead of De Silva, ahead of Howe. And has Fabio Lufarelli got a problem? Because that is a very slow Mini on the way towards Druids Corner. So I fear Fabio, it's the 3rd race in a row where this car is not on song in a race. So Fabio pulls to one side, and the majority of the field now have gone past through him, so not good news whatsoever. Up front though, Harvey Deeth already under pressure because De Silva is trying to get through, swings through the left of Surtees in towards the right of McLaren, and can De Silva get the job done? We know that car is quick in a straight line, but so is Harvey Deeth. But the question is, which one is the quickest as they work their way towards the line? And can we get a 49-second lap time out of this race? That would be absolutely spectacular this weekend. It would really put the icing on the cake, so to speak, as the top 3 head in towards Paddock. Good fight going on further down now. We've got number 51 machine, which is, I think, trying to make a move. Anton Trevette trying to get down the inside line of Richard Higgins, but that doesn't work because Richard Higgins in his Austin Mini goes round the outside and then all of a sudden just falters and slows. So was that a missed gear or again another issue with that car? But it was very slow on the run through Paddock and almost had into the back of it Anton Trevette with the Owen Fabrication Mini. But it looks good now as it works its way downhill, but that would have been a very scary moment for almost a stationary car ahead of Anton. But on his merry way he continues, now up into 7th position as they turn their way in towards 30s once again. And just up the road ahead of them is the 132 machine of Lewis Salmon. First flying lap, 51.180 for Harvey Deeth, but behind De Silva goes quicker, 51.109, but we're not down to the quickest time just yet, which is at 50, isn't it? 50.2 from the earlier race. So let's see if we can try and beat that. 50.288 is what we're looking for. So still got a good, what is it, second or so to go. And just wondering if the track conditions have worsened compared to earlier, because the temperature has risen, and with that can just sometimes slow the lap times as well, but we'll have to wait and see. Fabio Lufarelli as expected into the pit lane, so he has unfortunately suffered for the 2nd time today in this race. and Harvey Deeth comes through. He's still got very close to Silva behind. The gap has shrunk once more. Have we got more quickest laps about to appear? No, both now down into the mid-51s, although De Silva was quicker. Already a bit of lapsed traffic to deal with. I think that's number 5 machine they're going to come up onto first, which is Nigel Deeth. I don't think Nigel will help out his brother too much. I think he's just going to try and stay out of the way, mind his own business, and make sure he gets to the end of this one, possibly inside the top 10. He might be able to scrape in if there's any more problems for those up the road, but he works his way slowly down towards Graham Hill Bend as the fight further back between what's going to be Higgins and Trevette continues, and it looks like Richard Higgins has gone back ahead. Massive wheel arches on that car actually. Yes, they're quite impressive from Richard Higgins. So out of the corner of Druids he comes. Trevette still sits there in 8th position now behind, but for the lead it was half a second. Is the gap down once again between the two of them? Yes, it is, only fractionally on that occasion by a few thousandths of a second, but De Silva is looking really racy as we've got a yellow flag at Paddock Hill Bend. Someone else has gone for a bit of a spin. They are able to rejoin, almost drove into the gravel trap on the other side of the circuit there, but they do get back on. Now trying to keep out the way of the leaders that were coming through. I think that's Andy Shaw actually that's gone round, number 33. So yeah, he rejoins. He had an earlier problem, didn't he, as well in the first race of the day, so not been without his problems either. Nice line spin taken now from the number 44 machine in second place. So De Silva, nice run through 30s, and that car ahead of him of Harvey Deeth continues to spit flames out the side, which is another wonderful trait that this car has. It gets a little bit wobbly onto the start-finish line, so the power it has in this Radical SR8 engine, which is under the bonnet, is truly remarkable in such a small, lightweight car. So Harvey Deeth pushes on, 52.3, so lap times are definitely falling away, whether that be, as I said, track conditions or maybe the traffic is just not really helping them at the minute, so they're just having to be a little bit cautious on their way through as Harvey Deeth now goes to the inside of what looks to be Tony Hunting in the number 2 machine. So Tony steps out of the way in the Morris Cooper, and we've got another retirement as well, number 132, Lewis Salmon in the Rover Cooper. He's now pulling in through the back door, so it's been a race of attrition so far with 5 minutes to go, so half of the race effectively now completed after the restart. As on towards the start-finish line comes Harvey Deeth. Is this a chance for De Silva to come through? He's got a good turn of speed, but Harvey Deeth just has that second burst which keeps him ahead, and if De Silva can't be later on the brakes, then there's going to be no way through. So we stay as we are, but the gap is literally nothing. There's a car length between them as they work their way through Paddock Hill Bend and back up to Druids for the 7th time of asking. Back into the 51s for the top 2 as well. 51.9 for Harvey Deeth in the lead, 51.8 for De Silva there in second position. Another slightly slower car to work their way through now at Graham Hill Bend, which I think again was Deeth, wasn't it, in the number 5 machine. And here possibly comes De Silva. No, he had a look out, didn't he? But it was only a faint look, and then managed to get back in because he wanted the preferred line into the corner to complete the lap. So looks like it's coming, doesn't it, De Silva? But is there going to be a chance? This is the big question we keep saying, but we'll have to wait and see. There's no real way through on that run across the line because there's another car to work their way through. We've also got a good scrap going on as well for the 121 machine. This is the Adam Chamberlain machine, which is having the fight with a Class C car, which is very unusual. That's Clive Deeth. So although Clive is in a completely different class with much less power, he's managing to stay inside the top 5 and not too far back at the minute from Adam Chamberlain. So that's good scrap for 4th place in towards McLaren and Clearways. Ollie Howe still runs 3rd. He is a long way up the road because he's just working his way now onto the Cooper Straight, about 5 or 6 seconds behind the race leaders. I think Andy Shaw's got another issue. That car is weaving across the start-finish line. That was the one that had some smoke earlier on. We thought it might have a tyre which was rubbing on the bodywork. So Andy Shaw is down in 10th place, but with another car which is starting to ail. Behind the number 65 machine at the minute, Clive Deeth, we do have potentially Richard Higgins starting to catch up. What was his lap time? 56.1. So yeah, he was over a second quicker, and he is 3.6 seconds adrift. So Higgins might have a chance of trying to challenge here for 5th place, but we've only got 2 or so minutes to go. But whether he's got the charge in that car, we'll have to wait and see. We know it had a bit of a falter earlier on, didn't it, through Paddock Hill Bend where the engine or a gear was missed, but he's now definitely pulled his way far from Anton Trevette in the number 51 car, and De Silva has he got through on Harvey Deeth? No, Harvey Deeth's gone, isn't he? He's bolted up the road. So Harvey Deeth, while we've been looking at the other classes and the other runners, Harvey Deeth goes through, and he is going to be 4.7 seconds clear. That was a very slow lap for De Silva, so there was definitely a problem for the second place car. We are still not getting anywhere near the earlier lap time here, so just wondering if all the drivers have turned things down and just trying to save the car as best as possible. Oh, in fact, De Silva's got a problem because he waves through pretty much Ollie Howe, so through goes Ollie in the number 18 machine, and De Silva, after a fantastic first part of this race, is now unfortunately a little bit slow on the back straight. Can he kind of just manage it to the end? Could he just about pick up a podium? I've got, of course, a good gap over the rest of the field, but it's all about what damage this might be doing to the number 44 machine. So Ollie Howe will inherit second position. Harvey Deeth comes through with 60 seconds plus 20, that's 80 seconds, remaining on the clock, so they'll go through for the penultimate lap. And De Silva, it almost looks like it's run out of fuel, but no, there's now some smoke coming from the left front, so there is something not right with that car. Again, it's either bodywork rubbing or something is about to fail, because it kind of sporadically comes and goes. So De Silva's going to try and limp round. He's got this lap and one more to do if he can. I think he's still just about remain on the podium, because we still haven't had Adam Chamberlain through. He's just turning his way now in towards Surtees and McLaren. That is the orange Mini, the 121 machine, and right with him now is going to be the 65 machine. So that's going to be Clive Deeth, who's about to be latched by Harvey Deeth on the outside, so they give each other plenty of room. They're almost like brothers, those two, in terms of cars. They are actually brothers in real life, but the cars are almost identical. One's has got a massive engine and a huge rear wing, but in terms of colour and the livery, they are almost identical. So through goes Harvey Deeth now onto the last lap, past and up to Lappery in terms of fourth position. He's going to get another one, I think, before the end of the race as well, and can, as we mentioned, the number 65 machine of Clive Deeth, get himself higher up the order in what, as I say, is a Class C car. He's going to win the class by miles by the looks of it, but it'd be nice to take one more place away from Adam Chamberlain if he can do so. But for now, Harvey Deeth on his way round. It's been an absolutely perfect day for him. It was a win in race number one. It's going to be a win in race number two. It's not going to be the fastest lap this time round, but it's still going to be a new race record in fastest Mini of the world at Brands Hatch for 2024 is won again by Harvey Deeth. He crosses the line to take the victory over Ollie Howe, who's just about to turn his way now on towards the Bradman Straight for the last time. He'll come through and didn't quite have the pace to live with Harvey on this occasion, and he wasn't able to get ahead of him whatsoever. So 12.3 seconds is the gap. Third place, will it go to the De Silvas? Because have they managed to carry on, or are they still trundling round even slower, or has that car pulled off the circuit? Well, I can't actually see it. Oh, there it is, just going in towards 30s now. So I think De Silva will make it, and it will be in third place. Quite bizarrely, because his lap times have been down in the 1 minute 12s, which are around about 20 so seconds off what he should be doing. So he's going to limp it all the way to the flag, and it will still finish in third place. So great credit to this car and the driver, and De Silva will come through now to be the last car on the lead lap. Well done, that man. So across the line goes De Silva, third place, 58.8 seconds back from Harvey Deeth as the race winner. Fourth place then to number 121, already taking the checker flag for Adam Chamberlain. 65 in fifth place, that's going to be the car of Clive Deeth, and then behind that we had number 1 Richard Higgins, 7th place number 51 Anton Trevette, 8th place number 149 was the car of Gary Warburton, and then behind that we had Tony Hunting and another man who also made it to the checker flag, Andy Shaw in his Mini Cooper S there, so well done to him after his problems, what he looked to have. So Harvey Deeth, your winner by 12.5 seconds, Matthew Howe second with De Silvas in third, Adam Chamberlain, Clive Deeth, Richard Higgins, Anton Trevette and Gary Warburton the top 8, with Tony Hunting, Andy Shaw and Nigel Deeth completing the runners in that second fastest Mini in the world race. Class winners, well, Class A went the way of Harvey Deeth, Class B went the way of the number 1 machine of Richard Higgins, Class C, and one of the drives of the race, I think, that is going to go the way of Clive Deeth, so well done to him. And your Class D victor is going to be the 149 machine of Gary Warburton in the Rover Mini. So they are your class winners. winners and also your top 10 overall. And that concludes this year's fastest Mini in the world, which we do hope will be back in the same form for next year, and we can see if they can go even better. And maybe we might be able to, after a year of kind of looking after those cars, fine-tuning them even further, could we possibly get down to the 49s at next year's event? It'll be good if we can, but there's going to be a lot of hard work to do from all of those drivers. So they're now back into the pit lane. Hopefully we'll have a podium in due course. We've got more minis on the way very shortly because it's the third and final race of the weekend for the Mini Melias. They did kick us off this morning, didn't they, with a second race that got the racing underway. So we've got that to come very shortly. We'll then turn our attention to the second MSVR all-comers race of the day. Then we have the pre-66s back out with the Sunwild Trophy, and then the final race to look forward to will be for the Dunlop Mini 7. So all that still on the way. We've got drivers, as I said, working their way into the Parc Fermé area, and with not too much again to be cleared up apart from the car of what looks to be Richard Morris, isn't it? Yeah, Richard Morris being towed up the hill in towards Druids, and then that will be, I think, the last car we need to clear of the circuit, so it won't be too long until we have the next of our races out. So well done to all the marshals and the recovery crews, doing a tremendous job here. It's been a busy day for them, actually. It was quite good yesterday. We had an early finish. That was always the plan, but we finished earlier than expected, but there was hardly any issues to deal with. So we had a good day yesterday. Today there's been a little bit more hard racing, lots more out there on circuit as well, and the marshals and the recovery crews have been put through their paces. But we do, as always, thank them for their tremendous works around the circuit, down in the pit lane, in the assembly area, wherever they may be. They do a fantastic job, and of course without them we would not be able to go racing. So we do thank them for all that hard work this weekend. They give up that time for free. They are all volunteers, and of course if you'd ever like to get involved and be part of the marshalling team, there is just one place you need to go, really, marshals.co.uk. That is the place that you can find all the information. Or if you want to work for a particular club and find out details from them, then of course you can head to respective clubs' websites. But of course for this weekend it is being run by MSVR. You can find all the details about what they do and how you can get involved in marshalling with them as well. Just head to their website, msvr.co.uk, and there'll be links of course there to try and find out how you can get involved. So cars very shortly to be working their way to the grid. We can see them all down there in fine formation once again, and it's going to be another hefty grid to get through for the Mini Melias. We had a tremendous race earlier on, and again I don't think this race is going to be any different whatsoever. So cars now being ushered out by the marshals. As we said, if we get time for a podium we will do that for you, but it all depends on if the race gets underway. But we have people standing by just in case, which is handy. So we'll let you know of that in due course. But now the cars, as I said, heading out onto the circuit for the Mini Melias, and you can turn to your respective page in your programme where you can find the entry list for this one, and if you wish to do so there will be a space for a grid in due course as well. And the grid for this one we'll run you through in just a few seconds time. Which will be based on earlier results by the looks of it. So we'll see how that lines up in just a minute as the cars now start to work their way onto the grid, and we can see already the doors are being opened on those cars because it's turning into a nice hot afternoon, which we didn't really expect too much sunshine today. It said it's going to be cloudy all the way through, but in the end it looks like the sun has peeked its nose out and just keeping it very warm for everybody out there on circuit. So the grid will line up as follows then for this Mini Melia race. It's an amended grid, so it's going to have Nick Padmore on pole position with Jeff Smith alongside. The second row then sees number 78 Scott Kendall with number 11 Kane Astin. Further back on row 3, number 5 Phil Bullen Brown and 49 Martin Wager. The fourth row, number 12 Endarth Owens, joined by what's going to be number 8 Colin Peacock. The fifth row, number 98 is going to be Ian Curley with 1 Aaron Smith. The sixth row, number 29 Damien Harrington with 37, which is James Cuthbertson. The seventh row, number 76 Joe Polly and 89 Sean King. The eighth row will see number 64 Alex Osborne and 86 Nick Paddy. The ninth row, number 84 is Ryan Taylor and 99 Mark Cowan. The 10th row, number 53 is Jodie Lees and 91 Thorburn Astin. The 11th row, number 20, Mark Sims, and 23, Rupert Death. The 12th row, number 24, is Steve Ewell, and 34, Joe Ferguson. And number 25th position is number 44, which is Elliot Stafford. Some of these might be with problems, so we'll get to that in just a few minutes. Then we have the Libra grid, which is headed by number 126, which is Peter Mills, joined by 474, Josh Evans. Next row, your number 133 is Les Stanton, with number 595, Julian Proctor. And towards the back of the grid, we should be seeing number 113, Philip Harvey, and 969, which is Steve Trench, to complete the Libras that we have out there on the grid. So off they go onto their formation lap, ready to get 20 minutes of racing underway. We did see the Minis out earlier, as we said, with Amelia's for the first race. It was a bit chaotic. It was a race which we got underway nicely, but then all of a sudden there was drama in towards Paddock Hill Bends because we had contact between Endarth Owens and Rupert Death. Now Endarth's car is there. That managed to get out for the restart of the Melias, and I think Rupert Death's car has been repaired as well, because I can see a black car towards the rear, which would indicate that is Rupert's car. So I think that is all present and correct. And the other ones that had problems, of course, on the exit of Druids were that of Thorburn Astin. He was involved with Mark Sims in the number 20 machine, and also involved in that one was the car of Elliot Stafford. Now, whether all those three are out, I'm not too sure. We did have some heavy contact for what looked to be Thorburn Astin's car. That is a pink one, so if I look a little bit further down, have we got that car on circuit? No, Thorburn Astin's car is not there. I don't think Elliot Stafford's car is there either, no. So those two are missing, which is no real surprise. Rupert Death is out there, and Mark Sims is, by the looks, out there as well. I'm sure I've seen his car somewhere higher up the order, so I'm sure, yeah, Mark Sims is there somewhere. So we'll see how that does get on. Joe Ferguson was in strife yesterday, I think, in qualifying. He was in strife in the first race. I don't think that car has made it out either. So we are a few by the wayside, unfortunately, and they were going to be quick drivers who would have been coming from the back of the field. So that is a bit of a shame, but the ones we need towards the front are all present and correct. So up into position comes the 56 machine of Nick Padmore. He has done all the winning so far this weekend. Jeff Smith lines up alongside. He came here as the championship leader within the Melias, and then behind that we have the Scott Kendall machine, the bright pink roof. You won't be able to mistake that one for anyone else. So he is there in third place with the blue and white livery on the side of the car, and then alongside Kane Astin has gradually been making his way to the head of the order. So Kane is there in the fluorescent yellow with the grey bodywork that sits on the outside of row 2, and then Phil Bullen Brown in the bright orange, pink, red, whatever colour you want to call it, on the inside of row 3 with Martin Wager alongside in car number 49. So we have the green flag towards the back of the field. We are missing, as expected, Elliot Stafford and Joe Ferguson towards the rear of what's going to be the Melias. As the red lights go out, they all get away together, and it's going to be the start for Nick Padmore once again. It's going to be a drag race, though, between the top two. Jeff Smith's going to be on the outside line, which hasn't been a bad place to be so far this weekend in terms of starts. He then gets a nice cut back to the inside of Nick Padmore, and he tries to squeeze his car through there. It's a very small Mini, and it's a very small gap, but it seems to work, and Jeff Smith just about gets his nose ahead, which he holds all the way around through Druid's corner, and then Nick Padmore has to slot back into second place. So it's Smith that leads. Padmore is in second. Third place, good start there for Kane Astin, and then behind we're going to have that of number 78, which is Scott Kendall. So on their merry way they go down in towards the left-hander of Surtees. Endarth Owens is definitely going to be one to watch out for here, because we know he was quick from the pit lane in the earlier race. He managed to get himself up inside the top top 5. I think he got a penalty actually after that first race, because that's why we had the amended grid, because he was 5th. He was 3rd actually as they went on to the last lap, but then dropped himself down to 5th, and then of course got the penalty. So he goes through, and there might be a bit of trouble here for the number 5 machine of Phil Bullen Brown, because I think he's had some contact on the right rear, and that is now just starting to smoke a little bit as Aaron Smith tries to get to the inside of him. Another one who faltered in the earlier race today. Aaron Smith dropped right down into, I think it was about 12th place, wasn't it? So Aaron Smith did benefit from penalties from people around him, got back up into 10th place, but Aaron Smith had a very slow car towards the end of the earlier race, so we expect him to do well as well. He is a former champion and a 4-time champion, in fact, in this championship, so he will be another one to keep your eye on in that number 1 machine. But just for now, the top 5 starting to eke out a gap, as trying to look down the inside there was the number 78 machine of Scott Kendall, but that doesn't really equate to anything because Kane Aston has a little nibble at the back of Nick Padmore as they come back onto the start-finish line once again. 5 for the lead, with Endarth Owens at the back. 6th place lead in the next train is Ian Curley. He contested quite hard the podium places in race number 1 as well. And Endarth Owens, just to say that he has now gone through into 4th place. So move done on what's going to be Scott Kendall. So Endarth Owens makes 1 up. And now he'll set his sights on the final step on the podium to try and get his way past Kane Aston. And Kane's a hard racer. We've got trouble up at Druid's Corner. And the number 24 machine has been pushed round. I think he was run over the top of, not quite on the roof, but over the wheels there. So Steve Yule has unfortunately had a moment. Does he rejoin? No, he's stationary in the middle of the circuit at Druid, so that's not good. I think he's trying to move, but whether that can find a gear, not sure. There's a bit of debris and bodywork on the track as well, so that could mean we get an interruption for another race here. So we're not really getting through these early stages, are we? With quite a few dramas, but they're all eager to get these races underway and try and get the best positions they possibly can. That car of Steve Yule is still stuck in the middle of the track as it works its way now up in towards the yellow flag zone. And as they do so, I think we are going to see the safety car very shortly. It hasn't been called as of yet, so there have been a few late calls actually, but probably just wait and see if that car can be fired back up as Jeff Smith leads the pack down towards Graham Hill Bend, with still behind Nick Padmore and Kane Aston. Endarth Owens into that 4th place, and 5th place at the minute for number 78, which is Scott Kendall. So they charge their way on towards Surtees and McLaren. Still, Steve Yule has not moved, so marshals will run onto the circuit, but I don't think they're going to be able to help in the space of this very short Brands Hatch lap. They're going to try and maybe push it to the inside of the circuit, but as I said, this lap is not that long, and there are marshals on circuit as the field is about to come up to that point of the circuit. Jeff Smith now goes to the inside of Nick Padmore. I think he was more defending than attacking there, so through they go in towards what will be a double wave yellow, and marshals now have to sporadically disperse from the scene because, as we said, the pack comes around very quickly, and still Steve Yule's car cannot be moving. Of course, the more that we go through, the more the field is spread out and gives it less chance for Steve Yule's car to be recovered. So I do think we are going to need a safety car somehow, because we're not looking likely to move it. Although marshals are still standing by at the minute, so they're determined to get rid of this car as best as they possibly can, as the leaders work their way then onto the right-hander of Clearways and Clark Curve, and Steve Yule's car, yes, will be pushed to the inside at Druid's Corner. So well done. I think marshals will have to run quickly now, either back to the outside or onto the inside, but they've done well. They've found a gap, and he is finally out of harm's way, and we do not need the safety car, which is always a good thing. We can continue with racing, and now yellow flags will be retracted, and we are going to be in a green flag zone, hopefully, this time round at Druid's Corner, because Jeff Smith leads the field up towards Druids. Through they go. Nick Padmore still 2nd, 3rd place Kane Aston, 4th place Nick Padmore, and 5th place for Scott Kendall. So they're all being well behaved at the minute. They're all kind of staying in this 5-car train, not really making any moves on each other, so they are just biding their time in what is the final race for the Mini Melias this weekend. So keep an eye further back as well, because Ian Curley is starting to claw his way into this equation, so he's going to make it possibly 6 now for the race lead. And then behind them we have Phil Bullen-Brown, who continues on his way, although that smoke was kind of just flailing the left front. I think it might now just rubbed itself away, and he is feeling a bit more confident there ahead of the number 1 machine, Aaron Smith, who continues to make progress up the order as well. So it could be very shortly an 8-car train for the lead, and for Endarth Owens it's going to be onto the 3rd step of the podium, round the outside of Kane Aston. Tremendous move there from him. He has pulled off all these moves across the course of the weekend. He is the bravest of the brave, and he knows that he can't hang around too much longer, because if he does so, he will lose touch to those ahead of him. So Endarth Owens is happy to go through. He finds himself now in 3rd, and the next target, the man who might have to be a little bit cautious here, is Nick Padmore, because we know what Endarth can do, and we know what his racing style is like at the same time. So on their way again through Surtees and McLaren. Ian Curley, I think it's fair to say, is now right there, so he has made it the 6-car train we needed. We just now need the other 2 to just get a little bit more of a wriggle on, in the form of Phil Bullen-Brown and Aaron Smith, and then we should be able to see those 8 cars together. And keep an eye on Rupert Deeth as well. We kind of forgot about him, but he started, of course, at the rear of the field after that incident this morning in race number 2. He is now 3.5 seconds back from the pack ahead of him, but he is at the lead of the chasing pack. So again, if they all start squabbling up the road, which they are pretty much doing now, then Rupert Deeth's going to be there quicker than we think. So keep an eye on that all black car. Car number 23, just coming now from Druids down towards Granville Bend where the leaders are. And it's still Jeff Smith, who is just about hanging on ahead of the new second place car now, which is going to be Endarth Owen. So he got a place away last time through, he gets a place away this time. Maybe on the next lap he'll get the place away to take the race lead. But Jeff Smith, as strong as he has been this weekend, he hasn't managed to hold on to a win. So championship leader prior to Brands Hatch maybe would like to end the weekend in style, but Endarth Owens might have something to say about that. Gets a good run down towards Paddock Hill Bend. This has been the move he's made on multiple occasions, and it's going to happen again. Round the outside for Endarth Owens. It's the sideways Endarth Owens who controls the car nicely, just about skirts through without very much running into the gravel trap, and he does work his way now into the lead of the race. So brilliant stuff there from Endarth Owens, and with that he is going to head the field down towards Graham Hill Bend. So he flirted with the edge of the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. It was a very, very late move round the outside, and with that you need to make sure you brake and also control the car at the same time. So Owens is now your leader. We're going to have a change for 4th place possibly now, because we've got coming through, or trying to come through, Scott Kendall on Kane Aston, but the grey and yellow machine of Kane does hold on to 4th position. Scott Kendall might try and get the cut back on towards the Brabham Straight. Is that going to be nose to tail? Maybe a little bit of a push coming from Scott Kendall just to eke the gap open, maybe squeeze that mini through, but no, Kane Aston is not having any of that, is he? He makes sure that he will hold the position in towards the first corner, and behind Aaron Smith is now through on Phil Bullen Brown, isn't he? Yeah, so he goes through in the number 1 machine ahead of number 5. And in terms of Rupert Deeth, well, he's come in 3.3 seconds the last time we checked, now down to 2.6 seconds for the number 23 machine. So Rupert is on a charge. He still has 11 minutes to go, so we're not even into the second half of the race at the minute. So if he's done this in the first half, let's see what he can achieve in the second 10 minutes of this 20-minute encounter. So keep an eye on that progress as it stands. Keep an eye on what's happening with the leaders as well. They are a little bit further down the order, currently being led by the 474 machine. So that's going to be Josh Evans, who heads the field at the minute, and he finds himself a good couple of seconds up the road from the second place car, which is the number 126 of Peter Hill. So the man from the Vale of Glamorgan is chasing as hard as he possibly can. Still no change in terms of the top runners at the minute, as Mark Sims is working his way through. And to be fair, Mark Sims, with that earlier incident where he was taken out on that first lap, he hasn't made as much progress as Rupert Deeth, but just wondering if there's still a little bit of a niggle with that car. But Mark Sims for now up into 16th position. Leaders make their way down towards Surtees again. It's a freight train almost for these leaders. They're all, again, just playing ball, aren't they, at this stage of the race? There was a moment where Endarth Owens went for it and took place after place after place. Since then, we haven't really had too much retaliation, but we know Jeff Smith is quick. We know he tried to work his way back past Nick Padmore in the earlier race, but he was just a little bit stronger was Nick Padmore and managed to hold on to the line. And now Nick Padmore thinks this might be his chance to go, because if he doesn't, then Endarth Owens may possibly be away and up the road. So Nick Padmore doesn't want to be stuck too long behind Jeff. Kane Aston thinks the same as well. He wants to try and get his way through on this occasion, but it's now kind of just becoming that point where you're very bunched together, and if the car in front brakes and you miss your braking point, there could be contact. We're kind of wary about how they're placing the cars, and that could also lead to some mistakes as well. Just keeping an eye on what's happening behind the top 7. I think now Aaron Smith, no, in fact, who is in 7th place, he is the man I'm kind of keeping an eye on, because I think he has some potential in the closing stages of this third and final Mini-Melia race at the minute. He's definitely my pick for someone to still continually make progress through the field. So Aaron Smith works his way up towards the line. We've still got a good battle going on further down. This is going to be Mark Sims still, isn't it, who is trying to keep at bay another Melia, and also I think the Libra class leader should be in there somewhere as well. So those 4 or 5 cars about to come back onto the start-finish line. And yeah, Mark Sims ahead of what was last time, the 84 machine. So that would have been Ryan Taylor. And now it's going to be, in fact, the Libra class leader of Josh Evans, who goes round the outside of Mark Sims in towards Paddock Hill Bend. So nice stuff there for Josh Evans. Doesn't really need to be in this battle with Mark Sims, but he just wants to make sure there's a couple of cars between himself and the chasing Libra there in second place, the light blue machine of Peter Hills, and he certainly is for the time being. So good fighting everywhere we look at the minute, and for the lead we're going to have a change because Jeff Smith has now got through on Nick Padmore, and again I'm not too sure if that was a mistake from Endarth Owens or if he may have been slightly pushed wide there, but Jeff Smith does go through nonetheless. Nick Padmore goes through at the same time, and Kane Astin, can he make it 3 through on the same person in the space of one short straight? No, because Endarth Owens fights back round the outside. We're going to be almost 3 wide up towards Druid's corner. Padmore to the inside, Smith in the middle, and Endarth Owens goes back to the lead all the way round the outside line there. Tremendous move from Endarth Owens. He has been absolutely on fire through Paddock Hill Bend through the course of these races. He's unstoppable really. Once Endarth Owens goes to the outside, there's no chance you are ever going to get back ahead of him. So Endarth now back into the lead of the race. Jeff Smith did run wide in towards Druid's corner, which now sees him down in 4th place because both Nick Padmore and Kane Astin were the ones who benefited from that. Ian Curley is now going to try and attack the back of Jeff Smith, so look out for the number 98 machine of Ian Curley, the 1998 and 1999 champion within the Mini Milias. So he is looking to now work his way past this year's championship leader Jeff Smith, who just about covers in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Here comes Aaron Smith a couple of places back, almost took to the inside line there of Scott Kendall, but wasn't able to get that job done. So they again take themselves up in towards Druid's corner. Ian Curley into the back of Jeff Smith. I think that was more of a love tap than anything else, but Ian Curley has almost lost then the position to Scott Kendall, who comes to his outside on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend, and lo and behold, Rupert Death is now with the leading pack. So we've got, what is it, 9? Yeah, we've got 9 for the lead now. So this is tremendous mini racing. We've got 6.5 minutes to go. Rupert Death onto the back. Aaron Smith hasn't made any further progress in that number 1 machine, so hasn't really been able to find the gap through. And in fact, I think he's lost that place to Phil Bullen-Brown, who is now back ahead of him up into 7th position. Yeah, so Phil Bullen-Brown's gone through. Rupert Death is about to try and go round the outside of Aaron Smith on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend, and that will be surely the place away. It's going to be hard. It's going to be a hard task, but no, Rupert Death can't get it done. Thought he was then, and he's sideways almost into the gravel, which is a very scary moment for Rupert Death. Held onto that very well, but there's definitely at least one wheel in the gravel as they went through Paddock Hill Bend. It shows how hard he was pushing to try and do a similar move to what Endarth Owens did a lap ago, which got him back into the lead of the race. So off we go once again down the Cooper Straight. Kane Astin is still one to watch out for at the minute, because Kane, who has been on the top step of the podium only once so far this year, would love firstly to finish ahead of Jeff Smith in this final race of the weekend, but if he can win, that would be a good haul of points as they move off to that penultimate round of the season at Castle Combe in just a month's time. So let's see if Kane Astin can do anything about the 2 ahead of him as he works his way now in towards Paddock Hill Bend. No change, I can tell you, for the top 4. And behind, Rupert Death hasn't made any progress either, so he is still the all-black car at the back of the train as they now go in towards Druid's corner. So Endarth Owens, car number 12 that leads. Second, number 56 is Nick Padmore. Third place, number 11 is Kane Astin, and 4th place is going to be number 46, Jeff Smith. Behind, 5th place, I think it's just changed because Ian Curley, no, in fact, he's stayed in 5th place. Ian Curley, he was defending from Scott Kendall, he was trying to get himself back through. Number 5 is in 7th place, which is Phil Bullen-Brown. 8th place, number 1 is Aaron Smith, and 9th place, still number 23, which is Rupert Death, as they turn away now on towards the completion of lap number 17. Still Mark Sims in a battle with what's going to be now the number 89 machine, so that's the car of Sean King, isn't it? Yeah, so Sean King, he is just ahead of at the minute, but it seems like Mark Sims is just dropping down the order, so I don't think this car is on the pace it should be, because normally we would see Mark Sims right up there running with the front runners. Had a bit of a bad year as Mark, hasn't featured inside the top 5 for any of the races so far this year, actually, I don't think. Let's have a look. Yeah, no, he hasn't actually, so Mark Sims has had a bit of a torrid year and hasn't got much better this weekend with the incident we had earlier on, and now he works his way up towards Druids Corner, and he might be attacked here by Peter Hills, because he is the man, I think, on the tail as they turn their way in towards Druids. In fact, Peter Hills has dropped right down the order for some reason, so he is now a long way back from the leader in the Libras, which is still Josh Evans. So he is long gone up the road, is Josh Evans, as the rest of the pack in terms of the leaders now heading towards Paddock Hill Bend. This is where we have the closest of the fight so far. This is a dicey battle out front, although the top four now just starting to spread the rest of the pack. As it seems, because the top four just started to get into a stride, whilst Ian Curley continues to battle with Scott Kendall, who is still trying to keep at bay Aaron Smith, and also that of Rupert Deeth. I think there's just been a moment there for Phil Brown as well, because he's now dropped right to the tail after a wide moment in towards Druids, and he's got a bit of a damaged car now. The right front bumper is kind of hanging off. The right rear wheel arch, I think, is with some damage as well. So Phil Brown is definitely being bullied up on here, I think, in this race, it's fair to say. With 2.5 minutes to go, we're going to come through with just a handful of laps now remaining in this race. And for second, we might just have to change, because Kane Aston gets alongside Nick Padmore with a push from behind. Kane might just get the place away, and if Jeff Smith is lucky, he'll go through at the same time, because the door is left open. Nick Padmore had no chance of shutting it because Kane Aston was already there, and Jeff Smith does take his opportunity to get up into the podium places. Although Nick Padmore, double winner so far this weekend, fights back again. There's debris in the middle of the circuit at Druids Corner, so that shouldn't be too much of a concern for the drivers. If it does get hit, that's not a problem. That'll go wide of the circuit and then out of harm's way. But on our way we now go. There's some traffic for the leaders to deal with, so straight away Endarth Owens is on the flashes just to say, I'm coming through, do not hold me up. That's not what I need. I would like a victory here this weekend at Brands Hatch. So Endarth Owens goes through, has only done a bit like some of the competitors this season, the highlight meetings, that being Donington Park at the beginning of the season, and also the support race at the British Touring Car Championship at Thruxton. Apart from that, Endarth Owens hasn't done any more races so far this year, but this would be, for Endarth, a first win of the season, if he can keep him, second win of the season, because he did take the win at Donington Park, so he's on for his second, which would be nice for him. He's not in the championship hunt, that is for sure, but to get a win at a prestigious event like the Mini Festival, Endarth Owens would be massively chuffed, I'm sure to say. Jeff Smith now through the traffic. He still runs there in third place. Where's Nick Padmore? Is he down to fourth? Yeah, he is down to fourth, and he's actually falling into the clutches of Ian Curley as it stands. So Nick Padmore, maybe his car and tyres are just starting to fade away in this third race of the weekend. Normally for the championship we only have 2 races per meeting, but for this weekend, because it's such a special event, we have got the 3 races. So maybe again the tyres and the cars being put much more through the paces that they used to, as across the line we go then to start what's going to be the last lap of the race. Aaron Smith now alongside Ian Curley, going to get the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend on the inside line. Rupert Deeth's going to say, yep, I'll have that place as well, but Rupert Deeth going to get the job done up on 2 wheels in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Is still on the inside for now of Ian Curley as they hit the brakes in towards Druids. Can he get the job done in the all black car? Ian Curley is quick round the outside, he holds on to it and have the preferred and inside line in towards Graham Hill Bend, and Ian Curley, I think, will hold on to 6th position, but Rupert Deeth, this has been a tremendous run. He's going to lose another one, is Rupert, because he runs wide and sees Scott Kendall back down the inside of him. And let's see if they can have a drag race to the checkered flag, which is now being prepared. The clock has ticked to 0, and Endarth Owens is going to win by, I'd say, just over a second, which seems to be very comfortable in Mini Miglia racing this year. So Endarth Owens up towards the line, first win of the weekend, but second win of the season for Endarth Owens. Things have come good in the last race of the weekend for him. Second place goes the way of Kane Aston. Third place then to number 46, which is Jeff Smith. And then behind that we have Nick Padmore in 4th place, double winner previously this weekend in the 2 races prior, with 5th place going the way of number 1, which is a good recovery there for Aaron Smith. Then in 6th place is number 98, which is Ian Curley. Scott Kendall comes through in 7th. 8th place from the back of the grid of the Mini Miglias was Rupert Deeth, so a sterling drive from him. It's again just shows how competitive the field is, because as soon as you get to that group which is the quickest, you do find it really hard to find your way through. So Rupert Deeth for 8th, 9th place to Phil Bullen Brown, and 10th place to Colin Peacock. Winner of the Libras already across the line for Josh Evans. That was a very comfortable win for the third race. Second in Libras goes the way of Peter Hills, and third place to the 595 machine of Julian Proctor. But for Endorf, he is your winner, not the quickest in terms of a race lap. That went to the man in second place, which was Kane Astin on a 54.612. But Endorf looks very happy as he makes his way back into the pit lane. He'll be delighted with that, and he will be the man who will be on the top step of the podium for the final time this weekend in the media. So Endorf Owen wins by 1.3 seconds. Kane Astin finishes second ahead of Jeff Smith. Nick Padmore, Aaron Smith and Ian Curley next up, with Scott Kendall in 7th. Rupert Deeth 8th and Phil Bullen Brown 9th. Colin Peacock, Martin Wager and Alex Osborne in 10th, 11th and 12th. Then behind that in 13th place is going to be the number 29 machine of Damien Harrington. James Cuthbertson finishes in 14th ahead of Jody Lees. Joe Polly is 16th ahead of the Libra winner Josh Evans, and then Ryan Taylor, Sean King, Mark Sims, Peter Hills, Mark Cowan, Julian Proctor and Les Stanton is the last of our finishers down in 24th place. Just the one non-finisher in the end after that moment up at Drurid's Corner. That was Steve Ewell in the number 24 machine after a little bit of contact. As I said, someone did ride over the right-hand side of the car, which just left some debris on the circuit. But for Steve Ewell, he did manage to get pushed by the wonderful marshals at Drurid's off the circuit and into that gap, which did mean we didn't have to have a safety car, which is always really good to see. So the drivers will be celebrating in their own special way down there in Parc Ferme. I know, being down there myself in recent times, that drivers do like to celebrate with a good old chat. They do like to speak to each other how the race went. And Endorf Owens, every time I've seen him this weekend, whether it be being pushed off the grid, down in the pit lane, walking to the podium, he's been on the telephone. So I'm not going to be surprised if he's on the telephone again, because Endorf Owens does like to have a chat. So he'll be, as I said, to the podium with a trophy to be handed to him very shortly. And then we'll be turning our attention to the MSVR All-Comers, which have their second race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. We've got another good dice to look forward to, I'm sure, between all of those different cars, and whether we get a podium for the Melias, we will let you know in due course. We've still got great mini racing to come though here at Brands Hatch today. 2 further mini actions to look forward to, with the pre-66 minis in the second Samwell Trophy, and we saw just after the lunch break the Dunlop Mini 7s. We'll have them again to round out the weekend here at Brands Hatch, which is all to come on this 2024 edition of the Mini Festival. So the car's already being ushered onto the grid for the MSVR All-Comers, so we will get you through the grid for that one and keep an eye on the podium as well, because I think there is the team down there standing by, so we should be able to hopefully fit the podium in for this one. We'll keep an eye on drivers also working their way down the pit lane, because as soon as we see them, we know that they are heading in the correct direction. So hopefully they're going to be rounded up by the team down there in Parc Ferme. But our second MSVR All-Comers race is on the cards for 20 minutes, and the grid lines up after the results of race number 1. So we'll see number 10, Tim Bishop on pole position. Alongside him, number 9 is going to be Aaron Armiger. The second row then is handed to the pairing in the Volkswagen Golf, which is Michael Smith and Lewis Barr, and alongside them is going to be the number 177 machine of Peter Osborne, who did a great job just to fend off, or in fact beat Peter French to the line in the earlier race. So they start 4th and 5th. Peter French is on the head of the third row with number 90 Simon Parker alongside. The 4th row then sees number 507, which is William Guy, the Citroen C1 back out. And then those that failed to finish in the earlier race, we had Fabio Lufarelli in car number 70, and number 4, Laura O'Connell on row number 5. And in fact, late to the grid is going to be the number 10 machine of Tim Bishop. So he's only now just found his way to pole position, which is the last of the cars to line up. So just wondering if there was a slight issue for him in the assembly area, but he has made his way to the grid, which is good. All of the 9 that we need are there. We had, of course, the 2 non-finishers earlier on, Fabio and also Laura. Laura had a couple of spins and decided to bring that car into the pit lane, and Fabio suffered with some mechanical issues, which have been the case for most of the day in whatever he's raced, unfortunately. So whether it's his driving style or whether the cars are not quite set up correctly, but Fabio is back out there, which is good to see in his VW Corrado silhouette, and that'll be hoping to work its way through and possibly take the fight to Aaron Armiger once again in the number 9 Vauxhall Tigre, which starts up there on the front row of the grid. So very shortly we'll have the formation lap, just waiting for the countdown, also waiting for the car of Steve Ewell to come back into the paddock as well. That's just being towed by the trackside recovery team, so as soon as that's off the circuit, that will be our chance to get the green flag underway for this MSVR all-comers race, which was scheduled to get underway at 4:10, and we are not too far away from that now. So good time has been made up after the earlier delays and red flags and safety cars, so we are now hopefully going to be back on schedule for the rest of the afternoon, with 3 further races still to look forward to, starting with this one as the countdown is on. Very quick seconds here at Brands Hatch. 1 minute becomes 30 seconds very quickly, and then 30 seconds will become a green flag, as well as the safety car will lead them away and on to the formation lap, ready for a rolling start will be once again for these.
I'm here down in the paddock with Ian Curley, who's joined us back this year in the Mini Miglia. How was that?
Really good race. That's been the hottest race this year for certain. No real dramas. I need to find a bit more pace in myself, but it's going good.
And you were racing historics before, so it's quite a difference going to these slick tyred cars on the Mini Miglia.
Massively, yeah. I mean, I've raced the Appendix K touring car for 10 years and they drift real good, and this doesn't. This just like, you turn the wheel and it turns in. So no, it's been a bit of a change of technique really, which I've struggled with a little bit, but and I haven't really raced a Miglia since like 2000, so it's been a fair while.
What's the difference, do you think, now from when you were racing the MiG before?
There's not a great deal. Not, I mean, it's a long time, but no, I think that they're much of a muchness, really. I think that's really good that they haven't really changed. So I think there's probably more competitive drivers in it at the moment. I think the mid-90s was a real golden era, and then and now I think it's equally back there, if not a bit tougher.
Specialised mouldings, you make a lot of the carbon fibre for these cars.
Yeah, that's right. We do a lot of classic Mini stuff. I mean, we're fundamentally a motorsport composite company, so we make all the bodywork for like the Napa Ford touring car team, Mini Challenge, loads of other customers, and so we're very heavily motorsport orientated. And I think the Mini part is just through my passion of racing the Mini, and fundamentally there are a lot of my mates who race them, so they all come and take the stuff for nothing off of me.
Phil, you're a familiar face in the paddock here in the Mini 7, but this is your first weekend.
It is my first weekend. 20 years ago I raced with the Mini 7 club in the Mini Miglia, so this has been nice to come back, and we've had a good weekend so far.
And you're racing in the Mini 7 S class. We all know what that means, but can you tell people at home what an S class is?
The S class is designed to be an entry-level scholarship, which is what the S stands for. So a lot of basic engine components. The cars are very similar to a Mini 7. They've got controlled dampers. And it's designed to be the affordable entry level into the Mini 7 club. And it's a perfect entry. They're very competitive. It's a lot of fun.
This was Tina Cooper's car, and you've completely stripped it.
It was Tina Cooper's car, yeah. She had it for quite a long time. It was originally the car they built in '99 at the Mini birthday. Obviously been through a few hands, but yes, it's now fresh.
What have you changed?
Little bits here and there, really. A little bit of roll cage stuff, a bit of suspension stuff, a fresh coat of paint. And obviously convert it over to the S class from the Mini 7 that it was.
Mini 7 racing.
Yes.
What do you think so far?
I love it.
I love it. I don't race often enough. I think we were working it out earlier. I think I've driven twice in the last 5 years. So to come back to be where we are, and in the club, which is, you know, very friendly, and everybody's got something nice to say, it's brilliant. I love it.
So this weekend we're supported by Mini Spares on the live feed and also throughout the year, but specifically you, Phil, they've really helped you get back on track.
They have. They've been supporting me for quite a long time in my endeavours here, there and everywhere. But here specifically, they've given me an awful lot of help, so I'd like to thank them really, and you know, for supporting the Mini in general. It's a big market. They work really hard, and it keeps everybody like us, you know, in bits and pieces, which is wonderful.
And we're down with Ross Billison. Ross is one of the championship favourites.
Yeah.
How does that feel? You've been around the championship a very long time.
Yeah, no, it feels good. I am enjoying it still. It's just there's a lot, obviously, at risk at the moment. So I'm just trying to do everything right, pick up the points where I need to. Just keep pushing it in the right direction.
So you're racing in the Mini 7 Challenge. How does that differ to the S-Class that we may have seen before?
It's a more highly tuned, a 998 race engine. Other than that, there's not a lot of difference. So yeah, that's it really.
What's it like to drive? Quite frantic, or?
Yeah, they're so much fun to drive. I love it. I have had a go in one of the S classes, but I do rate the 7s as a pure race car.
So this is probably the closest you've been to winning the points. What's in your mind? What have you got to do this weekend?
As I say, just don't do anything stupid. There's still a long way to go in the season. Although we've got 3 rounds left to go, there's still a lot of races to do. So just got to calm down, just take one race at a time, and keep finishing on that podium.
Seems like Mike Jordan, whenever he goes out, he's absolutely on fire. Is he the one to be chasing down?
Yeah, I swear he's got a Michelin engine in there. I'm not sure, but no, he is fast. He's got the all-round game. He does raise the bar whenever he enters. So, but we'll try our hardest, and we'll try and give him a good race.
It's always quite a family-friendly paddock.
Yeah.
So you're here with your family.
Yeah, lots of us. It's my local one here, so my wife's here, my daughter's here. Lots of the family and friends. So yeah.
Anyone you want to thank in particular?
Oh, a massive thank you to my team, with Roy, who's over there in the blue, my uncle Stewie, and my dad back at home.
Brilliant. Well, best of luck, Ross, and we'll see how you go.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
We're down with Kate. Kate's one of our newer drivers on the grid, racing in the Mini 7S class. How are you getting on?
Great, thank you. I'm in my learning phase, so I'm really excited just to get out on track, learn what it feels like to race a car. So different to normal driving, as I've learned. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it at the moment, yeah.
And why Mini?
Minis, I think, are a great beginner's car. Like, if you're trying to get into racing, a Mini is such a good thing to start with, because you learn so much about the feel of car. You've got the sort of different ways that they can be set up and things, and they're like go-karts really in a car form. So it's been great for me to learn on this, rather than, also something more dangerous, like, an open wheel car or something. I'm absolutely not going to start with that. So yeah, it's really good.
Do you think you're going to stay with the Minis now? You're with the Mini 7 Racing Club, or have you got other plans?
At the moment, I'm definitely staying. I'd like to get a handle on this first, keep learning, and maybe, in a few years or something, I'd try something else, but I'm really liking the Minis at the moment.
Do you ever offer any advice to people that come around and say, I'd really love to join in?
Yeah, I think the best thing you can do is, if you're looking at joining a club or starting racing, go and see a race in person. Talk to people, they'll give you advice about, mechanics to talk to, about things they did wrong on their car. We've had people already this weekend say, I'm building a car, what would you recommend, what would you do differently? And I think that's so useful, because you can get contacts and learn. It's how we sort of came into this, and people are really helpful, so they'll give you good advice. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, thanks very much, Kate. And I noticed you're next to your dad. Yeah. So your dad's got a new build. If I come on over, Nigel, this looks spectacular. Is this a brand new build?
Well, it's been restored recently, certainly. It's a 1965 car that was originally registered in Sweden, but in about 2000 it was brought over to the UK and is now being raced by me, which is very exciting. It's classed as a historic car, which I think is quite appropriate to someone who's as old as me. So,
well, I've seen you competing in the S-Class as well.
Yes, indeed. I love the S-Class. The trouble is we've only got one S-Class to share between us. So on this weekend, I'm in the historic and Kate's taken the S-Class. It's a wonderful formula, of course, ideal for people who are just starting out in minis.
So you're competing in the Sanois Trophy this weekend?
That's right. Yes, indeed. It's a trophy that's been going for a number of years. Slightly worrying for me is that Stig Blomqvist drove this car a few years ago. I think it was 2014, and unfortunately won the race. So I'm feeling under a bit of pressure.
Do you feel more nervous driving or spectating when your daughter's racing?
I really was very nervous the first time I saw Kate racing, I will confess. But now she is off on her own, and she knows what she's doing. She sorts her own tyre pressures out, and she does a great job. So I feel much less worried now.
Brilliant. Well, thanks very much for speaking to us, and best of luck. And the car looks amazing.
Thank you. Great pleasure.
I'm with Kane Aston, long-term Mini Miglia driver and former champion.
Indeed.
And your season's going quite well so far.
Yeah, it's not going too bad. Yesterday qualifying, unfortunately, my beautiful number one engine, which is sitting over there, had a few problems. So we've had to put the spare in, and it's gone better than expected. We haven't run it for 3 years, and I was really pleased with the race. I don't think I could have gone any quicker. Had a slight oil leak, which affected the handling of the car, but yeah, really happy.
Is it normal to have more than one engine then?
Years ago when I first started, no, I only ever had one engine, and then I had a second built, and then you just never use it. You tend not to use it, and obviously now I've had to use it, but thankfully, because that definitely, well, I'm sure Tomo would have fixed it if needed, but yeah, I think quite a few of the top guys have spare engines, and I think it's important to have one in the back. But the problem is you never want to. I'd love a spare which is exactly the same power as the number one, but the problem is there's so much development. You've just got to develop both, and it becomes very costly. So
everyone gives different figures on how much power they actually produce, but roughly how much do they produce now, Mini Miglia?
Not a clue. It depends which rollers you go to, but I'd imagine they're all sort of 130, 135 horsepower, I should think, somewhere around there.
So it's not bad at all for a pushrod engine designed like 70 odd years ago.
Yeah, I mean they're immense, aren't they? I mean they're obviously on the limit as well. The handling of them are immense, the tyres are immense, and the field this year is immense. I mean there's some class drivers out there, and it's so nice to the likes of End have to come back out today. Nick Padmore, just mega.
Kind of builds the whole grid as well. When more competition you've got at the front, the bigger the grid as a whole, I think.
Yeah, and the top 10, 15 drivers, we must be within a second of each other, and a second is obviously a lot in racing, but if you look at it on a piece of paper, it's tiny, isn't it?
And what kind of lap times are you doing around Brands Hatch MD?
So qualifying pace today was 53.9, which is very, very quick. I think race pace today was probably 54, middle 54s, and I did a high 54s.
So just as a reference point, I mean that's quite fast, isn't it, for a Mini? You're up there with Caterham's kind of real lightweight race cars at that point.
Yeah, I mean I don't know what the average speed is around here, but I think around you look at Thruxton, for instance. I think we average around there something like 94 miles an hour. Is it something like that?
It's incredible.
And the touring cars are something like 114 or something. Yeah, they're just incredible cars. I've loved them. Since I joined in 2006, I think it's just been such a great club.
And now a familiar face to many of you at home. This is Bill Solis. Hi Bill, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going very well, thank you. It's been a busy morning, but all good. All the cars have survived, all the drivers performed well, so happy days.
Now, we were just saying before we came on air that you've been probably one of the most successful mini racers in our club. So you've raced in Mini Miglia in all forms.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the compliment. I've raced. I'm very proud of the fact that I've raced in 850 Mini 7, 1000 Mini 7, and then 1000 Miglia and 1300 Miglia. I've won races in all of them. So, yeah, I've had a long loving relationship with this club. This is fantastic. The Mini 7 Racing Club, honestly, it doesn't get any better. And actually, this is the 40th anniversary of joining it. I'm very proud to be a life member of the club now. And I think the thing that speaks loudest is you can come back here as an old member of the club who hasn't been near for 30 years, and someone will remember you. You'll immediately reconnect with the cars, and there's just an ambience and an atmosphere about everybody here that means that you can just pop back in after a great big long time and feel like you understand you're still involved, you've been here, you're part of this. And that's why we've got so many social members, and people give up and say, that's it, I'm done with racing, and then there'll be a period of time elapsed and they'll be back. And so many of us have done that, gone away for a bit, tried other things, and always end up coming back. So yeah, I'm here for the long term. You won't be getting rid of me soon.
So anyone sat at home on the sofa watching this, how do you get involved? How do you come on down here and go racing or get involved with a team?
Well, I suppose old-fashioned way, you get on the internet, and is old-fashioned now, isn't it? You get on the internet, and so mini7.co.uk, and see where we're going racing, and then come to a meeting. In fact, these days you can even watch online via Facebook and YouTube and all that kind of stuff, so you can watch it. But there's nothing like actually being here. It's really cheap admission to most of the circuits. You get really close-up access to the cars and the drivers and everything else. So just come along and have a look at what you want. There are plenty of people that are involved socially, so you don't have to be a driver. Obviously, being a driver is the most expensive way of being involved, but plenty of people, there are those that can't or don't want to have the financial commitment. They offer their services and help people. I've got a number of guys here that are helping me, and they're not here to earn a week's wages. They're here because they love it.
So we're not going to see you back on track anytime soon?
It is actually the 28th. See, this is a date, a bit like my date of my wedding to Emma. The other date I have in my mind forever is the date of my first Mini 7 race, 28th of October 1984. Was here at Brands. I literally did not know one end of motor racing from the other. I didn't know what I was doing. We turned up here, did my first ever race, and actually, all things being equal, I'm going to do the Mini 7 S-Class race in the Winter Series, which is it's only a few days out from being my 40th anniversary. So Ben Johnson's lending me his car. I'm busy building the engine that we've talked about, and so I'm going to do the Mini 7 S-Class race, out of fondness. And I haven't raced an S-Class yet, so I think I'll need to add that to my repertoire.
All being well, before the end of the year, we might put some videos together showing the engine build for your S-Class as well. That might be, for the people at home not sure about the technical side of things, that would be something to look out for.
About 20 years ago, I did a DVD for general sale, which was how to build your own road engine, 100 horsepower, 100 foot-pounds of torque. It was really successful. I got really ripped off. It's now on YouTube for nothing. So I'll direct everybody to that. They can watch the 4-hour version, and then what we'll try and do is create a sort of subplot to that. So watch the 4 hours first, then watch this little bit about S-Class, and ultimately we'll see if it's any good when I drive it. But I shall take it to the rolling, I'll put it on the dyno, then we'll go to the rolling road, then we'll track test it, and if it's no good, then I'll have to find a faster driver to make it look good. And then if it's still no good, I'll have to give up and say, right, we'll have to further look at why I can't make this engine fast. But I think we will be able to.
Hi everyone, you join us during the lunch break in the Silverstone pit lane. We've got these immaculate cars here from the Mini 7 Racing Club. The Mini Miglias and the Mini 7s are paying tributes to a long-term ambassador, 7-time champion Peter Baldwin, and we've got friends of the series that have come down. They're taking some pictures down at the pit lane, and they're going to be paying tribute. Now what we're going to be doing as well is just walking down and speaking to some of the personalities of the Mini 7 Racing Club to pay tribute. And the first person I'm going to speak to actually is Gareth Baldwin. So Gareth, we're here with Peter's car now. Just your tribute to a great man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously very proud of my dad and everything he achieved. As a wee nipper going around the circuits all over the country, all over Europe, it's a lovely tribute, and obviously the Minis was his life. So for the Mini 7 Club to put this on and have this tribute is just a lovely finale to what's been an amazing month since Dad passed away.
And I must say, especially after the qualifying this morning, I believe the racing today is going to be a great way to pay tribute to him also, because let's be honest, Miglia racing hasn't changed over the years. It's still been spectacularly close, fun racing.
Well, I think the minis always bring the crowds in because they're so entertaining, so competitive, so close. But there is great camaraderie in the Mini 7 Club as well, so that's a lovely thing to see. I had a little sniff of it with 18 months of being in my dad's car. I wouldn't say racing it, I drove it. So yeah, I can appreciate just how special it is.
And 7-time champion as well, obviously you feel the pride in the fact that your dad will forever be etched into the history of the club and of the series. Yeah, I mean,
I think the things that have really shocked people is when they hear that he was 72 and 73 when he won his 6th and 7th title, and that even at age 80 he won in the historic minis at Thruxton. So you know, just things that you look back on and just feel immensely proud of what was achieved. And huge thanks to June, who's been a major part of the team Baldwin in making that possible.
Absolutely. Now June, doesn't want to talk to us. That's absolutely fine. Obviously, emotions still very raw on the day, but she's here paying tribute.
Yeah, I mean, June and Dad were a formidable team, and June did an amazing job looking after Dad in the last couple of years when his health's not been so fantastic. So I think from every perspective, June is Dad, and I think everyone in the paddock has been so lovely and warm in welcoming her and me back in today, and you can just tell the respect there is for Dad as well. 7-time champion, 700 odd wins and 50 championships in all of his time. It was his life, so I think it's quite a fitting end.
A fine racer and an absolute gentleman. Thank you for talking to us, Gareth.
Cheers, pleasure.
A couple of other people we do want to speak to. I'm hoping to speak to and catch Rupert Death. Yes, so Rupert, we're just chatting to Gareth as well. Your tributes to a great man.
Where do I start? The reason we're here, or I'm stood here, is because of him. Got me involved helping him back in the early 90s, and it escalated from there really. I used to mechanic for him, and then he one day said to me, "Why don't you go and get your licence, Rupert?" And I was like, "Really?" So booked a session, came up here, got my odds, and went back to Peter and said, "Mate, I've got my licence." He goes, "Oh, well done, mate." He goes, "Fancy having going in that?" And there he was, pointing at his Metro Turbo. And it all started from there, really.
And to race alongside him on the grid must have been absolutely sensational.
Oh, it was amazing. He was always very critical of everything he did, but I think the reason that I've become a fairly good competitive racer is down to him. I always took on board what he's got to tell me and say, and he's almost like a second dad to me.
Absolutely, and like a fine wine, he got better with age. Gareth mentioned the age he was when he got the 6th and 7th title.
Oh, truly amazing, especially for a man in his 70s to achieve that. That is an inspiration for all of us.
Thank you for paying tribute to him, and I think the best way to round it off today would be for the minis to do what they usually do and have some brilliant racing.
Put on a good race, definitely, and stay tuned, and hopefully we'll put on a good show for you guys.
me, it's better, yeah, it's fine. Because he's
So the glorious day continues here at Brands Hatch with just 2 races now to go at the 2024 edition of the Mini Festival. We have cars about to be released onto the circuit for what's going to be the penultimate race of the day, the Samwell Trophy for the pre-66 Minis. We had a race for them a little bit earlier on, 2 grids shaped up after qualifying yesterday, and the second one of those has already been complete after that qualifying session. So it does see number 155 Nathan Heathcote, who took the victory in the earlier race by a substantial margin, I think it's fair to say. So he will be there on pole position with company from number 3 Nick Padmore, who's done plenty of racing this weekend. He's been out in Medias and he's also been out in these pre-66 mini races as well. So they are on the front row of the grid. The second row then sees number 34. This was a team car, effectively, or 2-driver car, which was meant to be piloted by Tom Bell in the earlier race, but that did suffer some issues. But is now all good and fixed and ready to go. Joe Ferguson hasn't had too much luck this weekend. He was meant to be out in the Dunlop Mini 7s as well, but that car had issues in yesterday's race. So Joe Ferguson is there for this race, take this car through the next 20 minutes with number 88 Bill Solis alongside. Great to see Bill in the very unique minivan. That sits there in his hands for this after Nick Paddy drove it in race number 1. Row 3 then sees number 25, which is Team BMW driver in the BTCC, Adam Morgan. He is the sole driver in that now for this weekend. It was meant to be his dad, but I think his dad drove it last weekend at Croft in the pre-66 touring cars we had up there, alongside number 33, which is Matthew Page. The fourth row of the grid will then have number 76, which is Mike Jordan. He'll be joined by number 20, which is Endolph Owens. The fifth row of the grid, number 55, is going to be Jeff Smith, joined by number 193, which is Phil Bullen Brown. On the sixth row of the grid, we'll see number 10, which is Freddie Hunt, and number 171, Dan Lewis. The seventh row then sees number 21, which is Declan Edgecombe for this one. It was Kieran a little bit earlier on, and alongside number 888, which is Daniel Wheeler. The eighth row will then have number 45, which is David Ogden, alongside him number 103, which is Amy Watts. The ninth row lines up with number 7, which is Mark Burnett, and number 85, Sam Summerhays. The 10th row is going to be number 306, which is Joe Polly. On the outside is number 93, which is Tom Wesley. The 11th row then sees number 176, which is Simon Goodliff, and number 37, Charlie Cooper. Then back from there we see row number 12, which is going to be 23, Claudio Cassina, and number 9, Neil MacArthur, which is the Wolseley Hornet, which is there as well. That was another one that suffered in the early race, but Neil MacArthur has done a good job to get that one out for this one. Row 13 then has number 102, which is the car of Rick Turner, and number 73, Nigel Fraser-Kerr. The 14th row, number 70, is Alexander Schluchter, with number 19, Benjamin Chiron, on the outside. The 15th row will then see 101, which is Alfie Woodrow, joined by number 75, Stefan Eduarda, and then to the final row of the grid, number 172, which is Jean-Francois Bardet and Rob Roodhouse in the 142 machine. So off they all head now onto that formation lap. This originated back in the day as an endurance for pre-66 minis here at the Brands Hatch Mini Festival in 2012 all the way through till 2016. But the Samwell Trophy, after an 8-year hiatus, is back this year in 2 different guises as 2 20-minute races. But they have been, so far, so good. We've thoroughly enjoyed them, and it's something a little bit different for these pre-66 mini races, which are open to all 4-seater passenger cars from the Mini family produced prior to 1966. We have the likes of the Mark I Mini Cooper S, which is the 1293cc twin H4 carburettors built to the Appendix K specification, which are running on Dunlop L section tyres. That gives you a little bit of a look at the specification of these cars. And we do have the support from the Japanese mini powerhouse for this weekend, Samwell Trading, which is Japan's first wholesale company specialising in imports and sales of Mini and British car parts. Their passion to the cause is evident, and we're all excited to have them on board to create this special race once again. And after, as I said, 8 years away, it is fantastic to have the pre-66 Minis once again, and what a grid they have brought to the Mini Festival for this year. Looking absolutely magnificent with the different makes out there in terms of the, as we mentioned, Wolseley Hornet in the hands of Neil MacArthur, the Austin Van, which is out there as well for this race in the hands of Bill Solis, and of course the likes of Austin Mini Coopers, Mini Cooper S's, and also the bog standard Mini Coopers as well. So we've got all of them harking back to the 50s and 60s, which is brilliant to see. So an eclectic mix of minis ready to go racing once again. It was a race, as I said, won earlier by Nathan Heathcote. Can he do the job for a second time round? Well, 20 minutes of racing will tell us the story of this one, as we're about to get the final few cars into position towards the rear. Jeff Smith was the man who went with him earlier on, but Jeff is a little bit further down this time. And in fact, is he on the grid? I don't think he is actually, is he? No, Mike Jordan is missing. Jeff Smith is there, so it's Mike Jordan is not there in the 76 machine. He finished off the podium in race number 1. It was Endarth Owens who made it to the podium alongside Jeff Smith and Nathan Heathcote. So let's see how this one delivers as we get ready to go racing. Red lights out and off they go. Lots of smoke from further down. That was just a bit of a wheel spin from the number 21 machine of Declan Edgecombe. But out front it's going to be the lead of the race for the number 3 machine of Nick Padmore. So he takes the lead. He's done plenty of leading so far this weekend, and this one is no different by the looks of it. Endarth Owens wide there in the blue Mini as they turn the way in towards Druids Corner. And for second place, it's going to be, I think, Nathan Heathcote. Is he further down, actually? He might be down in 4th or maybe 5th place now, so that's been a really slow start for him. But it's Nick Padmore that leads the way. See Adam Morgan up into 3rd place. Yeah, it's Joe Ferguson 2nd. And yeah, Nathan Heathcote got down to 4th position. So a really bad start for Nathan after really pulling away in the earlier race and not really having a fight with anyone. He was out front, very comfortable, and nothing to worry about. But there are a few different aspects of this one, because Nick Padmore is going to be in the number 3 car after Giles Page did the race earlier on. So Nick Padmore is an unknown for pre-66s. Joe Ferguson we know is a really quick peddler, the boy from Essex, who is there now in 2nd position. Tom Bell was unlucky not to finish the earlier race after contact with Adam Morgan, and Nathan Heathcote is responding down the inside in towards Paddock Hill Bend. He makes his way through now up into that final step on the podium, and let's see what he can do about the 2 ahead of him as they hit the brakes and turn right in towards Druids Corner. There is Adam Morgan in car number 25. Behind them is 193, which is Phil Bullen Brown, another man who's done plenty of racing across the weekend so far. There's the tremendous minivan, one of my favourites, I think it's many people's favourites, isn't it, with Bill Solis behind the wheel, and behind him is Endarth Owens, who is pushing on in 7th position. Can he find his way past the van in towards Surtees and McLaren? I'm sure Endarth will send one to the inside, but Bill Solis has it covered. In fact, Jeff Smith sends the one to the inside of Endarth Owens, which Endarth probably wouldn't have been expecting that, but Jeff Smith says, yeah, I need to get a hurry on, I've got people up front I need to catch. So off he goes. Number 55, Jeff Smith, now up into what's going to be 7th place. In fact, he's made 2 places on that previous lap, because he also went past Freddie Hunt by the looks of it, who's there in another tremendous livery, the number 10 machine with the RAF livery on it as well, which looks absolutely fantastic. Jeff Smith not content with making one move, he wants to make another one, and for the race lead we're going to have a change, I think, because Nathan Heathcote goes down the inside line. There's a bit of contact, side-by-side contact with Joe Ferguson, who was on the outside line, and Nathan was trying to get to the inside of what was then the race leader Nick Padmore, and that went a little bit awry because Nathan just missed his braking zone and ran straight into the side of Joe Ferguson. But for now they both do continue. Lots of dust being kicked up at Paddock Hill Bend, we can see as well, but through they go on this 3rd lap. Lovely sideways action. It's just beautiful to see these minis all over the road. They're just sideways every single corner. Tyres will be screeching, cars will be up on 2 wheels as well. So it's a phenomenal race that we have back with us here at the Mini Festival, as we said. But now Nathan Heathcote is the man who finds himself back out front. So 155 leads the way. Joe Ferguson is in 2nd. Adam Morgan now into the podium in 3rd place. 4th place was erstwhile race leader Nick Padmore. 5th place is still Phil Bullen Brown in 193. Then we still have the van in 6th position, which is Bill Solis. And then behind that, Jeff Smith, Endarth Owens, with then going to be Matthew Page in the 33 machine. And then Freddie Hunt rounding out the top 10 in car number 10. So that's how it all looks in the early stages of this race. They now turn away the leaders on towards the Cooper Straight. A little bit of gesticulation there I can see from the number 3 machine, because Nick Padmore just gave the kind of word to Adam Morgan, let's work ourselves together onto the top 2. Let's not fight. And although saying that, Nick Padmore almost went to the inside there and was looking to have a fight with Adam Morgan, although he was saying work together. Drivers sometimes say one thing and do something completely different, but Nick Padmore is trying to work with Adam Morgan to close the gap. They want to try and keep themselves in this lead battle, and I know exactly what happened earlier on when Nathan Heathcote did pull away and was the winner by a good few seconds. They don't want that to happen again, as Bill Solis is now under attack from Jeff Smith by the looks of it, as they work their way up in towards Druids Corner. Can Jeff Smith get his way through? No, the van is holding sway for the time being, since they're in 6th position. All of these lead cars look very similar, don't they? But you can just about tell them apart, of course, with the numbers, but again with certain features on the car. It's the grey with the white roof for Nathan Heathcote. It's the white with the black background number for Joe Ferguson, who is very leery in towards McLaren, but nice control once again for him. You've got the white with blue stripes down it of Adam Morgan, and then behind you've got the, again, slightly darker grey machine of Nick Padmore, or is that green? It's kind of grey-green, isn't it? It's an old style coloured car, traditional Mini maybe. That's there in 4th place, and then of course the white with the red background number of Phil Bullen Brown. He's just about keeping himself with the leaders for the time being. I'll keep an eye on what's happening between the gap of Bullen Brown and Jeff Smith, because that is currently at 2 seconds, but now that Jeff Smith has some clear air after passing Bill Solis, he might be able to bring himself into the lead battle once again, and he might take Bill Solis, he might take Endalf Owens, and he might take the car behind him as well, which is Matthew Payne. So we'll see if those 4 can bring themselves to the lead battle as they head along the Cooper Straight. Further back, we've got a nice little battle going on further down the order. That is for the 21 machine, which is going to be the car down in 14th place, and that is now 2nd driver, because we had earlier on what was Kieran Edgecombe, but now it's Declan Edgecombe in the car for this 2nd race. He was a little bit slow off the line, lots of wheel spin, but of course without racing this car today he wouldn't have really known how to launch it off the line. So that's him down in 14th position, and behind him is going to be the number 45 machine, which again I think we had a great dice earlier on with David Ogden. I think we also had in there as well the car of Ollie Burkett, wasn't it, I think, in the mix as well. So lots of good fighting all the way down the field as it stands. But now Nathan Heathcote out front, starting to build the gap over the rest, because it's almost at a second between him and Joe Ferguson. Joe really hasn't got anything to take to him at the minute as they go in towards Surtees, and David Ogden is now just about through on the number 21 machine, or scrap that, because holding on the inside is going to be Edgecombe. So Declan Edgecombe is a little bit slow at the corner because of that tighter line, so David Ogden will have the run down towards Surtees on the outside. He's going to try and get some help from behind. That is, I think, the 103 machine in the mix there, which is going to be Amy Watts. She had a good run earlier on, but now she might be passed on the inside as well, because the 93 machine is going to come back at her, which is Tom Wesley. So that is a 4-way scrap, which is going on for currently 14th, 15th, 16th and 17th place. So they go across the line for the completion of lap number 7. Leaders now in towards Druids Corner, and Heathcote's gap has built once again, 1.1 second now between him and Joe Ferguson. Still 3rd for Adam Morgan, 4th place for Nick Padmore, and 5th place for Phil Bullen Brown. And then Jeff Smith, as he closed the gap, yes he has, 1.5 seconds now between those 2 groups. And on that lap, Jeff Smith was the quickest man overall with a 57.814, and in fact he's tied the quickest lap of the race with the race leader Nathan Heathcote. You couldn't really write it, could you? Both of them have done identical fastest laps on a 57.814. Jeff Smith was last time through, and Nathan's was the lap before, so they are absolutely identical, but Jeff Smith currently not running in a position to challenge the race leader as they go past a slower car. That's the 172 machine of Jean-Francois Bardet. So Jean-Francois steps to one side as through in towards Paddock Hill Bend go the leaders once again. The gap now extends between Heathcote and Ferguson to 1.4 seconds. So Joe Ferguson is not really holding the pack up. He is now starting to break away from Adam Morgan. So the top 2 just starting to go away from the rest of the field. Now Adam Morgan's having to work hard in 3rd place to keep himself on the podium, because Nick Padmore is looking quite threatening on the run down towards 30. He's got 11.5 minutes to go. Top two looking fairly comfortable. Third place is where the battle is for now, with Morgan, Padmore and Bullen Brown. And look in the rearview mirrors, Phil Bullen Brown, because you have a Jeff Smith right with you now. That didn't take long at all, did it? Because on that previous lap again, Jeff Smith became the sole quickest man in the race, because he went even quicker on a 57.810. So that is now the new quickest lap of this pre-66 mini encounter with Sunward Trophy, and it goes even quicker. So 3 laps in a row, Jeff Smith has been the quickest man on circuit. 57.680 we are now down to. Didn't quite have the ability to make the move on the car ahead of Phil Bullen Brown, but if he can swing late to the inside, which he thinks about, he gets just about a nose down the inside on the rear of Phil, but then with the momentum around the outside, Phil Bullen Brown does hold on to that position in 5th for now, as Nick Padmore still can't find a way past Adam Morgan as they take the way onto the Cooper Straight for the 10th time of asking. And Nathan Heathcote is just about to be reeled in now, because all of a sudden Joe Ferguson has got that fishing rod out, and he's going to start to reel him in as best as he possibly can, because he's kind of forgot about what's happening behind him. So that's kind of now a distant memory, and he can put all of his attentions out front to that man who is leading the race for the 2nd time today. Took the victory earlier on, did Nathan Heathcote, and he's going to try and do his best to hold on ahead of Joe Ferguson, who continues to bring the gap down. We're now at 1.1 seconds between the two of them. Still Jeff Smith further back in 6th place, can't find his way through, so he's going to have to wait a little bit longer if he wants to find himself inside the top 5. And as they work their way in towards Druids, again, Jeff Smith tries the same move there, but doesn't really come to anything for this time. Still keeping an eye on what's happening further down, because we still have the tremendous battle between what's now going to be still Edgecombe, isn't it? Yeah, so the number 21 machine is still just about in the battle with what's going to be Declan Edgecombe holding off from David Ogden, and then Amy Watts is keeping herself in this 3-way fight as well. So as we said, it is outside the top 10 as it stands. I think we've now shaken off the attentions of Tom Wesley, so he is a couple of seconds down the road. Blue flag's being waved to some of the slower traffic onto the Brabham Straight, because Nathan Heathcote is about to make his way through past them, so he will go to the outside. So does Joe Ferguson in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Adam Morgan slides to the inside of that back marker, and it does stay well out in the way. I don't blame it, actually, because there was a freight train coming through, so that was a good move to make from the inside to the outside for the slower traffic at Paddock Hill Bend. Jeff Smith to the inside of Nick Padmore, makes a slight bit of contact there, so Nick Padmore goes a bit wobbly, the back end steps out on him, and Nick Padmore all of a sudden loses 2 places, because there was a very eager Jeff Smith coming down the inside line there. Not too sure if there was a gap, but Jeff Smith went for it nonetheless, and with that, Jeff Smith has now made up 2 places, because he also got past Phil Bullen Brown on the previous lap as well. Freddie Hunt's been through the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, so it's a dark car anyway, but it's now even dustier with that little trip through for Freddie, and he might just drop behind Sam Summerhays at the same time, because he was only a second down the road. So I think Freddie might have lost 1 position. Jeff Smith continuing to make up places. He goes past the back marker and now gets himself onto the rear of Adam Morgan, and I fear Nick Padmore could be into the pit lane, because the klaxon goes, he's missing from the track, and Nick Padmore with some right rear damage is going to be out, which is a real shame, because we had Giles Page in the earlier race who had a good result, and now Nick Padmore, who was going to try and get that car up the order, possibly look for a podium, if not a win, is into the pit. So that's going to be, for now, day done for the number 3 machine, which is a real shame. So Nick Padmore no longer, with 7.5 minutes to go. Leaders will come up to the completion of another lap very shortly, and in fact Freddie Hunt, after that mistake, has really dropped out behind the intense battle which has been going on all race long between David Ogden, between Declan Edgecombe and Amy Watt. Freddie Hunt now seems to be a little bit quicker, but of course he's found himself down here due to that mistake at Paddock Hill Bend. So Freddie Hunt can't get past Amy Watt, who is absolutely sideways through Surtees there. That is fantastic. Just seeing these cars on their full limits is really, really exciting. So Amy Watts, although she was sideways, is still looking to make a move now. She gets alongside Declan Edgecombe up towards the line. She will come, and that will see her up in 2 if she can get the job done. 13th place yes, it's 14th at the minute, but she goes through. It'll be 13th. Freddie Hunt's going to try and do the same and go through, but no, that doesn't quite work for him. So Amy Watts briefly back ahead of the blue and white machine of Declan Edgecombe, but then again he fights back on the outside. Druids into the next corner. It's a right-hander. It's the inside line for Amy Watts, and that will be the job done. So she does now go up into that 13th place. So nice battling all the way through this one so far. Nathan Heathcote in the lead is continuing to be brought down in terms of the gap, because as we said, Joe Ferguson, with his mind now set on his target ahead of him, he's doing a grand job of making it less and less every single lap. So 8/10 on the previous lap, this time is 3/4 of a second. So Joe Ferguson is definitely not done, and I would love to see Joe take the win here. He's had a torrid weekend. He's been in all strife and drama. He's had car issues. He's just not really had the rub of the green, and he's a very, very quick peddler, is Joe. So let's see if he can take the challenge to the race leader, Nathan Heathcote, as they come in towards Graham Hill Bend, and they are continuing to pull away from those behind. So 3rd, 4th and 5th now just started to be dropped, with Adam Morgan, Jeff Smith and Phil Brown. As up towards 30s, a couple more cars going side by side. It's Bill Solis, isn't it, in the minivan. He almost gets pushed wide in towards McLaren. He is battling with Endolph Owens, who doesn't really want to be fighting this low down. He was up there towards the front end of the field earlier on, but in this one it seems that Endolph doesn't quite have the pace to live with the front runners. So here he comes with his fluorescent yellow helmet, we can see within the car, in the very blue car, which we can spot out in this race because it's very distinctive. And they've just come up on a back marker through Paddock Hill Bend, so Bill Solis might get the run back on the inside here. It's going to be close. Both of them have their lights fully ablaze as they head in towards the braking zone at Druids, and it's Van back ahead of Carr. So Bill Solis is putting up a great fight at the minute. Endolph Owens then gets a good run down towards Graham Hill Bend and thinks about the outside line, but that doesn't seem to work for him. So 4.5 minutes to go as on towards the back straight they now head. Freddie Hunt has managed to get his way past the car of Edgecombe, so through he has gone on Declan, and for the lead we are almost 2 as 1, because Joe Ferguson was 4/10 back. Now it's going to be even closer surely. It's down to 2/10 of a second, and Joe Ferguson, this is his chance. He's done a grand job to put away from those behind. He's just gradually built himself into a rhythm. The laps have got quicker, they've been better than Nathan Heathcote, and this is his chance to try and go. Does he go early or does he wait? Well, he hasn't got much time, 4 minutes left on the clock, so he needs to think about this quite sensibly. Doesn't want to be held up and then fall back into the clutches of those behind, but then he doesn't want to kind of spurt on Nathan Heathcote to go even quicker, which would then open the gap up. But I think definitely Joe Ferguson has got the car pace here, and definitely the skill within that number 34 machine. It was a shame he had contact with Nathan Heathcote, so this might be retaliation for Joe, who goes one side of the track to the other, using every bit of the tarmac here, just letting that mini run as wide as it possibly can, whilst also keeping up the speed at the same time. So Heathcote to Ferguson was 2/10 of a second. Joe will get another good tow across the line, and the gap will be pretty much the same, if not maybe a little bit less again. 2/10 becomes no, it is still 2/10, and Joe Ferguson has a little look. The car is sideways. Great control from Joe Ferguson there, but that will lose him time through the middle of the corner as he loses the momentum. But Joe Ferguson was on the ragged edge once again. It was just cut off short, I think, because Nathan Heathcote turned back across to cover the line, and then Joe Ferguson was very late on the brakes, and he just kind of missed where he needed to turn in, so the car was all over the road. But it was a great control that Joe continuously has that does keep him just on the rear of the race leader. So off they go once again, 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Any further changes lower down? Doesn't look like it. I think we've still got the 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars as they stand. Adam Morgan, who is a current BTCC racer, up against ex-BTCC racer Jeff Smith, so they're going to have a great battle, I'm sure, as they come towards what's going to be 3 laps to go by the looks of it. So still chance for Joe Ferguson to send another attack to Nathan Heathcote. There goes across the line Phil Bull and Brown, as into the pits now comes Joe Polly. So Joe again hasn't had the best weekends. She's had her problems, so she will leave this race and not take any further part. Got a good fight now going on for what's going to be 11th place. So Amy Watts has continued to make her way through. She got past Declan Edgecombe, she got past David Ogden, and she also made sure she was ahead of Freddie Hunt. So all of a sudden, Amy Watts now is onto the back of the number 7 machine. So let's see if she can find her way past Mark Burnett as they turn their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and they're not too far back actually from the number 171 machine as well, which is just there. Dan Lewis ahead of them in the kind of navy coloured car. So all these cars together, Amy Watts might potentially get herself inside the top 10 before we see the checkered flag. So downhill they go once more. This is the 19th lap of the race for them, and the leaders will go through now onto the penultimate lap as we're going to have a change potentially for the lead. Joe Ferguson tries the outside on this occasion. Nathan Heathcote keeps the inside line, but Joe does have the momentum up towards Druids Corner, so if he can break late and keep the outside line, it would give him the next corner, which would be the inside. They get very, very close, just about give each other enough room as they head downhill in towards the left-hander. Joe Ferguson is going to take the lead away surely, but no, Nathan Heathcote is strong around the outside, and now Joe Ferguson does finally get his whole car ahead. Nathan Heathcote drops down to second place, and Joe Ferguson, just when it matters, has taken the lead away from Nathan, who has done most of the leading, most of the winning this weekend in pre-66s. But for now, Joe Ferguson has something to say about that, and after the demise of Tom Bell earlier on, who was in this car after contact with the car of Adam Morgan, this would be a fantastic reward for that team and for that car, and Joe Ferguson is determined to bring it to the checker flag first, which is not too far away. 30 seconds to go as the last lap board now is out, and Nathan Heathcote is going to try his hardest on this last lap to do the best lap he possibly can, just to try and give something back to Joe Ferguson. And with traffic up the road, it might just come back to Nathan Heathcote here in the 155 machine. So Joe Ferguson always a bit wide of Druids actually, so he needs to be careful. He needs to find his way through the traffic nicely, not get delayed, not be under pressure. So the flashing starts. Joe is a little bit wide, which is not really where you want to be. So now this traffic might be a concern. They haven't really, now they've seen the blue flags, so one of them pulls out the way. Joe Ferguson goes through in towards 30s. He needs to cover the inside line in towards McLaren, which he does. Sits nicely in the middle of the road. He now just needs a good exit on towards Clearways and Clark Curve, and surely he'll be able to hold on to this one. So the boy from Great Dummo in Essex is going to get a win this weekend. Joe Ferguson is going to hold on in the Samwell Trophy for pre-66 minis. Joe Ferguson is your winner. Second place goes the way of Nathan Heathcote. The gap between them was just a quarter of a second, so a phenomenal race for the pre-66s. Third place goes the way of number 25, which is Adam Morgan, so great to see the BTCC driver on the podium. Fourth place for number 55, which is 55, which is Jeff Smith. Philbin and Brown comes through in 5th place. 6th place for Endarth Owens after featuring in the earlier race towards the front. He only manages that 6th position. He gets ahead of the van though of Bill Solis in 7th. 8th place goes the way of number 33, which is Matthew Page, and then behind them to complete the top 10 is Sam Summerhays and the 171 machine of Dan Lewis. That has been an absolute spectacle this weekend. It was a well-deserved return for the pre-66 minis, and thank you very much to the support as well for Sanwa to give us the Sanwa Trophy this weekend. It's been absolutely phenomenal. Thoroughly enjoyed that one, so well done to Joe Ferguson. He does go away a winner at least this weekend. It's been hard, not just in this category where he qualified the car yesterday with Tom Bell. Of course, Tom took the start for the first race but ended in a DNF, and Joe took the start in this one, and it looked like he was just falling away from Nathan Heathcote, but all of a sudden he got back into his stride, pulled away and caught back up with Nathan. So Joe Ferguson is your winner ahead of Nathan Heathcote. 3rd place for Adam Morgan, Jeff Smith and Philbin and Brown inside the top 5. Endarth Owens and Bill Solis next up, with Matthew Page, Sam Summerhays and Dan Lewis, with Mark Burnett and Amy Watts down there in 12th position. Further back in 13th place is the car of number 45, David Ogden. He was ahead of Freddie Hunt and Declan Edgecombe, who had a race-long battle. Alfie Woodrow and Tom Wesley next up, with Simon Goodliff, Charlie Cooper and Neil MacArthur. Alexander Schlupter next up in 21st, with Rick Turner, Nigel Fraser-Kerr and Claudio Cassina down in 24th position. And then the final finishers just behind the last 3, in fact, will be that of Stefan Edouard, Rob Roodhouse and Jean-Francois Bardet to complete the 27 finishers in that Sanwa Trophy for the Pre-66 Minis. Fastest lap did go to Jeff Smith on his way to bring that gap down. He did a grand job actually. He was a couple of seconds adrift, and once he got to that group ahead of him, he did start to make up places as well. So Jeff Smith, the quickest lap, 57.680, and that does bring a close to the Pre-66 Minis for 2024, and hopefully they will be back with us next year as well, because that was one of the highlights of the day so far. But well done to Joe Ferguson, a victor in the end by 1/4 of a second. One more race to come at Brands Hatch this year for the Mini Festival. Again, I don't think we've got too much to clear up. I think everything is actually a-okay after that one. Safety car in position. That will be backed up onto the Grand Prix circuit, and we will have the cars onto the circuit very shortly for our final race of the day, which will be the Dunlop Mini 7s. These are the cars that you hopefully got the chance to see down on the grid walk during the lunch break. Your chance to get up close and personal with all of them and admire the wonderful liveries that we have on these cars for this season. And of course they sat there very patiently waiting for their first race of the day, which happened just a couple of hours ago, but now we are good to go for that final race of the weekend. 3 races in total for the Mini Milias and the Mini 7s this weekend. And of course the Mini 7s will be joined by the 7Ss also. So we'll take you through how they are all going to line up. Predominantly we have Mini 7Ss, which will be towards the rear of the field. They'll have the separate start compared to the Mini 7. But again, it's going to be a nice entertaining race to look forward to as the last few cars now work their way into the assembly area. I can see Gareth Hunt just about getting himself into position, and that's been a bit of a scrabble actually, because I think that was the car that lost the wheel on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend, and of course the wheel was on the left hand side of the circuit whilst Gareth Hunt pulled the car up into the inside of Paddock Hill Bend. So he's a late joiner to the assembly area, but he's made it, and once they're all there then the marshals will be very happy to get them onto the grid and get, as we said, this final race of the weekend underway, which currently is ahead of schedule. So again, well done to all the race officials to make sure that we've got everything running smoothly and no major delays. We have had a few problems with red flags, but again, good work by the marshals and the recovery team to make sure that everything is cleared up quickly and we can make sure that we get all the racing in that is needed here on the final day of this year's festival. We do have the Mini Car Club parade lap, so if you are a Mini driver and you're still here, then hang around because you get your chance to head onto the circuit in around about half an hour's time, and that'll be a lovely close to the weekend just to see all the Minis that have made the journey. We've had, I think, 1,000 Minis in total join us here today at the circuit, so a massive thank you to all of you. I'm sure everyone's enjoyed having a look around the cars on display, and as I said, you can have one final look at them when they do a parade lap of the Indy circuit after this final race of the weekend. So cars just being started up. We now have, I think, the signal from the assembly area yet to head the cars onto the circuit. So the marshals are in position down on the grid ready to go, and once we get them onto the grid we'll run you through how they'll line up with, as we mentioned, the Mini 7s starting ahead of the Mini 7S class, the 2 classes. Just to remind you, we have the original car, which is the first ever Mini that used to race, was the 850cc Formula Mini 7, which took place here at Brands Hatch back in 1966. Nowadays we have this 1 litre Mini 7, which provides plenty of acceleration and entertainment for the drivers, and then within the Mini 7S class it's a kind of milder tuned 1275cc S-class machine, which is a bit more standard, a bit more budget friendly, and it's the introduction into mini racing where you can then adapt your car and change it to race within the Mini 7. So we'll see how this plays out. There's also chance for the drivers to aim for the Graham Hill Memorial Trophy, which is for the leading under 17 driver within this field as well. So onto the grid they start to come, and the way the grid lines up then for this final race of the weekend is going to be as follows. We'll see number 1, Mike Jordan on pole position. His quickest time from the earlier race of 59.142 sticks him there alongside number 29, which is Damien Harrington. So they do occupy the front row. The second row then sees number 80, which is Joe Thompson, joined by number 21, which is Aaron Smith. The third row lines up with number 3, which is Ross Billison. He'll have on the outside number 73, which is Spencer Wanstall. The fourth row of the grid is number 38, which is Stephen Hopper. He'll have number 14, James Payne, to his outside. Then on to the fifth row, where you'll find number 16, which is Andrew King, and number 26, Nigel Davies. And then the final row of the sevens, without number 37, Gareth Hunt, and 20, Darren Thomas. And someone is in the wrong position. Yeah, Gareth Hunt needs to reverse, which he now does, which means Nigel Davies is missing in the 26 machine. So we're one light in the sevens. The 7Ss, where we will see the majority of the cars, are going to be number 717 on pole position in that one, which is Philip Annim. He'll have number 796, which is Michael Winkworth. The second row of the 7Ss will be 700, which is Matthew Ayres, joined by double winner so far this weekend, 725 Fraser Hack. So it's going to be a little bit of work for Fraser Hack to do in this race. So he is there on the outside of row 2. Row 3 then sees number 741, which is Joel Wren, and 707, which is Matthew Page. The fourth row is 789, which is Arnold Duncan, joined by 765 Callum Perfect. The fifth row of that grid is going to be 746, which is Oliver Burkitt, and 736 Bertie Woolard. The next row, 711, which is Giles Page, joined by 713 Lee Pullman. Then behind them, 777 Dave Rees, and 797 Jack Vanna. He found himself in the gravel at Clearways in the earlier race, so he is good by the looks of it. He's out there on circuit, so no real damage done to that car. 712 is next up, which is John Hobbs. Alongside him, number 788, which is Rob Perry. Then on to the penultimate row of the grid for the 7Ss is going to be 748 Mal Dickinson. 733 Alex Watson, and then towards the back we'll have 778, which is Kate Fraser-Kurt, and 750 James May. So that's how the grid lines up then for this one, as the cars start to work their way around on this formation lap. The top 12 effectively, although now 11 with Nigel Davies not there, are going to be the first of the sevens, and Mike Jordan trying to look for a victory in this one. As I said, it's been very good so far for Fraser Hack in the 7Ss. He finds himself fourth on that grid for this final race, but can Mike Jordan hold on to the win in this Mini 7 race, or can we have the likes of Ross Billison, who came to the weekend here at Brands Hatch as the championship leader? He potentially has lost that lead. There was only 14 points between him and Spencer Wanstall, but the theme of this year has been that we've only had drivers kind of do the select few rounds. So the likes of Mike Jordan has done the big meetings, the likes of Joe Thompson has done all the rounds, but it's only recently he's really kind of got his A game going. He had one off weekend at Thruxton in that second race where he was a non-scorer, but since then Joe Thompson has done really well, and this weekend he's taken 2 victories, and he also took the last win at the last meeting at Anglesey. So for Joe Thompson, he is on a good run of form as it stands at the minute. Ross Billison, the championship leader so far this weekend, has had a second and a third, and then the other podium finishers include Mike Jordan, who got a second in race number 1 yesterday, and Damien Harrington, who featured on the podium in the earlier race that we saw just after lunch. So we've had a few different people grace the podium, but it has been mainly Joe Thompson, who has some work to do, as I said, this time round from what's going to be the second row of the grid. But if he can find that gap and not find himself too far back on the first few laps, then Joe Thompson is definitely going to be one to watch with the pace he has shown so far this weekend. So we'll get 2 separate grids, we'll get 2 separate starts as well, because the 7s will go off first. There'll be a slight delay before we release the 7Ss. I think everyone is present and correct. I think Mark Sims is in the right position. Do we have one into the pit lane at the end of that formation lap? Yes, I think we have. Yeah, Gareth Hunt has worked his way into the pits, and we might have another one actually as well, because we are going to see potentially one of the 7S cars into the pits also. But barring that, we're going to be good to go. The 5-second board has been held aloft. In fact, we're going to have a start delayed by the looks of it. So have we lost a car around the circuit? Let's have a little look. Nothing at Druids, I don't think, unless it's something that's happened on the back straight. Not too sure, but we have got start delayed. The reason for that, possibly because there is a car which has entered the pit lane, has in fact stopped in the pit lane. So that is never ideal, and we are going to need the flatbed for that car to be recovered. So we're not quite going to get this final race underway. If only that driver could have just turned right into the assembly area, that would have been handy, but it hasn't happened, and I think it is the Gareth Hunt car, isn't it? There is another one in the pit lane by the looks of it. So Gareth Hunt we have lost. I think we have lost one of the 7Ss as well. Just trying to work out who it might be. In fact, yeah, Nigel Davies wasn't meant to be there anyway, so all the 7s are present and correct. But yeah, Gareth Hunt is missing, as we said, and he's the one who has just blocked the entrance to the pit lane, which is never good, is it? So he should be able to get a tow, but it's again taking quite a while. Gareth now runs away from the car and leaves the marshals and recovery team to sort that out, so that's never ideal either, but Gareth Hunt runs away. So we are going to have just a delay, as we said, for this final race, so we may get another formation lap, and then we should be good to go here at Brands Hatch for the final race. What I will tell you before you leave Brands Hatch this weekend is that we have some more great events still to come at the circuit over the next few weeks and months, because in just 1 week's time we're going to have Festival Italia here. So if you like your event themed meetings, then Festival Italia does return to Brands Hatch this month to celebrate Italian automotive culture. For 1 day only, the historic racetrack will transform into the Temple of Speed when it flaunts the best of Italy. Impressive displays will include Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Fiats, Lancias and much more on the circuit, and as always we'll have some great car displays to feature across the course of next Sunday, the 11th of August. So make that a date in your diary if you want to come and join us for something a little bit Italian. And then as we move through towards the end of the month, we have of course the bank holiday weekend to look forward to. There'll be racing here on what's going to be Monday the 26th of August. It's going to be Brands Britannia, which returns for a summer bank holiday celebration of the British motoring industry. The Kent circuit will commemorate the country's greatest automotive achievements with a Great British Race-Off and a gleaming display featuring the best loved UK manufacturers as well. So a good weekend of racing to look forward to from the CSCC. That'll be here Sunday and Monday, but it'll be Brands Britannia on bank holiday Monday. There'll be lots of great English kind of lawn games, I believe, happening on the Monday as well. So if you fancy that, then check out the website brandshatch.co.uk for all the details. And it's going to be the season finale this year for the British GT and GB3 Championships on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. And for the first time since 2009, the British GT Championship finale will be staged in Kent on the full Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. So the supercar season will come to a close with an intense 2-hour race which will decide the 2024 champions. Titles will also be at stake in the GB3 Championship, which is partnered by the BRDC, so it's going to be a fantastic weekend of racing from British GT on both Saturday and Sunday the 28th and 29th of September. Racing also from GB3 and GB4, and a raft of Ginetta Championships including Ginetta Junior, the GT Academy and also the Ginetta GT Championship, which will bring their season to a close here at the end of September. So if you want to find out more details and book your tickets in advance, and you can do so, just head to the website, as I said, brandshatch.co.uk. They'll give you all the details you need. And we've got some big meetings to come in October as well, with the season finale of both the British Superbike Championship and also the British Touring Car Championship. And if you were with us yesterday, you would have seen some fantastic Formula Ford racing, and they have, of course, the annual Formula Ford Festival here at Brands Hatch in October, and the final meetings of the year come in November with the hugely popular British Truck Racing Championship with their season finale meeting, 5 races from them, and of course a spectacular firework display on the Sunday as well, which is always great value for money. So if you want to check out the details, as I said, head to the website, get your tickets booked. That one does always sell out, so I would not hesitate on getting yourself booked on that one, 3rd and 4th of November for this year. And there's some great club events to come throughout the course of this month into all September and October as well. So there's a little bit of a delay while we wait for the recovery still of Gareth Hunt's car in the pit lane, and the drivers patiently wait down there on the grids. And what has been a glorious day weather-wise and such, 22 degrees we are now just topping as we head into the latter part of the day. I think cars are now starting to be fired up, because it's the countdown now on. 3-minute board has been held aloft, so they're anticipating the car in the pit lane to be cleared pretty quickly. And with that, it does mean that we are going to have the race beginning where it probably should have begun anyway, 5:20. We're not too far away from that, so that is going to be the scheduled start time. We're going to get the full distance of 20 minutes. A shame we did have that delay with the car into the pit lane. As I said, if it could have just made its way into a safer place or further down the pits, that would have been ideal, but not the case. And the countdown continues. A minute board will be shown very shortly, and then it'll be for the drivers to set their sights on that final race of the weekend, as Gareth's car now is clear from the entrance of the pits, so we can get this quicker countdown now on. 2 minute board is there. I think we'll have the 1 minute board fairly quickly, and we might actually now have a problem for another car on the grid, because Damien Harrington on the front row is not looking to be fired up, so the marshals are standing by to give that a push. It's been a long weekend for them, hasn't it, with qualifying yesterday, a race yesterday and 2 races today. They do become quite troublesome in the end, but Damien Harrington will get the help of some marshals to fire it into life. And are we going to have the 1 minute board, hopefully, very soon? So the 1 minute board now does go. Damien Harrington's car is pushed. I think they're going to try and fire it up. If they don't, then no, I think they have, yes. So Damien's good. Gives the thumb out the window. So thanks, marshals. They are now dispersed back to their posts, and Damien Harrington just has to keep that car going, and he'll just have to wait for Mike Jordan to go past him. Then he can start the formation lap. So we have had a few issues this weekend with minis, but it wouldn't be a mini festival without those issues. So green flag now does wave, so Mike Jordan does head off. Damien Harrington will get into line behind, and let's hope, fingers crossed, that the rest of the field do get away as well. All the 7s have gone, 7Ss are on their way, and that is the grid clear, which is good. So just to reiterate the grid then for this final race of the weekend: Mike Jordan on pole with Damien Harrington alongside. Joe Thompson, double winner so far this weekend, with Aaron Smith on row 2. Row 3 then sees Ross Billison and Spencer Wanstall. Row 4 headed by Stephen Hopper and joined by Jamie Payne. Row 5 is now just with Andrew King. Row 6 is just with Darren Thomas. And then to the 7Ss we have Philip Anning and Michael Winkworth, Matthew Ayres and Fraser Hack, double winner for him so far this weekend. Joel Wren is next up with Matthew Page on the outside. Then we have Arnold Duncan and Callum Perfect. The next row is going to be Oliver Burkitt and Bertie Woolard, with Giles Page and Lee Pullman next behind. Dave Rees joined by Jack Vanner, with John Hobbs and Rob Perry on the next row. Penultimate row, Mal Dickinson and Alex Watson, and towards the back is going to be Kate Fraser-Kerr and James May to complete the grid we have for this Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares Race for the 7s. They are just working their way with Mike Jordan at the front for this 16th race of the weekend. Most of them have been mini races. We've had a few interlopers along the way, but this final 20-minute race shortly to get back into action. We're going to actually begin, I think, around about the time we should have done, 20 past 5. We are 30 seconds away from that, so if it's a fairly quick formation lap, then we should be good to get those 20 minutes in. It's going to be a long 7S grid to assemble, of course, as we see Ollie Burkitt work his way through the final corner. Mike Jordan is, again, not too eager to get to his pole position, not as eager as Damien Harrington, who is there first, so doesn't really want that car to falter again, does he? So he wants to try and keep the revs up as best as he possibly can. The 7 grid is now formed as it should be, and then on to pole position in the 7Ss now does come Philip Anning, so he is there. Michael Winkworth will start alongside him, and then the next couple of rows come into formation as well, with Fraser Hack looking for a triple in terms of wins. He positions his car kind of aiming towards the back of Michael Winkworth downhill, whereas Michael Winkworth has his car positioned upwards, more towards the grass, which is a little bit strange, but I'm sure they know exactly what they are doing. So the warm-up lap has been completed. The final car in position now at the back. The green flag does wave, and 20 minutes of the final mini racing of the weekend is about to get underway. 5-second board has gone up and down. Red lights on, and off we go for the final time. Good start from Damien Harrington. It is the curse of pole position here at Brands Hatch, where Mike Jordan doesn't get the very best of starts. So Joe Thompson goes alongside him on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Can he squeeze through into second place? He has the momentum round the outside, and yet Joe Thompson will get himself ahead now of the one machine of Mike Jordan as they make the climb in towards Druids Corner. The 7Ss are away, and Fraser Hack makes a tremendous start actually through the middle of the front row. So Fraser Hack will possibly lead on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Will he? It's going to be close because Phil Allen's going to try and make that car as wide as possible. Michael Winkworth's going to try and get himself into the equation as well, but Fraser Hack, can he go and do the full blast round the outside line? Philip Allen is still just about hanging on there, and he does, because Fraser Hack has to settle for that second position. Michael Winkworth will lose out to Matthew Ayres for third place as the 7Ss turn away in towards the Cooper Straight for the first time. The leaders, though, up to the completion of lap number 1, and it will be the green machine of Damien Harrington that leads the way. So he'll come through ahead of just about, I think, Mike Jordan, who's back now ahead of Joe Thompson as they make the plunge in towards Paddock Hill Bend. So Harrington leads, Jordan leads Thompson. Fourth place will be the erstwhile championship leader prior to the weekend, which is Ross Billison, and then behind that it's going to be the 21 machine, which is going to be that of Aaron Smith. So the yellow machine goes into fifth place. They're still side by side fighting up the road though, because Joe Thompson trying to attack back on Mike Jordan, but he'll have the outside run in towards Graham Hill Bend. There's one off into the gravel through Paddock. That's going to be Arnold Duncan, isn't it, in the brown machine. Hopefully he rejoins safely, which he just about does. A few cars have to go either side of him as they head uphill in towards Druids Corner, but that was a bit of a moment there for Arnold Duncan. Right, for the 7s, Joe Thompson is now ahead of Mike Jordan. Almost used a handbrake there to get through the corner by the looks of it, but he slides his way sideways in second place on towards Clark Curve. Mike Jordan down to third. Fourth place now for, is that going to be Mark Sims? I think it is, isn't it? So the 20 machine of Mark Sims, no, it's Darren Thomas, so it's in the similarly livery colouring of Mark Sims, but Darren Thomas is in that green machine as he heads down in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Oh, and out wide goes Damien Harrington, the back end almost swapping around on him there as he got one wheel into the gravel. He doesn't want to give up the lead also to Joe Thompson, but I think it's going to be inevitable on the exit of the corner as out wide goes the number 29 machine, but then does have the inside for Graham Hill Bend. So back for now, out front goes Damien Harrington. What they have to be aware of is if Joe Thompson gets out in front, where he has been for most of the weekend, is very hard to catch. So they are all eager not to let him through, but eventually Joe Thompson has taken over the lead of the race. Mike Jordan has gone through at the same time, and Darren Thomas was also looking to make that green car through on the slightly lighter green car of Damien Harrington to get himself onto the podium, but it doesn't work. So back in line they all go. Ross Billison now down into fifth place. Sixth place at the minute for the number 21 machine of Aaron Smith, and the new leader, as we said, is Joe Thompson. He hasn't got the quickest lap of the race though. That has come from one of the 7Ss by the looks of it, because the 7s have been fighting so hard that the 7Ss have found them with some quicker lap times at the minute, and the quickest lap does currently stand with Michael Winkworth on a 60.048, but we would expect the 7s to go quicker. I shouldn't see them down into 59s before too much longer, as they work their way now through Graham Hill Bend, with the order being Joe Thompson ahead of Mike Jordan, so 80 leads 1. Third place for number 29 is Damien Harrington. Fourth place now is number 3 Ross Billison. So on this lap he has found his way through past Darren Thomas, and then behind that we have number 21, which is Aaron Smith, and then further back is going to be the car of number 38 in 7th position, which is Stephen Hopper. So that's how the order currently looks at the completion of what will be now the 4th lap. Still for the 7Ss, it's going to be Philip Anning by the looks of it, who's ahead of Matt Ayres now, because Fraser Hack has dropped down to 3rd within that class. So Fraser Hack having a bit of a task this time round, I think it's fair to say. So Fraser Hack has got some work to do. He has got a buffer though over Michael Winkworth, who is 4th still in the 7Ss, and then behind that we have the 741 machine at the minute, which is in the hands of Joel Rem, the man from Waltham Abbey. Sits there just inside the top 5 places as the 7S's work their way in towards Druid's corner, and the door is almost left wide open for Fraser Hack to go through there, but at the last minute Matthew Ayres does close the door in his face. So first, second and third, as you were, down towards Graham Hill Bend with 15 minutes now left on the clock. The 7S's work the way on towards Surtees. The 7s, the race leaders overall, coming across the line once again, and we could have a change this time actually, because Joe Thompson is about to be passed surely by Mike Jordan as they work their way in towards Paddock. No, Mike Jordan didn't really fancy going to the lead there. He did have the pace, but felt it was better to stay behind Joe Thompson and just maybe follow that car for a couple of laps. Temperatures probably some of the highest we've seen of the day, so cooling is still needed for these cars. So Mike Jordan not really looking to dive out of the toe and get some cool air through that car, but sits in second place as a run now down in towards Graham Hill Bend. Good fight in towards Paddock Hill Bend between what's going to be 8th and 9th in the 7S's, so that's going to be the 736 machine, which is in the hands of Bertie Woolard. He's trying to keep at bay the car behind, which is 765 Callum Perfect, the man from Hastings, so having a good dice down the field at the minute. And also you can add into that equation, I think, Ollie Burkitt, can't you, for the second time today. He has really been in some really close battles, so they continue down the order in the 7S's, as up front in that class it's still Philip Hanning that heads the field. Matt Ayres is still second, Fraser Hack is third, and fourth place Michael Winkworth just about keeping himself in the mix as well. So up to the completion of lap number 6 that they do come. Philip Hanning, what has he done so far this year in terms of wind? I don't think we've actually seen him out this season, Philip Hanning, so this is the first time we've seen that car and driver pair him, so Philip Hanning could be on for a first win of the season if he can keep at bay those 3 cars who are right on his rear bumper. First of those being Matt Ayres in car 700. Michael Winkworth now makes the move on Fraser Hack for 3rd place. So Fraser Hack for the probably first time this weekend has been off the podium, so this is very unusual. Fraser with the Adders fan club livery on the car. That was a bit of fun at Thruxton, of course, when David Addison was commentating as he does for the touring cars, and also for the Mees, that meeting as well, and I've stuck with it, have the hacks, so great to see that Addison fan club logo on the side of the car. Renowned commentator is David Addison, and I'm sure he'll be encouraging on Fraser to try and get another win, maybe in his name, as they work their way across the line once again. So down towards Paddock Hill Bend that fight goes. Further back, more fights to keep our eyes on, because down in 15th place in the 7S's we currently have that of John Hobbs. He's pushing on nicely at the minute, and he's got a couple of people for company. One of those cars just slightly smoking now. There's a bit of damage on the right front of the car which is in tow. That's going to be Mal Dickinson, and a little bit of smoke coming from that car as well, so whether that's a legacy of the bodywork damage, not too sure, but it carries on. 7S's onto the back straight, down through Coop Straight and in towards 30s goes the top 4 in the 7S's, still being led, no it's not, it's Matt Ayres now, isn't it? That's ahead, so the 700 car has gone through, and all of a sudden Philip Hanning will be off the podium, because Fraser Hack goes to the inside line for 3rd place, almost made it 2nd on the inside of Michael Winkworth. Philip Hanning didn't quite like that in the 717 machine, so all of a sudden he tries to fight back on Fraser Hack as he gets into the tow across the line. We've got 11.5 minutes to go, so still plenty of this race to unfold as they work their way down in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and Philip Hanning's going to try and send one to the inside of Fraser for 3rd place, but it looked a little bit on the cards from our vantage point, but in the end he was a little bit too far back on the run down towards the first corner, so he's not going to get back onto the podium for the time being. You can distinguish the 2 classes apart with the windscreen banners that they have, so you've got the green windscreen banners for what's going to be the 7S's, and for the 7s, the overall cars, which are making their way now on towards the start-finish line once again, they can be distinguished by a what's going to be red windscreen banner, so that's how you can pick them apart. The other way is because the 7S's have a 7 at the beginning of their number, and it's a 3-digit number for the 7S class cars, with the 7s being just 2 digits, so that's another way you can pick them out from a side vantage point. Matt Ayres comes through then, still in the lead of the 7S's. Philip Hanning is trying his best to get back onto that podium. Whatever he can do to try and do it, he will try and do. Love or war, whatever it may be, he's going to try and find his way through, but still can't find his way past Fraser Hack, so he sits there just off the final step of the podium at the minute. And they've got to be a little bit wary actually, because I think coming into the equation as well is going to be that car of Joel Wren, car number 741. He is only less than a second back now, so keep an eye on what he can do. Meantime, Joe Thompson and Mike Jordan can still not be separated in the overall race lead. And again, Mike Jordan, although he gets a good run onto the start-finish line, he doesn't really want to make a move here, so he's just kind of biding his time, kind of looking at his fingernails and seeing what is happening tomorrow. But eventually, as I said, he will try and make a move for the race lead. If he has the speed to take to Joe Thompson, he might want to do it sooner rather than later, because Joe Thompson could very quickly turn this race into one which starts to open the gap out. For now, as I said, Mike Jordan is just managing to keep on the rear bumper of the race leader as they turn now in towards Graham Hill Bend. Mike Jordan has gone for it, hasn't he, around the outside at that corner, so this was his chance to jump, and Mike Jordan feels now that he needs to get on with this, so off he goes in the lead of the race. Joe Thompson drops down to second place. Third place is still Damien Harrington in that number 29 machine, so he is running well in that third position, with Ross Billison for company also. And those four now have really pulled the gap out to the rest of the field, because Darren Thomas and what's going to be Aaron Smith can't quite stick with them, so they are down there in 5th and 6th positions as the leaders go through once again. 11 laps now ticked off, 8 minutes just over to go as the top four work their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend with the new leader Mike Jordan. He is not the quickest on circuit at the minute, because the quickest lap has gone to Damien Harrington, who just shows his nose briefly to the inside of the second place car, but Damien has done the best lap on a 59.154, and on that previous lap actually the quickest of all four of them was the man at the back, the number 3 machine of Ross Billison, so the championship leader prior to Brands Hatch and the double winner so far this year. He's just lurking on the back now of the top 3 as they turn again through Surtees and on towards McLaren, continue to climb uphill, and then as soon as they get to McLaren, turn in towards Clearways, the road starts to drop away once again. It then climbs as they work their way back on towards the Brabham Straight, and all of a sudden, as they get to the end of that straight, they'll drop off the edge of the cliff, because Paddock Hill Bend, one of the most iconic corners in motorsport, is about to appear for Mike Jordan as our race leader. So through into that first corner he now goes. Matt Ayres is the leader of the 7S class, and it's just starting to be broken up now, because they are working their way through the 7s, which they did in the earlier race today as well. So that is just a bit of a problem for Fraser Hack, who now has a car between himself and the 2 ahead of him in terms of 1st and 2nd in the 7S class. So Fraser Hack will want to try and work his way past the car of Jamie Payne fairly quickly, which I think he will do by the time they get in towards Druids Corner. Yeah, Fraser Hack now does go through in an overall position ahead of Jamie Payne, and all of a sudden actually he's closed right to the tail of the 2 7S's ahead of him once more, so it didn't take Fraser Hack long to get back there. So he is once again in a comfortable 3rd place with the 2 leaders, and in fact now it's the pole sitter Phil Annin who is starting to drop further back, so he is wanting to get himself past those cars as quick as possible. And Fraser Hack is now not hanging around, because once he's got past that 7 machine, he's now back ahead of Michael Winkworth, and he goes back to the lead of the race actually. So Fraser Hack is sending it on every single corner at the minute. I think he's got a bit of damage on the left front also. When I say damage, I mean missing part of the car, because the left light has disappeared completely. So it is the final race of the weekend, so you might as well throw everything at it. You haven't got to use these cars for another few weeks. You can do a bit of fine fettling and repair work after Brands Hatch and get them ready for the next meeting at Castle Combe. So Fraser Hack is bearing that in mind, and as I said, has lost that left front light, which might be a little bit of a lighter Mini now, which might have just aided him to make his way past those 2 cars on that previous lap. Michael Winkworth is also not hanging around, because he knows now that Fraser Hack has got on with the job, back to the head of the order, and wants to try and stay with him as best as he can. But it was just 2 wheels onto the grass there, which then leads you to be wide at Graham Hill Bend, which then will just slow your momentum surely on the run down towards the next corner. So a gap of around about a mini car length now has been formed between the top 2 in the 7S's, but again on the brakes that gap comes right down between the top 3, and all of a sudden actually Philip Annin, who was down and out behind the 2 7s which they were trying to work their way through, has made it a 4-way train once again. So the 7S's continue to fight as hard as ever as they work their way onto lap number 15, and is Fraser Hack going to be under pressure from Michael Winkworth and also Matt Ayres, because he tries to send one to the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. They sort themselves out, and I think it stays the same order as what we had across the line. Yeah, Hack ahead of Winkworth, ahead of Ayres, as the sevens work their way in towards the last couple of corners, and Ross Billison works his way past some traffic, but in doing so he has now just lost a little bit of touch to Damien Harrington in the final step on the podium. So the top two are pretty much gone now. They've got themselves a bit of a break. So Mike Jordan leads Joe Thompson. Half a second separate those two, with the final quarter of the race now being started. Third place still for Damien Harrington, with Ross Billison in fourth place. Lights very much ablaze for Mike Jordan, just to say to the back marker, I am coming through. Just make sure he is aware that Mike Jordan is right there behind him. Mike Jordan, who has had 2 wins this year. It was pretty much dominant wins at Thruxton, wasn't it, on the support race of the BTCC. So Mike Jordan was on good form that weekend. He hasn't done too bad this weekend. He's had 1 podium so far in the 3 races, but he could be on for his best result of the weekend as it stands. I think briefly, yeah, we had a yellow flag at Graham Hill Bend, which I saw a green flag at Surtees. I think that's for bodywork, which is in the middle of the circuit. There might have been a car there at the same time as well, but that, whatever it was, has got going again. Currently seeing the fight for what's now going to be 5th position. So we've got Darren Thomas with behind him Aaron Smith in the yellow car for this race, and then on that tail is going to be Spencer Wanstall. Spencer Wanstall came here to Brands Hatch in a good place in the championship, actually. Second, 14 points adrift of Ross Billison, but hasn't really had the rub of the green this weekend. So Spencer, I think, will fall further back from Ross, and he will definitely be overtaken by Joe Thompson after those 2 race victories he's had so far. So Joe Thompson will be the man who gains the most in the championship, and to be fair, he might actually head away from Brands Hatch as the championship leader. He does have to drop some 3 races this year. One of those will be a non-points score, effectively. He did get 1 point as he was a non-finisher. That's what you do get in the mini sevens, but still that'll be 1 round that Joe Thompson does have to drop, which will bring him a little bit more into the equation. And especially after a good weekend, Joe Thompson will be looking to emulate himself up the championship order as best as he possibly can. He's got 3 minutes to go. Joe Thompson still just a few tenths of a second back from Mike Jordan, who continues to be in the lead of the race. Still keeping an eye on what's happening with the battle, which has been race long and also weekend long, I think, for the 746 machine of Ollie Burkett. He was in a fight there with the 736 machine of Bertie Woolard, so they continue that fight through on towards Surtees and McLaren. Michael Winkworth finds himself in 2nd place of the 7S's as he crosses the line with Matt Ayres very close behind him with the Napa logo on that car. Philip Hanning just working his way now, or trying to work his way past actually the 741 machine, because Joel Wren has now got ahead of him. So Joel Wren's had a good end to this race in the 7S's, so he will try and work his way up into 4th place, which is now pretty much confirmed ahead of Philip Hanning on the run in towards Druids Corner. Michael Winkworth is side by side with Matt Ayres just up the road. That's the fight for 2nd and 3rd on the podium, and it will go the way for now of Matt Ayres as they turn their way through the debris which has been left on the circuit. I'm just wondering if that's the light actually of Fraser Hack, which has been left there. There's a light which has been deposited by someone. It's not the whole kind of front left of a car, so it might not be. In fact, it might be Michael Winkworth's light, because that I can now see is missing on the front right of that car, so that might be the one that is in the middle of the circuit and has now been run over multiple times from various minis in this race. So yeah, we'll wait and see. Mike Jordan just working his way through some traffic. Lights still fully ablaze for him. Joe Thompson about 3/4 of a second adrift, but he has now found himself with the traffic in the right-hander of McLaren, so that has just delayed him slightly. He tries to find his way past Dave Rees in the 777 machine. And for Mike Jordan, will he be heading on to the last lap? It's going to be close, actually. We've got 65, 64, 63 seconds left, so the board will not quite go out, but I think, yeah, well, they might get through about 2 seconds to go next time round, so it's going to be an extra lap by the looks of it we're going to have after the 20 minutes have elapsed. So Joe Thompson turns his way still in 2nd place through Paddock Hill Bend. As I said, the 2 behind now have been left to their own devices, but it's still a good fight going on for the final step on the podium. So we've got the battle between the 7S's, who are now a lap down, but it's for 3rd place in the 7s, which is well and truly on between what's going to be Damien Harrington and Ross Billison. Ross just needs a consistent weekend, really, which he has had, and just needs to keep picking up these points to stay in with a shout at the championship. He's going to try and look to the outside of Damien in towards 30s, which doesn't work, and now they've got the small matter of these two back markers to work their way through, which they do. So through goes Damien, through will go Ross Billison, I think, on the exit of Clark Curve. Still can't quite get himself past, can he? He's kind of willing that car on as best as he possibly can. They do get the checker flag this time, because we were just within the margin of the time running out. So Mike Jordan goes through, didn't get the last lap, but they do get the checker flag this time. So Mike Jordan takes the final win of the weekend. He picks up his first win of the weekend as well, after a double for Joe Thompson earlier on. He comes through in second place. Third place goes the way of 29 Damien Harrington. He gets the final step on the podium by half a second. We'll come back to the rest of the order very shortly, because the 7S's are about to come through to take the checker flag as well, and it will be Fraser Hack who takes the victory, just ahead of Matt Ayres, who we're currently looking at on our stream. He will go through across the line in second place behind Fraser Hack. Third place goes to Michael Winkworth. Fourth place in the 7S's to Philip Annim, and Joel Wren does go back behind him on that last lap to finish fifth in that 7S class. So the top 10 as follows: Mike Jordan ahead of Joe Thompson. Third place to Damien Harrington with Ross Billison behind. Then we have number 20, which is going to be the car of Darren Thomas, isn't it? Yeah, he gets ahead of Aaron Smith. Spencer Wanstall comes home in 7th. 8th place goes the way of number 38, which is Stephen Hopper. And then behind that, the winner of the 7S's, Fraser Hack. And Matt Ayres completes the top 10, so a lovely way to end the weekend with the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares with the 7s and 7S's. It was Mike Jordan with the victory ahead of Joe Thompson, just to classify that. Damien Harrington was third, and also the quickest man within that race with the fastest lap. Ross Billison comes home fourth, with Darren Thomas, Aaron Smith, Spencer Wanstall and Stephen Hopper inside the top 8. Fraser Hack was the first of the 7S's, with Matthew Ayres, Michael Winkworth and Philip Annin down in 12th position. Behind them, Joel Wren and Callum Perfect. Jamie Payne completed the top 15, with Andrew King, Matthew Page, Ollie Burkitt next up. 19th place for Giles Page and Bertie Woolard. 21st for Arnold Duncan and Dave Rees next up. Jack Vanna got to the end in that race, with Rob Perry coming through in 24th position. Then we saw further back from them in 25th and classified as a finisher, Mal Dickinson. John Hobbs was in 26th, Alex Watson was 27th, and Kate Fraser-Kerr came through in 28th place. That was the last of our finishers for that final race of the weekend. So great way to end the Mini Festival for 2024. We do have coming up for you the Mini Car Club parade laps. We've got the show and shine cars, which are already making their way down the pit lane, ready to go onto the circuit. We have an array of cars who have been here with the display clubs today over there on Colin Chapman Way, are already lined up, ready to work their way onto the circuit as well. Just need some of the vehicles to be ushered off the circuit in terms of the telehandlers and recovery vehicles, and as soon as that is clear, we will have the cars onto the circuit for the final bit of action today. So do enjoy all of that. We will have a podium, I think, off air for the Mini 7s. Those drivers will make their way down to the podium in due course, but we just want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's been here this weekend. Thank you for coming along, and hopefully you have enjoyed the second day of action, but the main event for the Mini Festival for this year has been a great day and some fabulous racing out there on circuit as well. Big thanks to the marshals as ever for that sterling work around the circuit, giving up that time this weekend to make sure all the drivers are looked after and we get through the racing in good time. And thanks also to the officials to make sure that we finish on curfew, because we are well ahead of that and we have finished just about 5 minutes behind where we should have done, with what has been a very frantic day and busy day with a couple of red flags and also safety cars to get through as well. Just want to say that I have been on my own this afternoon, so apologies if we've missed anything or done anything a little bit wrong, but unfortunately Jack, fellow commentator Jack Werrell, was taken away with some medical issues, so I wish him all the best. Hopefully he recovers fairly quickly and he does get himself home nice and safely and is not in too bad a position, but just want to say get well soon to Jack Werrell. I've been Matt Sucklin. Thank you very much for being here this weekend at the Brands Hatch Mini Festival for 2024. Have a wonderful rest of the weekend. Do enjoy the Mini Car Club parade laps that we have coming up for you, and we do look forward to welcoming you back here at Brands Hatch in the near future. And of course, we look forward to a wonderful Mini Festival in 2025. But for now, good night and a safe journey home.